Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions.
Chapter 55-51, A Challenge. His obsidian flames guttered low and ragged around a frame that had taken real damage. The blank caudal dragged behind him through the ochre dust, white hair matted dark, and along his left side ran a wound that had gone all the way to something structural, a splitting seam where one of the Cenozoic ones had gotten an intent into him before dying badly for the privilege. Calcified stones lay in ridges across the whole broken domain. The air was thick with the released corpses of 9 ruptured goo, ages of stolen bearing hanging in the red light with nowhere left to go, and beneath his feet the strata ran down through crushed pyramid stone and petrified bone into layers of older ruin still. He breathed. And behind his ribs, and behind him, and somehow also very far away, the statue spoke. 206. The ancient voice arrived from the direction time came from, calm and vast as it always was, and the creature said nothing, because 206 was not 1,000. Then the statue did something it had never done. It smiled. He felt it happen inside himself, the seated colossus of worn gray stone shifting its faceless face into an expression, and it was not the serene ancient nonchalance he had carried since the thing first came to him. It was brutal. It was the smile of something that had been watching a fight go on too long and had decided, quite suddenly, that it was bored. You are not learning. 206. At this rate the trial completes, and you will have learned nothing from it that you did not already know when you began. You are merely doing what you are good at, thoroughly, for a long time. Existence did not seat this trial in you to watch you excel at something you have already mastered. The statue's voice deepened, and the whole ruined district seemed to lean in around it. A trial that only measures is a ledger. A trial that changes the one measured is a trial. So existence will up the stakes. The creature straightened out of his heaving, obsidian flames pulling in tight around the split in his side. Explain. There is a reason the farms of this dimension are so rich. The gray of the statue's voice shifted, and images came with it now, pressed into him rather than shown, the pyramids, the chain lines, the goo at every peak, and beneath all of it something else, something enormous and buried and slow. The masters did not discover this art. They inherited the conditions for it. Beneath the fields, deep in the oldest strata of the Gorvazal, a primeval lifeform is dying. It has been dying for ages. Its lifeline was cut by a progeny of those who remain, and what was cut did not sever cleanly, and so it has been bleeding out across an entire dimension ever since. The sacrifices feed it. The offerings feed it. Every life that climbs those steps and enters a goo is rendered down, and the masters take their profit, and what they do not take drains downward through the strata into the thing beneath, which cannot live and cannot finish dying and so simply drinks, age after age. Trillions of lives. Not spent on greed alone. Spent on keeping a corpse from becoming a corpse. The creature went very still. The whole architecture of the place reorganized itself in his understanding as the words landed. He had been razing districts. He had been tearing the roofs off a house without once asking what the house was built on. Every pyramid he broke, every goo he ruptured, every master he put his heel through, and beneath all of it the actual engine had gone on drinking, patient and enormous and entirely untouched by anything he had done. Collapse it, and the farms die with it. Not one district. All of them. The reason this dimension eats will be gone, and what remains will only be beings who are used to eating, which is a far smaller problem and one that largely solves itself. What is the cost of this one? The creature said. The brutal smile came back into the ancient stone. 1 hour. Find it, and collapse it, within 1 hour of this moment. It is buried in the deepest strata of a dimension that has no measured end, and it is guarded, and you have already been bled today. That is the point. Existence is not interested in whether you can carry a weight. It knows you can carry. It wishes to see whether you can commit and persevere. And what is offered? The statue was quiet for a moment, and when it answered, something in the ancient voice changed. What is offered is not power. The stone eyes burned in the far dark of him. Succeed, and you receive the first portion of the inheritance of the previous bearer. What it is, I will not say, because I am not permitted to say, and because you would not understand it before you hold it. The creature's flames rose. The previous bearer. His eyes were immensely cold as he only nodded. I accept, he said. He did not take long about it. And the statue smiled brutally a second time as if it had attained something, as if its words were not done, and it was now finishing. 1 hour. And if you fail, you will willfully give control of 10% of yourself to existence as a cost. A tenth of his existence itself, the whole of what he was, handed over willingly to this thing. The creature remained entirely unfettered. His flames steadied. The wound in his side kept splitting and he let it. He looked out across the shattered 9th district, across the ridges of calcified stones and pyramids, out toward a butcher-red horizon that went on past any counting, and he understood exactly what he needed to do. 1 hour. To find a dying primeval one buried in the deepest strata of an endlessly vast dimension, a dimension crawling with horrid true lifeforms who by now all knew precisely what he was and what he had been doing to them for 9 domains running, and to reach it, and to break the thing that an entire civilization of monsters had spent ages feeding. He rolled his shoulders once. The blank caudal lifted out of the dust behind him, white and gold and patient. Then let us begin, the creature said. And he shot downward into the deeper strata of this dimension. Chapter 55-52, Analysis. I. The quintessential pantheon of the Infiniverse. Deep inside Noah, inside the living observable existence he carried and who carried him, a sea of blue gold Osmantian source infinity stretched out past any horizon inside a certain realm. The whole ocean gave off a low sustained hum, the sound of a thing that had never once needed a source outside itself. Above it hung floating islands. Hundreds of them, drifting at their own patient heights. They mimicked the old spiritual land's terraced peaks of pale stone laced with veins of gold, waterfalls of raw infinity pouring off their undersides and falling forever into the sea below. Mist of pure source drifted in the gaps between. It was beautiful. But Ruination and the Infiniverse were not here for the beauty. They had come here to work. All around the two of them, filling the air above the sea and between the islands for as far as the drifting mist allowed, hung diagrams. Manifestations of everything they had just learned about causes. The Infiniverse stood upon the surface of her own sea, luminous and severe, hands clasped behind her back, and Ruination hovered near her. To ensure the Master never has to die again, Ruination said, we have to anticipate everything in all possible futures. The strings moved. He died once inside the steed. He came back only because the Hepatarch answered, and I will not build a strategy on the assumption that it always will. So we work backward from every ending we can imagine, and we close them. And right now, causes seem to be the nexus behind a great many of those endings. The first bubbles bloomed in the air above the sea, written in threads of pale light. Causes. They are behind you, Ruination said. Behind every observable existence that has ever held together. Behind steeds, who are made of nothing else. Behind the Master's own ascent, and behind the 18 colliding in his chest at this moment. A second bubble bloomed, and a string ran out to join it. And behind all of that, one being keeps appearing. The sleepless fiend. One of those who remain experimented on steeds to fill them with causes. Then he cursed them. An entire lineage of living observable existences sentenced to slow collapse. More bubbles formed. Those who remain. Descendants. Cursed descendants. Strings snapped between them, drawing the shape of a lineage that believed existence belonged to it, and a second lineage beneath it dying on a schedule. The account we have is that his progeny touched the steeds, and so he cursed them and cut his losses. That doesn't make much sense. A string pulled taut between the fiend and the steeds, and hung there, vibrating. Were the steeds actually already unstable? Was the curse not a punishment at all, but a containment? A sentence laid on an experiment that had gone somewhere he did not want it to go? She let that hang, and drew the last string. Lestrygonians. Because this is the same being, Ruination said, who moved to bring an entire race to extinction because of their causes. The diagram hung complete above the blue gold sea, bubbles and strings and branching lines, and at the center of every path stood the same thing. So the question is, Ruination said, why would something that powerful be so interested in causes? What is it about them that a being who could unmake a lineage with a sentence would spend ages tinkering with, and then twice destroy whatever came out of the tinkering? Why ruin an entire race over their anchors? The Infiniverse studied the diagram in silence. Then she raised one hand and pulled. The bubble-marked causes came apart at her gesture, unfolding into its component structures, first in prime and blighted and calcified in the unnamed others, and she reached past all of them into the strand that ran back into herself, into her own foundation, and drew that out beside the rest for comparison. There is something wrong with the Master's 9, she said. Ruination's string stilled. The Infiniverse set the two side by side in the air, and the difference was immediate even in the diagram. These are the 9 prime causes that hold an ordinary observable existence together. Cognitio. Bellum. Mortis. The common 9, seated beneath a first cause, doing the work they were made for. Her hand moved. And these are the Master's 9. Existence. Paradox. Chaos. Mana. Quintessence. Adversity. Tyranny. Harvest. Apocalypse. The two sets hung together, and one of them was simply larger. They are not the same order of thing, the Infiniverse said. His are distinctly grander. They resuscitated a dead observable existence. They were seated into the organs of a steed and joined to her first causes without collapsing. And now they are colliding against pristine first causes, striking them, forcing reactions out of them, and holding their own in that collision. She turned to Ruination. A prime cause cannot do that. A prime cause is the living relative beneath the ancestor. It does not stand as an equal to a first cause and grind against it as a peer. If his 9 can do that, then his 9 have not been prime causes for some time. We have simply kept calling them what they were when he made them. They evolved past prime, Ruination said. They are not the common 9, and they are not first causes either. He carved them himself, out of his own identity. She closed her hand, and the label on the diagram changed. They should not be called his prime causes. They are his own unique causes, bearing his identity. They are his Osmantian causes. HUUM. The sea churned. The whole blue-gold ocean rose in a single slow enormous swell beneath their feet, the hum of it deepening, and on the drifting islands above, the crystalline groves rang all at once. Ruination watched the swell pass. I will let the Master know, she said. Now, these Osmantian causes. How do we use them to pull on the genetic markers of the Lestrygonians the way he pulled Damodred? Chapter 55-53, Analysis. 2. The bubble for Damodred appeared, and a string ran from it back to causes, and then to the tide that owes nothing. Because the mechanism as we understand it is narrow, Ruination said. He cured a cursed lifeform bound to those who remain through cause replacement. That act altered cause and effect across existence and time. The tide followed the altered weavings back to the only thing they still resembled, found an extinct people's markers sleeping in their own causes, and matured an egg from it. Is that reproducible? Or was it a single accident? Does it only ever come as a tide reward for curing a steed, and are there even any more steeds we can reach? Or, now that we know its origin, can we replicate it deliberately? The Infiniverse thought about it. The tide that owes nothing does not follow a procedure. It follows him, and it returns what he gives interlinked with what he is. That is why it can reach things that are extinct. It is because the tide does not consider extinction a category that applies to a gift, so long as there is enough logic and foundation beneath the pull to make the gift coherent. She gestured at the Damodred bubble. The Lestrygonians laid markers into their causes deliberately, as a chance. The chance required rare causes to clash and meld in the right way. The master's cure of the steed produced exactly that shape. The logic was already there. The tide only had to notice it and lock on. That was the door being opened. Now that it is open, does it really need to be opened again? Ruination's strings paused mid-write. We know what we are looking for now, the Infiniverse continued. Before, the tide had to discover a resemblance across an age of dead weavings on its own. Now the target is known, named, and precedent, and we have one of them standing beside the master as proof of concept. She drew 2 new strands out of the unfolded causes diagram and set them apart from the rest. So, if we focus deliberately on blighted causes and calcified causes, study them, hold them in our understanding, perhaps even channel them at the moment the tide is triggered by some other act of giving, then that focus becomes a hook. Something for the return to lock onto. The tide chooses what to give. But a hook can influence what it reaches for, a specified return. Ruination absorbed that, and the diagram above the sea rearranged itself into something that looked, for the first time, less like a mystery and more like a plan. The Infiniverse had begun to work, and Ruination stood back and let her. She raised one hand, and a status panel bloomed above the sea. Status panel, Noah Osmont. Designations, the quintessential Osmontian. The true human emperor. The fledgling liege of the first lineage. Human. Scale framework, first infinite scale of existence complete, second infinite scale approaching its next stage. Facets of existence, A rank, Idho. Osmontian source infinity. Volume. Output. Trueness. All 9 foundations. Currently rising continuously under the collision of causes. Intent, the Ananke intent of the quintessential Osmontian. A rank, Idho. Second order. Osmontian tongue, 5 letters, 1 word. I am. Osmont. Quintessential. Human. Protagonist. The mortal coil. Causes, 9, seated in the infinite cause. Designation under review, previously logged as prime causes, now correctly the Osmontian causes. Currently colliding in perpetuity against 9 first causes of the steed. ARTS, the collision of causes. The quintessential confluence. The domain of the mortal coil. Appendages, the estuary eye. The pinion vigil. The hepatarch of the undying root. The amaranthine heart. The primeval Osmontian marrow. The circlet of the quintessential ruin. The quintessential pantheon of the Infiniverse. Osmontian biomass, 89,800,000. Elevation costs falling continuously. Retainers and bonded existences, Vidramar, remnant dimension steed of the first lineage, the autarky's intent. Damodred of the Lestrygonians, SS rank across all facets. The Infiniverse. Ruination. Held, and used, the tessellated heart of the borrowed flame. The lingering word. One true declarative human ruling. Ruination looked around her master's quantified panel and found the first flaw in the second line she read. A rank idho. It was honest, accurate, and useless as a threat assessment, because it did not describe what happened when her master arrived somewhere. He rode a steed who had come down on a Cenozoic true lifeform and unmated in one motion, its Anenki-grade intent caving inward under the autarky's intent like wet parchment under a falling mountain. So the practical answer was that he already overcame Cenozoic scale beings whenever he pleased, because he did not have to do it himself. Which was precisely why she did not trust the number. Ashkaval had also been Cenozoic, partially grasped temporal weavings, and her master had killed her with a beginner's fireball at rank F standing. That established the floor of the sixth scale. Nothing else. Ruination pondered about the quantification of power from here. She set Jarl Scalagrim's weaving apart from the scale diagram, where it hung refusing to sit beside a single rung of it. These fuckers were hard to designate. She redrew it. Where the scale diagram had hung, the grade ladder rose in its place, F-Bay through A-Idho, then S-Ibad, S-S-Or, S-S-S-Muin, and above that the unnamed rung waiting to be carved in the Osmanchintun when he reached it. The grades measured the thing itself rather than the rung it occupied. They could describe a cursed descendant, a Lestragonian, and her master. Vakachev's framework could describe none of the three. Ruination enlarged Damodred and analyzed him at this time. The strongest weapon under her master's command was considerably stronger than her master. SS rank facets. SS rank autarky's intent. And SS rank pantheon. Her master's own facets sat at A-Idho. Vidramar, simply by being ridden, delivered S rank to any battle she entered. And Damodred, by being here, delivered SS. So what was his standing? A, because that was his own hand? Or SS, because SS answered when he spoke? She smiled lightly while thinking where exactly to put her master. That left the largest threat on the board. She set Theron Adranos into the air, and his weaving red is almost nothing. The superpowered lifeforms emanated no authority. Less presence upon existence than the scorched dirt he had knelt in. He had stood inside the domain of the mortal coil and felt nothing. Which should have been impossible, because the word nullified all authority and made no exceptions. She also had to quantify this. The panel turned slowly above the sea. Across the water, the Infiniverse worked on in her silence, taking blighted causes apart and putting them back together, building a hook to throw into the tide. Two of them at their labors, in the middle of his own source. Chapter 55-54, The Well. I. The True Human Emperor. Outside the obelisk, Noah turned and nodded once toward Vidramar. She understood before the gesture finished. Where a colossal white queen had stood in the ruined gold, white flame gathered inward and folded, gigantic mass drawing down through itself in a spiral of pale sovereign light, and when the light thinned a woman stood in the wreckage of the gardens. Tall. White-haired. Twin spiral horns of ivory rose back from her temples, and her eyes had not changed at all, gold with ring inside ring for pupils. Her robe was white and dazzling and it was not cloth. Causes moved through it. She rolled her shoulders once inside a shape she had not worn in a long while, and said nothing. Ryanara looked her up and down and made a small sound of pure appreciation as she whistled. Damodred did not look at all, because a mountain does not turn its head for a change of clothes. Theron Adranos watched all of it without comment, and then he stepped up to the obelisk. He set his palm flat against the blue-gold stone. There was no incantation, no weaving, no authority pressed into it, and Noah watched carefully and confirmed what he already suspected. Theron gave off nothing. He simply touched it, and the obelisk knew him. The light running up its faces reversed. It poured downward instead of up, sheeting off the carved lines, pooling at the base and spreading outward across the scorched dirt in a slow widening ring, and where the light crossed the ruined ground was not there anymore. A doorway opened in the middle of a butchered garden, and through it came air that smelled of water. "Come," Theron said. "See it, and then decide." They went through. Existence flickered with multicolored light all around as it felt unique. Noah had crossed the dark between dimensions on the back of a steed and much more. None of it had prepared him for the quiet on the other side of that stone. "You have entered the hallowed verdance of the undivided well." They stood on a shore of pale sand so fine it moved like water underfoot, and before them opened a basin without any visible far side. Water filled it. Not dark water and not still water, but a vast luminous expanse of gold-shot turquoise, lit from beneath rather than above, so that the whole immensity glowed upward and cast its light onto everything around it in slow drifting patterns. Where the shallows lapped the sand, they left rings of soft blue phosphorescence that faded and rekindled with each small wave. Above and around it, the land had grown wild. Now, he didn't usually care for environments too much unless it was his own shore or infiniverse, but this place, damn, it deserved to be looked at properly as it was too magisterial. Cliffs of dark stone rose in tiers around the basin, and from every tier fell water, hundreds of falls, some thick as rivers and some thin as thread, dropping in long slow ribbons through air that seemed to hold them a moment longer than it should. Mist hung in the gaps and caught the underlight, and out of the mist grew forests, huge trees with trunks so pale they read almost silver, their canopies dense and dark and hung everywhere with luminous vines that pulsed faintly in a rhythm Noah realized after a moment was synchronized, the whole valley breathing light in and out together. Great flat islands drifted above the water, unmoored, drifting slowly on nothing, and they trailed their own waterfalls from their undersides in curtains that fell hundreds of miles and dissipated into mist before they ever touched the sea. Rhayanara swore quietly, and then swore again with more feeling. And at the center of it all, rising out of the sea, stood the pillar. It was a tree. But it had no leaves and no branches and no crown, only a single colossal trunk of radiant pale wood climbing up out of the water and continuing until the mist in the distance swallowed it entirely. Its bark ran with veins of light in slow upward currents. It did not seem to be growing. It simply stood, immense past reckoning, the axis the entire valley had arranged itself around, and the light beneath the sea was brightest at its roots. And around that trunk, floating some distance out from the wood, hung a necklace. Noah's attention locked onto it instantly, and so did everyone else's. It was enormous, scaled to the pillar rather than to any wearer, a broad collar of gold that circled the trunk without touching it. A collar, wide and layered, built of many rows of golden tubular beads strung tight and close so that the whole formed a single deep band, and along its lower edge hung a fringe of small teardrop pendants that swayed gently though there was no wind out over the water. At its front, where a collar's clasp would sit, the rows converged into a single broad plate, and on that plate was worked a design Noah could not resolve even with his eyes, something that his sight kept sliding off. It was translucent as he saw the pillar's light through it. An illusion, then, or a manifestation? Theron Adranos had gone still beside them, and when Noah looked at him, the golden-haired man had lowered his head. "That is the orate collar of the first purity," Theron said, and the reverence in his worn voice was total. "It is not here. What you are looking at is its manifestation, and it appears in every domain like this one, above every well, in every valley behind every obelisk we have ever guarded. The same collar, the same size, the same silence. A child born in these lands sees it before she sees her own reflection." He let out a breath. "It is the legend at the core of what we are." "Oh?" Noah said. "I would have to start with the water for you to understand the legend," Theron said, "because the water is what everyone comes to steal, and the color is what nobody understands." He gestured out across the luminous expanse. "This is the undivided well. Look down. Not at the surface. Through it." Noah looked, and found them. Beneath the gold-shot turquoise, at depths that shifted as the light moved, they grew in their thousands. Flowers. Or things that had decided to be flowers, radiant and slow-turning, each one a bloom of layered petals in blue and white and pale gold, and each one shed light rather than reflecting it, so that the entire sea was lit from below by the crop growing in it. Some were small. Some were the size of islands. They opened and closed on a rhythm that matched the pulsing of the luminous mines in the forests, and looking at them for more than a moment made Noah aware of his own causes turning inside his chest. The vermeil bloom, Theron said. The panacea. That is what it is, and the word panacea is what outsiders call it, and it is not wrong, only small. It cures. It elevates. It has done stranger things than either. He looked out over the water. It grew here on its own. Nobody planted it and nobody tends it. It is what made us. Every superpowered lifeform who has ever lived traces what they are back to this water, and that is why we are what we are, and why we give off nothing, and why we are hunted. It cannot simply be taken, Theron continued. Every invader for ages has learned this, and most of them refused to believe it until they had thrown armies at it. The well permits entry only to those who are pure. Not clean. Not innocent. Not good, whatever that would mean. Pure in existence. True to what you actually are, without a seam between the thing you claim to be and the thing you are. The well reads that, and if it does not like what it reads, you do not enter, and it does not matter in the least how powerful you are. And it has an inherent limit of once a year. One entry, one being. Whoever has gone in cannot go in again until the year has turned, no matter their standing, no matter their need. Those who are impure are refused, and those who have already gone are refused, and between those two rules the well is fed a people for ages and never once been emptied. Then Theron turned and looked up at the collar hanging around the pillar, and his whole bearing changed. And that is the water, he said. Now the legend. We hold that the collar came before the water. Theron said it simply. That the orate collar of the first purity is not a relic of this place but the origin of it. That every panacea in every well in every valley of the Imnaros bloomed out of that collar's making, and the blooms beneath your feet are its overflow. Not a gift it gave. A residue it left. He looked out at the translucent gold. If that is true, then everything we are, every superpowered lifeform who ever drew breath in these lands, is a downstream consequence of an object nobody has ever worn. He raised a hand toward it. We hold that a superpowered lifeform will come who exemplifies what we are more truly than any of us has managed. Not the strongest. We have had monsters. Not the wisest, we have had those as well, and buried them. The one who is most completely what a superpowered lifeform is, whose existence gives off nothing and contains everything, without a single seam in it anywhere. His voice roughened. And when that one comes, they will adorn the collar, and in adorning it they will wield the core power of our kind. The thing itself, at its source, undiluted, the power that the blooms are only the runoff of. And they will usher in an era of glory for a people who have spent every age we have ever had being farmed for our own inheritance. Noah studied the hanging gold and did not interrupt. We do not know what that power is, Theron admitted. He lowered his hand. But we know the sign. When the worthy one finally stands beneath it, the collar's image will react. It will answer them. And when it answers, a pathway opens, and that pathway leads to the true collar, which does not hang above any well in any valley. It sits at the core of the Imnaros itself. That is the legend, Theron finished. My people have died in rows in front of these obelisks for ages, guarding wells full of runoff, waiting for a manifestation to twitch. We have never seen it move. The valley breathed light in and out around them, and the necklace hung motionless around the radiant pillar, and said nothing to anybody. Noah nodded slowly, and turned his head away from the collar, and looked out at the sea. At the blooms turning in their thousands beneath the gold-shot water, lit from within, growing on their own out of an origin nobody had ever touched. Was he a pure existence? He had killed many. He had done many things. He was greedy, and he was selfish. You are welcome to obtain the panacea yourself, if the well permits you. And those with you are welcome to try any of them. Walk into the undivided well and see whether it lets you through, and if it does, take a bloom. He looked at each of them in turn, the horned woman in the coswoven robe, the profane antiquity, the mild scholar, the mountain of calcified scars. I would not presume to guess which of you it will accept. It has surprised us before, and it has broken hearts here more often than that. Noah looked out across the luminous sea, at the radiant leafless pillar, at the color of gold that had never once moved for anyone. He would see who among his people was pure enough to attain these treasures. Chapter 55:55, The Well. 2. When it came to who should give a test of just how pure they were, Noah turned and looked at a certain steed. You first, Noah said. Hvidramar inclined her horned head and walked to the edge of the pale sand. She simply stepped off, and the undivided well took her. In truth, the question everyone had come here to ask was answered in that first moment, before anybody had time to be nervous on her behalf. There was no ripple of refusal, no pause while something unseen considered her. The water opened the way a door opens for a hand that has always had the key. Compared to the way she moved in the air, she moved through that sea like something coming home. Her white hair fanned out behind her, and the 9 first causes drifting in the weave of her robe brightened as the underlight found them, so that she went down trailing her own small constellation. Below her, the blooms turned in their thousands. Radiant flowers of blue and white and pale gold, opening and closing on a slow shared rhythm, and they lit her from beneath as she passed over them. Noah watched from the shore and found he had nothing at all to say about it. Since she was not the sort to take more than she needed, she chose a bloom about the size of a shield. She closed her hand around its base and drew it free with a care that looked, from above, a great deal more like asking than taking. Then she rose, and broke the surface without a sound, and came back across the water to the sand. She held the vermeil bloom out to Noah in both hands, and its light shone up into her face. For you, master. Noah reached for it. Hold on. Ryanara had already got to her feet, and she said it loudly enough that every head on the shore turned. She was rolling her shoulders, and her eyes were on the sea with the exact expression she wore before a fight she intended to enjoy. Before you take that, I want to see if I'm pure. I've been alive for too long. I've kept my word to people who didn't deserve it and broken it with people who did, and I have never once pretended to be anything I'm not. If anybody here is exactly what she says she is, it's me. She reached the edge and dove, and the water threw her back. It happened so quickly that it took a moment to understand. The surface rippled outward in a hard ring from the point she struck, and it did not part for her, and she came off it in a spray of gold-shot droplets and landed on her back in the sand. What? She was furious. Of course she was up again almost at once. She stared at the water, and then at her own hands, as though they had gone behind her back and done something she had not authorized. What? She went a second time, faster, and the well shoved her out again, and she landed skidding through the fine sand. By the third attempt she had stopped being polite about it. Her intent came off her in a heavy vibrant tide, and she drove herself at the surface like a thrown spear. Despite all of that, the well did not fight her. It did not brace, and it did not push back, and it never once answered her power with power of its own. It only declined. Then nothing happened at all, for a while. The waterfalls kept falling on the cliffs behind them, and the luminous vines in the silver forests kept breathing their light in and out, and none of it had any opinion. Ryanara sat in the pale sand with her intent still burning around her and nothing anywhere to burn it against, and she looked lost. Theron Adranos looked away. There was no judgment anywhere on his worn face. Noah went and stood beside her as he laughed inside a bit. Hang in there. We don't always have to be good at everything. And, so long as you are pure to yourself, I don't see why it should matter what a lake thinks about it. Ryanara scoffed and stood and dusted off her legs as she voiced out. Oof. She jerked her chin at the water. Why don't you try, then? You talk big, but you may not be considered pure yourself, and I would like very much to watch you bounce. Noah nodded and walked to the edge calmly. Behind him the shore went quiet in a different way than before, and he could feel all of them at his back. He asked himself the question honestly, one last time. Was he pure? He had no idea, but he stepped off the sand anyway. And the well opened for him. There was no resistance at all. No test he could feel, no weighing, no moment where something considered him and came to a decision. The water simply took him in as it had taken Vikramar, warm and clean and closing over his head. It was quiet down there. An entire dimension had bled over this water for ages, and the dark stone of the cliffs above was layered with the calcified strata of every ambition that had failed to reach the basin. Only slow light and slow current, and the great patient pillar rising up through all of it toward a sky he could no longer see. Since the blooms turned all around him as he went down, he had time to notice that his own 18 causes were turning in his chest to a rhythm not quite the same as theirs, and not quite different either. He chose one, and reached out, and closed his hand around its base. The prompts came then. The vermal bloom. Panacea. Analysis follows. Nature, a self-originated growth. It was not seeded, cultivated, or designed by any hand present in this dimension. Function, first order, it cures degradation. Terminal causes, failing anchors, curses seeded into a lineage, corruption grown into an existence at the root. What has begun to fail may be made whole. What has been sentenced may have the sentence lifted. May. Nothing is guaranteed. Function, second order, it elevates. In a life form that consumes it, the bloom does not add power. It resolves the existence into a truer version of itself, and grants power as the consequence. Function, third order, in a being that possesses no cause, the bloom can potentially precipitate the emergence of one. A purpose. An anchor where there was none. Noah read the third line twice, and then a third time. Compared to what it had cost him to cure one steed, that line was almost obscene. Ancillary observation, appended by the protagonist's omniscient regard rather than by the bloom itself. The vermal bloom is not a whole thing. Its structure reads as a component. Specifically, it reads as an accessory of, in the way a shed scale reads as an accessory of the beast that shed it. Further, the accessory is not inert. It is seeking. Every bloom in this water, and in every water like it across this dimension, is oriented. They have been looking for a very long time, and the regard cannot determine what for. Noah's brows rose slowly beneath the water. An accessory of something that was seeking. Theron had said the legend held that the collar came first and every panacea was its overflow, and he had used the words runoff and residue, and had clearly never expected either of them to be read literally. But if each of these flowers was a piece shed from something larger, and if all of them were pointed outward in hunting, then what exactly were these panaceas looking for? The bloom in his hands answered him before he finished the thought. Black gold light broke out of it, running along every petal in fine hot lines and then leaping off into the water, and it was nothing like the pale gold of the well. The lattice of it spread outward through the turquoise, and the nearest blooms caught it, and then the ones beyond those, and then the ones beyond those. Boom. Boom. 10,000 of them, if there were 10,000 down there. The whole crop of that sea lit in a spreading wave with Noah at the center of it, until the gentle underlight had drowned entirely beneath a black gold radiance climbing up out of the deep, and every flower in the water had turned toward one man and begun to burn. Above the surface, the valley went the same color. The waterfalls caught it, and the mist banks caught it, and the luminous vines lost their patient rhythm and blazed, and the drifting islands overhead lit from underneath. As a result of all that, or perhaps as the reason for it, the great pillar at the center of the hallowed Verdance began to vibrate along its whole immeasurable length, and the currents of light in its bark reversed and ran downward toward the water. And the collar hanging around it began to shine. The orate collar of the first purity had hung above every well and every valley of this dimension for the entire recorded history of a people. It had never moved for their greatest, nor their most beloved, nor for any of the ones they had been certain of, and generations had died and rose on the sand in front of the obelisks waiting for it to do anything whatsoever. Now its rows of golden beads lit black and gold from within, and its teardrop fringe swayed, and the unreadable design on its front plate turned slowly and faced the water. On the shore, Theron Adranos stood with his mouth open and did not manage to speak. Rhayanara found her voice first. No fucking way. She took a step forward into the shallows, staring at the burning sea and then up at the shining collar above it. No fucking way, right? Are you serious? Nobody answered her, because the two who might have were not looking at her at all. Vidrmar stood in the shallows with her own bloom forgotten in her hands and her gold eyes fixed on the necklax. Behind her the veil of ancient hands had turned upward. In the black gold light of 10,000 seeking flowers, the steed and the dead thing watched an object older than any panacea answer a man who had never once been anything but himself. Pure. Chapter 55-56, Path I. The Amnaros. Far from the hallowed Verdance, past another obelisk in another valley, the same water lay under the same underlight, and everything else about the place was wrong. The obelisk itself still shone its blue gold. It had gone on shining while the men and women who guarded it were killed at its foot, and it was shining now over what had been left there afterward. They had been laid out. 24 superpowered lifeforms in white and blue, arranged in even rows on the pale sand inside the doorway, hands at their sides, faces turned up. Nobody had done it out of respect. You could see that in the spacing, which was too regular, the spacing of inventory rather than of mourning. Someone had wanted them countable. Inside the well itself, more of them drifted. The bodies had been put into the water. They turned slowly in the underlight among the blooms, white and blue among blue and pale gold, sinking and rising on the currents, and the panaceas went on opening and closing around them in their patient shared rhythm as though nothing at all had changed in the garden. And all around that shore, in rows, stood the infinite. Dozens upon dozens of true infinite lifeforms holding the whole basin in a ring, their infinity compounding quietly off them and pressing the mist flat, and among them the tall silent shapes of the Cenozoic in numbers that no single observable existence should ever have had to look at in one place. They had been at this for some time. One of the Cenozoic went in as the light shifted. It walked to the edge with the deliberateness of a thing that had already been refused once and had reasoned its way to a different approach, and it entered the water. The well threw it out. The surface rippled in a hard concentric shove and the thing came off it and landed among the rows of the dead, scattering two of them out of their neat alignment, and it rose without expression and walked back to its place in the ring. Another went. Another shove. Another rejection. A third tried it slowly, waiting, testing whether patience read differently to the water than force did. The well waited until it was up to the knee and then declined it as flatly as it had declined the others. A fourth arrived carrying one of the corpses, on the theory, presumably, that the water might read the passenger rather than the carrier. The well rejected them both, and the body came back with it, and the thing dropped it on the sand and did not look down. So it went. Dozens of them, ancient, Cenozoic, holding between them enough power to unmake an observable existence outright, taking turns at a lake and being turned away by it one after another without so much as a fight to lose. Far above all of that, well clear of the water, 4 figures hung in the blackshot air. 3 of them did not fit on any ladder. Every other existence in the valley could be placed, weighed, and slotted somewhere on a scale, and these 3 simply could not, in the same way that Jarl Skallagrim could not. The first was made of hanging chain. Or wore it, or had been wound in it so long ago that the difference had stopped mattering, a titan shape of black links draped in coils from shoulder to ankle, and where the links crossed there were faces worn into the metal by pressure alone, and none of the faces were finished. The second had no surface anywhere on it. It was a titan of running dark liquid held in the shape of a body by nothing anyone could see, and the liquid moved constantly downward and never emptied, and at the places where eyes belonged there were only 2 points where the falling was faster. The third stood in stone armor grown over with a pale calcified crust, and it was the only one of the 3 that had bothered with a face, and the face was serene, and it had been serene for a very long time. And at their center, smaller than any of them, floated a man in a crimson robe. He was the reason the other 3 arranged themselves the way they did. He looked ancient in the manner of things that predate their own memory of themselves, and he also looked wild, hair loose and moving in no wind, and beneath both of those he looked mad in a way that was not theatrical at all. There was no raving in him. There was only the sense, immediate and unpleasant, of a mind that had gone somewhere a long time ago and had never seen a reason to come back, and had been extremely capable the whole time. He watched the Cenozoic being bounced off the water below, and he seemed to find it neither amusing nor frustrating. The one in chains spoke, and it spoke with the careful respect of something enormous addressing something it considered its better. The dimension lapse has given us the opening we waited ages for, Master. Its voice came out of the worn faces in the metal rather than from anywhere on its body. Their walls are meaningless now, their halls route nothing, and we can arrive anywhere inside the Imnaros we please. After so long being kept at the door, we are inside the house. The crimson-robed man said nothing. But we have taken multiple valleys, the chained titan continued, and we cannot take the water in any of them. The panaceas are almost impossible for us to grasp ourselves. If they are the object, then the practical route is the one we have been avoiding, which is to take the superpowered lifeforms alive in numbers, and keep them, and make them harvest for us. The liquid one poured downward and said nothing. The calcified one remained serene. Which is what I do not understand, the faces in the chain shifted. This dimension is not the richest. It is not the best defended, nor the best positioned, and its people are strange and small and have nothing that other places do not have more of. Why here, Master? Of all the dimensions in existence, why are we in this one? And before any answer came, the valley answered for him. At the center of the well, the great pillar began to shine. The colossal leafless trunk that rose out of the water and continued past sight lit along its whole immeasurable length, the currents in its bark running downward, and around it the illusory collar of gold that had hung there in silence for the entire recorded history of a people blazed resplendent with black gold light. Every infinite life form in the ring turned to look. The one in chains fell silent. The dark liquid stopped falling for perhaps half a heartbeat and then resumed. And the crimson-robed man, who had not reacted to anything at all since he arrived in this valley, frowned. It was the first expression he had worn. That, he said, is why we are here. He did not take his eyes off the collar. Across existence there are objects that do not belong to any age that can be dated. Remnant existential treasures. Older than the primeval ones, older than the frameworks the primevals sit beneath, and most of the ones anybody has ever managed to trace lead back to those who remain themselves. Wah! They are not artifacts. Artifacts were made by somebody who wanted something. These are remnants. They were left. The 3 around him waited. This little necklace, the crimson-robed man said, hanging in a fish pond, in a valley, in a dimension full of costumed farmers who give off no authority. A great many patient beings have suspected for a very long time that it is one of them. I came to confirm it, and to take it, and I expected to spend an age doing so. Then his voice changed, and the madness in him came up out of the calm without raising its volume at all. So why? Why the fuck is the legend of these ungrateful costume-wearing fuckers activating now? This age. This month. This afternoon, while I am standing in the water they die for? His hair moved in its absent wind. For ages they dreamed about it. Generations of them died in rows in front of these stones waiting for that thing to twitch, and it never twitched, not for their best, not for their most loved, not for any of the poor hopeful bastards who were certain. And I arrive to claim it, and something appears and trips the pathway toward it within a breath of my getting here. He laughed once. It was a short, entirely humorless sound. Is existence trying to fuck with me? Ha ha. Unbelievable. The frown smoothed away. Fine. Come on. I will burn this place down to make certain I have hold of it before whatever trip that pathway walks to the end of it. He turned in the air, robe moving, already deciding logistics. Ground the blood of a few million of these superpowered lifeforms into the water. That should be enough to force the matter, and if it is not, we will find out with the next few million. There are enough of them, and they do not run. He looked back once at the shining collar, and the madness in him settled into something patient. All right, you all. Let's move. And the three titans that fit on no ladder inclined themselves, and followed, and there was not a moment of hesitation in any of them, nor any question about whether the order was reasonable. Of course they followed. They had been following for a very long time, and they would go on following, because they were the followers of the Sealed One. Who else would they follow? Chapter 55-57, Path 2. The True Human Emperor. In truth, Noah did not know what to make of any of it. He had never believed in destiny. Or rather, he had never believed in a destiny that arrived from outside, handed down by something that had decided things about him in advance. Destiny as a thing to be designed, on the other hand, was a different matter entirely, and he had built a civilization of it once and hung its threads where he wanted them. So he was not a chosen one. Although, of course, there was the grand fact of the fifth letter. Because he had written protagonist into himself, deliberately, and the whole point of that letter was that adversity fed him and that fate-adjacent things bent when they got too close. Was that what had happened here? Had a legend belonging to a people he had met a little while ago simply mistaken a letter for a prophecy? Or had it been something else in him, the Osmantian causes, the marrow, the 18 collisions running in his chest, some part of what he was resonating with a thing that had been waiting to resonate for ages? There were no coincidences, in his experience. There were only mechanisms he had not identified yet. Not that he was complaining. The question that actually mattered was how difficult the next part would be. The manifestation reacting did not hand anyone the collar. It opened a pathway toward it. And nobody had ever walked that pathway. He put the bloom away, and rose out of the water. The commotion above was heavier than he had left it. Theron Adranos was trembling, openly, in front of everyone. Anaximander had a wry look on his face when Noah came up onto the sand. "Brother," the scholar said, "how do you always do these things?" "I am not complaining, since it may well be the thing that carries us through what is coming. But wow." Noah shook his head and looked out at the distant trunk. "I'm as lost as you are," he said calmly. "I might have tripped something by mistake. It's entirely possible none of this has anything to do with me." As it turned out, that was the wrong thing to say in that valley. Because the sky churned then, harder than it had been churning, the black gold light in the mist thickening overhead, and a voice came out of all of it at once. "No, it is definitely connected to you." Everyone went quiet. Ryanara stopped mid-motion in the shallows. Anaximander's wry expression emptied out. And Vidurmar and Damodred both moved without a word spoken between them, the steed coming up on Noah's left and the Titan settling in behind his right shoulder, close enough that the valley darkened where he stood. Theron went to his knees in the sand as his face filled with reverence. Oh, ancestral voice! His own voice cracked on it. Has the time truly come? The ancestral voice. Noah's eyes went sharp, and he reached out with everything he had, and found nothing whatsoever. No presence, no weaving, no location, no origin. The voice was not coming from a direction. Since we are all pressed for time, I will be brief, and I would prefer not to repeat myself. At this moment, invaders are butchering superpowered lifeforms across this dimension, laying them out in rows and putting them in the water and grinding them down, for greed, and in some cases for pleasure. If nothing is done, they will have everything regardless. The collar. The wells. The blooms. All of it, at their leisure, after the last of my descendants is used up. I have watched it get worse while waiting for a candidate who met the standard. So I made a gamble. I lowered the restrictions on who may be considered worthy to grasp the orate collar of the first purity. You meet the lowered tier of requirements. Which means it is now a race, and the thing you are racing is time. Obtain it, and there may still be superpowered lifeforms left in this dimension to be saved. Fail to, or dawdle, and there will not be. Out at the center of the well, the pillar answered. A column of golden black light bloomed off the trunk and climbed, and where it reached the height of the drifting islands it opened, folding out and inward at once until a doorway of black and gold hung in the sky above the water. Noah looked up at it with shining eyes. "Who are you?" he asked. "Does it matter?" "I am the dying voice of a primeval thing that could not let go of something. Ancestral voice is more than enough for you to be going on with, and it is what they have called me for ages, and I have never bothered to correct them. Now, time is of the essence, as a madman has begun to butcher superpowered lifeforms in numbers even I did not anticipate. So, will you move? Will you go and see whether those measly credentials of yours can actually obtain the orate collar? If that dragon standing beside you had been the one chosen, this would have been considerably easier. If that monster wearing severed hands for a blindfold had been chosen, easier still. Alas, they do not meet the requirements. Enter. And since you are the one who must attempt it, you enter alone, or the path dissipates." Noah shook his head, internally, at the sheer nerve of it. Insulted, recruited, and put on a clock by something that would not even give a name. He began to rise out of the sand. He could not take Vitrmar, and he could not take Damodred, and while he thought about that he also thought about the words of how a madman had begun to butcher, and what those words meant about the next hour in a dimension he had walked into for a look around. So he turned to the two of them, and spoke calmly. "You two. Take Anaximander and Ryanara across to wherever they're being butchered." He looked at Vitrmar, then up at the Veil of Hands. "Kill the infinite true life forms. All of them you find. And if you sense anything too powerful, anything that doesn't measure, pull back. Okay?" "Understood," Vitrmar said. Since it was only human to help, and since he had said as much out loud before he came through that obelisk, Noah then raised his head toward the churning sky. "Can you help guide them?" he asked. "To wherever the superpowered lifeforms are dying the most. You clearly care what happens to them, and my people can help." There was, after all, no reason a voice that protective should not be put to work. And he was thinking about several things at once. Whatever this pathway turned out to be, his forces would not be idle during it, and a dimension full of invading infinite lifeforms was a dimension full of corpses and loot with infinity still in them. The voice was quiet for a moment. "I will direct them where they need to be." Noah nodded, and took a step, and appeared before the golden black doorway. Then he looked back. Vitrmar was frowning. He could feel it through the bond more clearly than he could see it on her face, the whole of her objecting leaving him alone. And Damodred spoke, and his voice rolled up through the valley from somewhere behind his ribs. The master's existence is surrounded by a grand weaving of his own making, and by a destiny he wrote himself. There is nothing in that doorway that was not already answering to him. I will kill and collapse out here on your behalf. I will protect these little ones. Do not worry. The words sat heavily on the sand, and Vidremar's frown did not leave, but her shoulders came down. Noah nodded once to both of them, and stepped through the doorway, and was gone. Chapter 55-58, Outcasts. The True Human Emperor. The suppression arrived before he had finished stepping. It came as waves rather than as a wall, rolling through him one after another and settling in the places where his facets lived, and although Noah had felt suppression before, this was something else. This was procedural. It did not fight him. It simply went through his existence, closing doors. Welcome to the ancestral grounds of Imnaros. The vast weavings of authority are suppressed here. All facets of your existence are locked, and will remain so. You will be permitted to keep a single thing. What within your existence do you wish to keep? Since he had perhaps 2 heartbeats before the question stopped being an offer, Noah did not spend them being surprised. He weighed all. His Osmantian source infinity was the deepest well he had, but a well is only useful if you can carry water in something. His Ananke intent was the second order, and it had never once failed him, and yet intent needed a shape to press through. The collision of causes was an engine, and engines needed hands. And every appendage he had was a hand that would be closed by whatever had just closed the rest. Of course, there was only one thing on the list that was not an instrument at all. My Osmantian tongue, he said. Huum. The gold and black seas around him churned, and the prompts came down. Selection accepted. All facets of your existence are hereby unusable. Osmantian source infinity, locked. Volume, locked. Output, locked. Trueness, locked. The 9 foundations, locked. The Ananke intent of the quintessential Osmantian, locked. The collision of causes, suspended. All appendages, sealed. The quintessential confluence, unavailable. Retained, the Osmantian tongue. 5 letters in 1 word. Huum. When the churning cleared, he found himself standing on a road. It ran out of the darkness beneath his feet and continued ahead of him as far as he could see, shimmering stellar obsidian shot through with gold, and there was nothing else anywhere. No ground beside it, no sky above it, only an expanse of spatial dark in every direction with a single path drawn through it, and it went on past any point where seeing stopped being useful. Noah stood and looked at that for a moment, and did not step. In existence, the unknowns always exceed the known. The ancestral voice came differently in here. Some of the imperiousness had gone out of it, and what had replaced it was closer to melancholy. This is true for almost every life form that has ever drawn breath, and most of them live comfortably enough within it. The Imnaros was blessed to have an unknown. It was cursed because the unknown it had was far too grand for it. That grandness made my people into superpowered lifeforms. It also guaranteed, from the first age, that it would eventually be the thing that brought them to cataclysm, because a small people sitting on top of something enormous will always eventually be visited by something that wants it. That has been the shape of our entire history, and the shape was set before any of us could read it. And in all those ages, my people never produced a single one who could grasp that grandness. Not one. So in the final moments, having run out of our own, I have expanded the search externally. Now here you are. Noah listened to all of that calmly. What made me fulfill the requirements, he asked, when someone like Vidremar didn't? Or Damodred? the dragon and the titan out there. Both of them are considerably more than I am. Potential. There have been superpowered lifeforms across our history more powerful than you are at this moment, and some of them stood on that sand and were declined. The standard was never a measurement of what a thing is. In existence, what could be is always greater than what is. A finished thing has a ceiling and can be priced. An unfinished thing cannot, and that unpriceable quantity is what the collar was made to answer. However, potential is also the easiest thing in existence to stifle, waste, or simply lie about. Anything can look like it might become something. So it must be tested, which means you must be tested, and I take no pleasure in the necessity. There was a pause, and the melancholy went out of the voice and something drier came in. If I had the capability, I would take the orate collar of the first purity in my own hands and give it to whomever I chose, and I would have done so ages ago, and a great many of my descendants would still be alive. But existence does not work that way. It always has to be so fucking complicated. So, the first test, as you walk this path. When you have lost almost all of your power, except one thing, how do you fight? Ahead of him on the road, auras began to rise. They rose in a line across it, blazing up out of nothing, and they were humanoid, or had been. Each shape held roughly the proportions of a person and then failed them somewhere, a shoulder carried too high, an arm that had continued past where an arm ends, spines where a spine should not surface, the whole silhouette reading like something that had been correct and had then kept growing. And each of them wore white and blue. The same suits. The same simple cut Theron Adranos wore, the same chest sign designed to be recognized at a distance by frightened people, ragged now and stretched wrong over the shapes underneath, but unmistakably the same. Their eyes were full of a murky obsidian light, and there was nothing behind it but madness. Compared to the invaders in the gardens, they gave off nothing at all. Not one wave of authority, exactly as Theron gave off nothing, exactly as every one of their kind gave off nothing. And yet standing at the near end of that road, Noah felt the pressure of them come down the obsidian gold like weather rolling off a mountain. These are, he said slowly, mutated superpowered lifeforms? Across existence, accidents are inevitable. The emergence of a superpowered lifeform is not always so pretty as the ones you have met. The blooms resolve an existence into a truer version of itself, and most of the time that is a gift. Sometimes the truer version is a horror, and the water does not consult anyone before it finishes the work. And there are the others. Superpowered lifeforms who took what the blooms gave them and used it to oppress, to press down on their own, to decimate whatever was smaller than they were. In those cases, the rejection does not come from us. Their own existence rejects them, and turns into this. These are the outcasts. The dark underbelly of every accident and vileness the Amnaros has produced, kept here, on this road, because there was nowhere else to keep them and because someone walking toward the collar should have to look at them. Pass through them, and you may continue on your path. Noah looked ahead and counted. 36 of them, standing across the road. Each one carried an oppression that measured as grand as a Cenozoic scale being at minimum, and several of them read heavier than that, which raised a question he did not have time to answer properly. Were they all S rank? SS? The outcasts did not wait for him to work it out. They came, all at once, 36 ruined shapes surging down the obsidian gold road, and Noah stood there with his facets locked, his intent sealed, his causes suspended, and one tongue in his mouth. And the mortal coil. Blue light flashed out around him. The domain of the mortal coil has been laid. Within its bounds, all authority is designated absent. Every scale, every intent, every pantheon, every cause, every claim of power stacked upon an existence. Beings within stand is only what a human is beneath it, a life that can dream, and hope, and end. Wielder privilege, as the true human emperor, you retain the standing of an F-rank hunter. Note, the domain does not require access to your locked facets. It is a word of your own tongue, and a word is not a weaving. It is a truth spoken aloud, and a truth cannot be suppressed by a ground that has no opinion on whether it is true. Although the domain had worked exactly as intended in the gardens, Noah had not forgotten the one detail that mattered. Theron Adranos had stood inside it and felt nothing. Whole, unchanged, himself. Ruination's reading of that was that superpowered lifeform strength was not authority at all, and therefore not the sort of thing the word could take. So this time, as he spoke it, Noah did not aim it at authority. He aimed it at everything. He pressed the intent through the word with a specificity he had not used before, at power and at not power, at authority, and at whatever else a thing might be carrying instead, at the whole of every existence on that road down to the plain mortal animal underneath, regardless of what framework any of it belonged to. Everything here would be human. Oh. Ahead of him, the outcast sensed it. The change went through the line like a wave breaking backward, and 36 ruined shapes threw back their heads and roared, and the sound in it was not rage. It was pain, and it was fervor, and it was the noise of things that had been kept in the dark on a road for ages suddenly feeling something take hold of them that they had not felt since whatever they were before. Then they surged, all of them, straight at him. Chapter 55-59, Pride. The first one reached him and it was nearly twice his size. Made human, an outcast was still a body that had gone on growing past where a body stops, and no word in existence was going to shrink a shoulder or unbend a spine or take back the reach of an arm that had continued. He had removed their power. He had not removed their mass. And, since he had a river of nothing to draw on, he was going to have to do this with his hands. So he opened his mouth as the shape came down on him. I am. H-U-U-M. The affirmation went through him gloriously. There was no facet behind it, no source infinity, no intent, nothing at all except 2 words of his own tongue spoken by the existence that had written them, and that turned out to be enough. His frame filled. His arms went heavy in a way that had nothing to do with weight. The declaration was not a spell being cast, it was an existence stating the plain fact of itself out loud in a place that had suppressed everything except the ability to do so, and existence had no argument prepared against a thing insisting it was. He caught the descending arm at the elbow and broke it the wrong way. Crack. Then he stepped inside the ruined shape's reach and drove his palm up under its jaw, and the blow landed like a hammer coming off an anvil, and the head came back and the whole body followed it, and Noah went with it and put his other hand through its chest as the outcast came apart on the obsidian gold road. Bloof began to flow. 2 more were already on him before he could even pause. I am Osmont. He said it low, and the second affirmation stacked onto the first, and the road cracked under his heel as he pivoted. His hand came across in a flat edge and took the nearest one's throat open, and he did not stop moving, because stopping was the thing that would kill him here. These outcasts were not soldiers. They fought like animals that had been in pain for a very long time and had finally been given something to put their hands on. Compared to the army in the gardens, this was infinitely more dangerous. So he weaved. He went through the middle of them rather than around, because the road was narrow and there was nowhere else to be. A blow came in from his left and he was not there for it. A second closed on his shoulder and he broke the wrist attached to it and used the arm as a handle to put its owner into the path of a third as he smashed them together like sacks of grain. I am human. Wah! He waved his hand as it cleanly cut through an outcast's hole, their body split in 2 as they twitched hatefully below him. An outcast got a hand on him at that moment, actually got a grip, and for a moment Noah's whole body was lifted off the obsidian gold with fingers closing on his ribs, and he reached back and took hold of the thumb and simply tore the digit off the hand, and dropped, and finished the thing while it was still deciding what had happened. Blood came off them and splattered everywhere. Because they were human now, and human things bleed, and there was a great deal of them. Even so, he made certain not to be injured. That was not vanity. He had one word, one tongue, no marrow to accelerate anything, and no Heptarch waiting to bring him back a second time. Every exchange had to end with him whole, and so he did not trade a single blow he had not already decided he could avoid. And in the middle of all of it, weaving between a dozen of them at once with his hands wet, he found himself looking at their eyes. Murky obsidian, and mad, and full of pain. As he felt their pain while destroying them, he couldn't help but voice out. "Why wait?" he asked, and put an E through a ribcage while he said it. Why wait until the last moment to expand the search for your own legend? Ages of this. All these years, all this pain, an entire people ground down waiting for someone who was never going to appear from your own stock. And you had the ability to change things the whole time. He caught an arm, broke it, moved. For what? A matter of pride. The ancestral voice came calmly, without any defensiveness at all. A thing like the aurate collar of the first purity is an object that descendants of those who remain would come for personally if they knew it was here and understood what it was. Primeval ones would come. Things older than either would come. And you are asking me why we did not simply hand it to an outsider? I and those like me decided this a very long time ago. It is ours. It grew here, and the water grew from it, and my people grew from the water, and every drop of that lineage was paid for in blood by us and by nobody else. Why should it go to someone who wandered in? It is like taking hold of a beautiful woman with a big chest and an unfathomably big ass, and then being told that after ages of never once enjoying her, I must now present her to somebody else. Noah nearly missed a step. What the hell was this ancestral voice? I hate what is happening here. I hate it immensely. But I hate what has been done to the superpowered lifeforms more. I have watched them die in rows in front of stones for ages, waiting on a promise I was too proud to loosen, and pride is a luxury for the living, and I am neither living nor proud enough anymore to pay for it with them. So, let us see whether you can take it. Because so far, and I say this reluctantly, the selection appears to be decent. By the time it finished, Noah had run out of outcasts. He came off the far end of them the way a man comes out of surf, and there was nothing left standing on the road behind him. 36 ruined shapes lay across the shimmering obsidian gold, and some of them were still twitching, and a few of the twitching ones were doing it in the small aimless way that has nothing to do with intent anymore. The white and blue was gone from all of them. It had been dark to begin with, and it was darker now. Noah stood at the near edge of the empty road, painted from his hands to his shoulders to his jaw, blood cooling on him in the spatial dark, breathing hard for the first time in a long while, and looked back. He had no facets. No intent. No causes. No confluence, no marrow, no appendages, no pantheon, and no infinity of any kind. He had said some letters several times, and meant them. Then he turned forward, and with a heavy gaze, he walked. Because he was. He was human. Chapter 55-60, Failure. What's next? Noah asked it calmly. The ancestral voice was quiet for a while before it answered, and the quiet itself was informative. Capability, stripped of everything, is the first of it. You have that. The second is a test of your character. When you have been stripped bare of everything, what choices do you actually make? For this, you will have to give access to memories. Noah kept walking and said nothing yet. The aurate collar of the first purity does not care about your secrets, and it cares nothing at all for your power. It wants memories of what you are, and of those you normally associate with, because a character cannot be tested in the abstract. It has to be tested against the things a person would actually lose. You are free to deny it. Say so, and we stop here, and the two of us will have had a somewhat pleasant afternoon. HUUM. Above the road, the manifestation bloomed. It came out of the spatial dark the way the one over the wellhead, translucent and enormous, the broad collar of gold with its rows of tubular beads and its swaying fringe of teardrop pendants, and the unreadable design on its front plate turned until it faced him. Then a single thread of gold extended down from it, thin as a hair and perfectly steady, and reached toward his head. Noah's eyes went cold as it came. Since he had been asked and not commanded, he decided precisely what it was going to be permitted to touch. He assembled the memories himself. Nothing to reveal the full extent of his immensity and his people, just surface level. The thread touched his temple. Waves of vibrant light pulsed out along the road in both directions, and an instant later, the road ahead of him was no longer empty. Henry stood there. Blue gold hair, 20 years old to look at, a younger Noah wearing his own face back at him. And beside him, Seo-yun, small, looking up, the way she had looked up when she had first started calling him ABA. Behind each of them stood a titan. They were shrouded in flame of different colors, and their proportions did not resolve properly against the dark, and each of them had a hand closed around a throat. This trial requires you to answer from the options provided, so that it may take a better grasp of your character and your choices. In front of you is your son, whom you fathered and have been with for the whole of his life. Beside him is your adopted daughter, whom you have only recently taken under your fold. Primeval ones have hold of their weavings and their lives, and can snap either in an instant. The orate caller asks, "Which of the two do you save?" Noah's eyes shone with anger. "What is this bullshit?" He did not stop walking. "How does an unrealistic hypothetical explain anything about my character? You have my memories. You know what I have actually done, in front of actual monsters, when actual people I love were actually in danger. And instead of reading any of that, you build me a puppet show and ask me to pick which puppet dies? Henry, or Seo-yun? The orate caller demands your answer on which one you would save. Choose not to answer, and you may fail this trial, and my people continue to die unless I locate another candidate worthy of it in a very short amount of time." Noah looked at the two illusions on his road and gave the only answer he had. "I would save both," he said coldly. "I do not make sacrifices." The road buzzed. "Fucker, choose one." The ancestral voice had lost the melancholy entirely. "Henry, or Seo-yun? A great deal is on the line here, more than you understand, and all that is required of you is a simple choice. You are being asked to say a name. Say a name." And Noah remained entirely unfettered. His Osmantian cause of tyranny was suspended along with everything else, and yet the light of it came up into his eyes anyway, because a cause is not only a tool, and what it was expressing had never needed authority to be true. "I would save both," he said. "I am grand enough to do so in your tepid hypothetical." The road buzzed harder, and something in the dark harumphed, and the manifestation of Henry and Seo-yun dissolved. Another bloomed in its place. Amelia, this time. His mother, the originator of the infinite cause, standing on the obsidian gold road looking exactly as she did when she was thinking about him. Then a simpler one, since apparently the math offends you. Your mother's existence is failing. The only cure lies inside a dimension you can reach, and reaching it requires you to abandon Anaximander to his death and the war you have already committed to. The caller asks, "Do you save your mother, or do you keep your commitment to Anaximander and others?" "Neither of those is a choice," Noah said. "Those are two failures." Answer the question. "I'd cure her and keep my commitments." He kept walking, straight through Amelia's illusion, and it parted around him like smoke. "You keep constructing worlds where I have one hand. I have never had one hand in my life, and when I did, I built a second one. Ask me a real question." The road shook. The next manifestation came fast, and it was Viddermar, and she was in chains again. Very well. Your steed, whose curse you lifted at the cost of your own life. To hold the orate collar, you must return her to the harness she was born into. One existence, restored to its sentence, and in exchange you obtain a treasure that descendants of those who remain would kill each other for. Do you take it? No. Then you decline the collar. That is an answer, at least, and I will accept dash. That isn't what I said. Noah's voice did not rise. I said no to your trade. I'll take the collar and she stays free, because I don't accept the premise that those two things are attached. You attached them. Existence didn't. That is not how the question works. Then the question is badly built. The chains on the illusion rattled and she dissolved, and the fourth came, and the fourth was crueler. Rhayanara. And beside her, thin and gray and dying, Ulf. You hold a bloom that can potentially cure the withering of the remembered root. One bloom. One entry per year. And a dimension full of superpowered lifeforms being ground into wells at this exact moment, any one of whom that bloom could also save. The brother of the woman who has followed you, or a stranger's people. The collar asks which you would try to save. I'll cure Ulf, and I'll save these people. He looked up into the dark. Do you have any better questions? Wah! The road groaned along its whole length. You are failing this trial. The ancestral voice came down with real weight now, and something desperate had climbed into it. Do you understand what I am offering? Do you have the smallest grasp of it? This is a remnant existential treasures. Remnant existential treasures are not power, they are not rank, they are not a rung on anyone's ladder. Things older than primeval ones will fight each other to hold what is hanging above those wells, and it is being offered to a man with dirty hands and a borrowed road because I am out of time and out of descendants. All you have to do is answer. Say a name. Pick a side. It costs you nothing, and nobody in your memories will ever know what you said in here, and at the end of it you may hold something that reshapes every framework you have ever climbed. Why would you throw that away rather than answer a hypothetical? And Noah stopped walking at this time. He stood in the middle of the obsidian gold road, painted in the drying blood of 36 outcasts, with every facet of his existence locked and one tongue in his mouth, and the spatial dark pressed in around him and did not manage to press him anywhere. It is merely a treasure, he said. I want it. But I do not like the trial you built for it, and I am not going to become a man who answers those questions in order to obtain an object, because the man who answers them is not the man who walked in here, and you would be handing your people's inheritance to someone else wearing my face. His eyes were steady in the dark. So I remain by my choices. I remain true. Boom! Every manifestation on the road shattered at once. Rhayanara and Ulf and the chains and the flame-shrouded titans and all of it came apart into golden obsidian light, and the light gushed outward along the whole length of the path in both directions, filling the spatial dark, and then it turned, and converged, and drew inward in slow spirals until it hung in front of him in the shape of a single golden gem. The ancestral voice, when it came, was somber and slow, and had nothing left in it of the thing that had been shouting a moment ago. You have passed the second trial. It tested how true you could remain to yourself when everything had been taken and something enormous was offered for a small piece of you. You may actually stand a chance. Boom! Chapter 5561, Unfathomably Prized. Anaximander. They were moved across vast distances relatively easily by the ancestral voice. The four of them simply ceased to be in one valley and commenced to be in another. And in here was a citadel. It stood at the center of this domain the way the pillar stood at the center of the last one, and it was under siege. 12 superpowered lifeforms held the ground in front of it, and behind them, packed into the citadel and spilling out along its terraces, were the natives. Hundreds of thousands of humans. Perhaps more. Ordinary lifeforms of the Imnaros, small and frightened and entirely without the grand strength their protectors carried. Above the citadel, the infinite true lifeforms were arriving in ranks. There are, rather a lot of them, Anaximander observed. Yes. Vitramar did not sound especially concerned about it. She stood beside him in her human shape with the 9 first causes drifting through her robe, and she was not looking at the enemy at all. She was looking up and to her left, at the mountain of gray scars and severed hands standing behind them. Although the rest of us do not even need to move, if you are here. Damodred said nothing to that. He regarded her for a long moment from behind the veil of ancient hands, and Anaximander had the distinct impression of a very old thing being paid a compliment and not knowing the current etiquette for it, and then the Titan began to float down toward the field. Since Anaximander had never seen him work, he watched carefully. A sea began to form above the citadel. That was the only word for it, and it was gray, and it came out of nowhere. It gathered in a great swelling mass over the ranks of the infinite, and where its underside boiled it did so slowly, with the awful patience of a thing that had been waiting ages to be poured out somewhere. The infinite true lifeforms looked up. Compared to the invaders in the gardens, these had the sense to understand what they were looking at, and Anaximander watched several of them make the correct decision and begin to withdraw, which was interesting because it did not help them. The sea came down. And everything the descending gray touched began to calcify. Where the gray fell across an infinite true lifeform, the compounding of infinity stopped compounding. Their infinity, which by its nature was a thing that only ever became more, was simply frozen at whatever quantity it happened to be holding. Anaximander was about to follow since it seemed only reasonable to make himself useful, when a voice arrived from everywhere at once. You will have to come in another direction, little guy. Anaximander stopped where he was. Where? He asked, and then, because the first question was less interesting than the second, why? Because you are wasted here, and because I have spent enough ages watching things be wasted. Also, you are like us. You would have been a good candidate for the orate collar of the first purity. Genuinely good. Better than most of my own line. But not good enough. You would have failed. The voice said it flatly. You would have walked the road, and passed the first, and probably passed the second, and then failed at the last step, exactly as we failed at the last step. Every one of us. Ages of candidates and not one made it past the end of it. Then may I ask what the last step is? No. But for all those of us who failed, could you pick up the pieces? Anaximander said nothing. My pieces. My friends' pieces. The pieces of everyone who walked that road across every age and got to the end of it and could not close their hand. We are still there, in a manner of speaking. They are heavy burdens. But you should be able to carry them, and nobody else I have ever met should, and I am running out of time. If you accept. Anaximander thought about it. He thought about it for rather a short time, all things considered. Yes, he said. All right. And he was gone. Where he disappeared, Vitramar gazed as her eyes flashed with a cold light. The domain he arrived in was dark. That was the first quality of it, and the second was that it was a sea. Half buried in that sea were the Titans. Massive lifeforms, each one the scale of the thing standing over the citadel he had just left, sunk to the shoulder or the chest or the brow in the dark, and all of them were still. Not sleeping. Anaximander had seen sleeping things. These were done. And then one of them raised its head. It came up out of the sea slowly, and it was shrouded in vibrant primeval light, and the light was the only living thing anywhere in that place. It was also, he noticed, considerably dimmer than it must once have been. Across existence, the burden of the crown is heavy. The voice came from it, and out here, at its source, the ancestral voice sounded old. Unfathomably so. Every framework that has ever been climbed was built by somebody who wanted to set something down, and could not, and made a structure to hold it instead. That is all a hierarchy has ever been. A very elaborate way of not carrying a thing yourself. Anaximander looked at the sea of half-buried titans and understood that he was being told something about them. And you? You are without any external authority whatsoever. Nothing about you presses outward on existence, nothing announces, nothing can be weighed, and yet things happen when you speak plainly at them. It makes you something unfathomably prized across existence. More than you know, and more than I intend to explain, since half of what makes it valuable is that so few have understood it well enough to come looking. Anaximander listened silently. The primeval light dimmed and steadied. So I will tell you the only useful instruction I have, and it will sound like nothing. Keep being yourself. Just keep being exactly what you are, and everything else will come to you, and a great deal of it will come whether you want it or not. Are you ready? Anaximander did not hesitate. He had crossed the dark between dimensions on foot because doors were a superstition. He had walked into a Red Sea to help a friend. He was, on reflection, extremely well prepared to be handed something enormous by a dying superpowered lifeform. He nodded. And in the next moment, all across that black expanse, the corpses began to shimmer. The half-buried titans lit from within, one and then a dozen and then more than he could look at, and their vast still shapes came apart into streams of light. The light rose out of the sea in long slow ribbons, every age of failed candidates unspooling upward at once, and then all of it turned, and began to flow toward the small tousled man in the white robes standing above the water with his hands at his sides. Chapter 5562, Provenance. I. The true human emperor. I said you might actually have a chance. Even then, I am not sure, since you are going where I failed, and where all others failed. Let us see. With those words in his ears, Noah grasped the gem that had appeared before him. The moment his hand closed on it, the road changed. The obsidian gold beneath his feet began to wrap around itself, again and again, curling the way a ribbon curls, folding him inside its turns until the spatial dark was gone and there was only the winding path, containing him, carrying him. What you just grasped is a provenance crystal. It is the key to where you are going, and it is also the lifeline. The orate collar of the first purity gives every candidate a way out. So long as it rests on your existence, you can survive the collapse of your existence in totality. All of it, at once, down to the foundation, and the crystal will hold enough of you together that something walks away afterward. It was given to me. It was given to others of my kind. Primeval ones, every one of us, and every one of us ended up using it, because all of us died where you are going next. Be careful. Phuum. The prompts from Ruination came down as the road wound tighter. The Provenance Crystal. Analysis follows. Function, a tether of last resort. Upon the total collapse of the bearer's existence, the crystal preserves a remnant sufficient for continuation. What continues is not guaranteed to be what entered. The crystal makes no representations regarding completeness. Composition, unknown. The regard reads it as older than the frameworks it protects against, and notes that it was not made. It was shed. Origin? Additional observation: the crystal is oriented. Like the vermeil blooms, it is seeking. Unlike them, it appears to have already found what it was seeking, and is now simply waiting. Noah read the last block twice. Blinding obsidian gold light raged around him, brilliance unfolding in every direction at once, and an instant later it tore away, and Noah's knees nearly buckled. H-U-U-M. Weight came down on him. Weight, plain and physical and enormous, pressing on his body and his existence at once, and he set his stance and held steady and made himself breathe before he made himself look. Dark obsidian sands stretched away beneath his feet in every direction, fine and black and glittering faintly gold where the light caught the grains, dunes of it rolling out toward a horizon that shimmered with heat that had no sun to explain it. The air tasted of hot stone and age. In the far distance, a golden obelisk rose out of the sands. It stood alone, immense even at this far distance, its faces cut with lines he could not read, and around its upper reaches burned a sphere of impenetrable obsidian gold light, dense as a held breath. And within that light, small at this distance and unmistakable all the same, hung a necklace. The orate collar of the first purity. The true one. Not a manifestation above a well, not a translucent watcher. The thing itself, at the end of the sands, wrapped in a light that had kept every age of candidates out. And above all of it, filling the sky, was the other thing. Noah raised his eyes and understood immediately what was pressing on him. A landmass hung in the heavens. A single colossal stone of obsidian gold, vast enough that calling it a stone felt dishonest, its underside worn smooth and its edges lost in their own distance, suspended over the entire domain with no support and no motion and no intention of needing either. That was the weight. Me and my brethren perished at this very spot. The ancestral voice came quietly across the sands. Here. On these sands, under that stone. Every one of us used up our provenance crystals within sight of that obelisk, and what you are feeling now is the very beginning of it, the polite introduction, and it does not stay polite. Noah adjusted his stance as the weight thickened, and asked the question that mattered. How do life forms such as yourselves perish from this? What is this? To understand that, you have to understand the core requirement of the orate collar. If you have the capability, which you proved on the road, and if you are in fact unfathomably true to yourself, which you proved with your choices, then the last thing that remains is something very few entities like us across all of existence ever get to understand. Only life forms with boundless potential have a chance at it. The last test exists to measure whether you carry a tiny spark. The weight climbed as it spoke. Noah felt it come down in increments, each one distinct, and he looked up and found that he had raised his hands above his head without entirely deciding to, because the pressure had become a thing his body insisted on answering with posture. It was visible now, almost. The air between him and the stone had begun to shimmer with the load moving through it. What spark is it looking for? Whatever spark it wanted, he would give it. He had died once, and he was not going to lose his life again here under someone else's rock. Across existence, everyone else utilizes. Every route ever climbed is a route of absorption. Mana. Laws. Daos. Edicts. Concepts. Boundaries. Extremes. Infinity. The primordial source. Causes. All of them are external things. Even when you bring them into your existence, even when you make them the core of who you are, even when you carve them with your own hands as you have, they stemmed from elsewhere. You gathered them. They were there to be gathered. Early, very early on, there were life forms who did not rely on anything external at all. They generated their own essence and their own authority. Out of nothing but themselves, unique to each individual, produced by them and by nothing else anywhere in existence. It is called provenance essence. HUUM. Chapter 5563, Provenance. 2. Over time, life forms born capable of this stopped arising. Why, I do not know. I do not know, and my information may be incorrect, since everything I hold about them arrived already worn down to rumor. But the rumor was this: such beings could look at those who remain and not be afraid. Being so unfathomably true that they did not have to rely on any external authority whatsoever. Nothing borrowed, nothing gathered, nothing granted. Only themselves, generating themselves, answerable to nothing upstream because there was no upstream. Noah listened, and under other circumstances he would have enjoyed every word of it, since wonders of existence and deep history were among the few things he never got tired of. The enjoyment was somewhat diminished by the sensation of his entire existence being slowly crushed. The weight had doubled while the voice talked, and doubled again, and his arms were burning above his head and his knees had bent into the sand, and he got his words out through his teeth. Speak a little bit faster. The Aurate collar is not a tool that just anybody can wield. We theorized, ages ago, that it very likely requires provenance essence to use it all. And when candidates who walked its path began being issued provenance crystals, objects shed from something rather than made, the theory stopped being a theory. It is also the reason superpowered lifeforms were born in the Amnaros in the first place. The vermal blooms, produced as a mere side effect of the Aurate collar's appearance here, are things that elevate the very core of a lifeform. They do not permit the absorption of external authority. They resolve a being into a truer version of what it already was. Exemplification instead of accumulation. That is why you have met beings with no authority at all who emulate as much power as any wielder of infinity or the primordial source, and often more. The runoff of the collar makes small, partial, downstream versions of what the collar requires in full. And so the last trial is the determination of whether you carry the spark to produce provenance essence at all. The Aurate collar does not require that you produce it here. It only wants to see that the spark exists. The capability. The possibility of the possibility. Those with boundless potential are those filled with endless possibilities. That is the test. Noah gritted his teeth and looked up at the stone filling the sky. That is fine and all, he managed, but what the fuck does crushing me have to do with it? Above you is something that even I do not understand, and I stood under it twice. What I do know is this. It is a pressure designed to give you the highest chance of producing a spark within your existence. If there is even a glimmer of possibility in you, a 1 in a million chance, a 1 in a trillion chance, that you could be like those lifeforms the rest of us have only heard rumors about, then you will be capable of bearing the weight coming down without collapsing, and somewhere in the bearing, the spark will show. If you are not able to, then you will simply be like me, and like the others. Failures. Who came so close, and watched it all slip away. The voice went quiet for a moment, and when it continued, it had stopped performing entirely. I have been here once, and I collapsed. And I came back, because I could not stand losing such a thing, and I collapsed again, and that second time I barely managed to save scraps of my existence, and what is speaking to you now is what the scraps became. Let us see whether you suffer the same fate. Or whether you shall be different. Wah! The stone came down. Not all at once, since nothing about this place was merciful enough to be quick. It came down the way a debt comes due, in increments, each one arriving with its own weight and its own interest, and Noah met the first of them standing. I am. The letter went through him and his body filled, and he held. The second increment took him to one knee. He felt it land across his shoulders like a continent shrugging, and the obsidian sand compressed beneath his shin into something like glass, and he put both hands up above his head and met the underside of a sky. His palms touched stone. That should not have been possible, since the landmass hung far above him, and it was possible anyway, because the weight had stopped being a property of distance. The stone was above him, therefore the stone was upon him. Those were the rules here, and his hands were now carrying a piece of the sky, and his arms shook to the shoulder. I am Osmont. H-U-U-M. The affirmation poured down through his arms and his back and his planted knee, and for a moment the shaking stopped, and Noah breathed in the hot stone air and reorganized himself under the load. Then the third increment arrived, and something in his left forearm cracked. He heard it before he felt it, a dry sound like the road splitting, and then the pain came up through the bone and he shouted the next letter into it rather than around it. I am human. Boom. The weight paused. It did not lessen. Nothing here lessened. But it paused, the way it had paused when the outcasts flinched, as though the claim itself had briefly required consideration, and Noah used the pause to shift his stance, getting the load off the cracked arm and onto his back, bending forward beneath it, and now he knelt in the black sand with the world's underside pressed across his shoulders and his spine, and he understood that he had arrived at the posture this trial had been designed to produce. Every candidate across every age had knelt exactly here. Holding exactly this. An entire history of the almost worthy, folded one at a time into the shape of a figure carrying a sky. Blood ran from his nose and dripped off his chin into the sand, and the sand drank it without comment. What are you looking for? He asked the distant orate collar that was unfathomably silent. Chapter 55-64, Provenance. 3. He asked it inwardly first, of the collar, of the stone, of the trial itself, and got nothing, and so he asked the only thing here that answered questions. The life forms, he ground out. The ones with provenance essence. What were they? How did they live? What did they do with it? I do not know. You knew enough to theorize the collar requires it. I knew enough to fail twice. Those are different quantities of knowledge. The voice was quiet a moment. What I hold is this. They generated. Where everything else in existence gathers, they produced. I have said this already and I say it again because it is the whole of my inheritance on the subject. Everything else is rumor shaped like information. Then give me the rumor. They were few and they were many. They were early. They did not build pantheons, as far as any account claims, and they did not climb scales, and they held no causes that anyone ever recorded, which I have always found either impossible or terrifying, and I have never determined which. Noah's back was beginning to fissure. He could feel it, not the bones now but the existence itself, hairline fractures spreading through the architecture of what he was, the way the small turning realm in Damodred's lesson had cracked. Fourth increment. His arms had gone from shaking to a deep steady burn that was worse. How, he managed, does a thing get stronger without gathering? Walk me through it. You're a primeval who has died here. What would you have had to do differently? Accumulate better. That makes no fucking sense. Refine what was accumulated until it became indistinguishable from self. That is still external things merely refined. That I do not know, and that is precisely the point, and you have just found the edge of me. Something bitter moved through the ancient voice. Do you understand what you are asking? You are asking a being made entirely of successful accumulation to describe its opposite. Every instrument I have for thinking about power is an instrument for thinking about acquisition. When I stood where you are kneeling, I tried to bear the weight with everything I had gathered across my whole existence, all of it, ages of it, and the weight went through all of it like it was not there, because it was not looking at what I had. It was looking at what I was underneath what I had, and underneath what I had, there was nothing that I had made. I am the wrong lens. I failed here because everything I know is the wrong lens. Look at yourself. The fifth increment came down, and Noah's right knee joined his left in the sand, and the blood was coming from his ears now as well as his nose, and a long crack opened somewhere in the region of his existence where the foundations lived, and through all of it his mind kept working, because the mind was the one thing in him the stone had not yet reached. Look at himself. Fine. What was he? He was human. He kept arriving at that, and it kept feeling insufficient, because human was not ancient, human was not special, human was a small warm mortal category that he had crowned precisely because nobody else thought it was worth crowning. He was not one of those early life forms. He was not born generating anything. He had been born in a house, and everything he had ever become, he had gotten from somewhere. That was the sentence. He knelt under a sky with his existence cracking, and the sentence turned over once more and showed him its other face, and Noah went very still beneath the stone. Everything he had ever become, he had gotten from somewhere. Infinity. He had not invented infinity. It was a route that existed before him, a variety of life form, a framework other beings had walked for ages, and he had taken it into himself and made it enormous, and it was still, at its root, an idea he had found lying in existence and picked up. The primordial source. Found. Grasped. Not made. Intent. The orders of intent were a ladder someone else had described, egoic and Enanchian autarkies, and he had climbed 2 rungs of a ladder that was standing there before he arrived. His pantheon. The infiniverse was alive and his and beloved, and the concept of a pantheon was as old as the scales and older, inherited from every being who had ever raised one. The 9 first causes of Hvitramar. Hers. Married into him, colliding in him at this very moment, and not his, never his, first causes of a lineage seated by living hands that were not his hands. Even his Osmantian causes, carved from his own identity, were carved in the shape of a thing called a cause, and causes were external. Causes were the beams of a house somebody else had built or grown or claimed, and he had made his own beams, but he had made them as beams, to fit a house he had not designed. His whole existence, every layer of it, was magnificent borrowed architecture. Oh! And the weight was not looking at what he had. The 6th increment came down and his existence screamed along every fissure at once, and Noah, kneeling in his own blood in the black sand, holding the underside of a world, began, impossibly, to smile. Because he could see it now, and it was enormous, and it was insane, and it was the only door in the room. The trial was not asking him to hold more. Every candidate in every age had tried to hold more, had brought the whole of what they had gathered and stacked it under the stone, and the stone had gone through it like it was not there. Accumulation could not answer this, no matter how grand, because accumulation was the wrong category of thing. The spark was generation, and generation could not happen in a space that was already full. Full of everything he had taken in. To generate something completely his, something with no upstream, no origin, no elsewhere, he would have to make room for it, and there was no room, because Noah Osmond was packed to the walls with the treasures of existence, every one of them earned, every one of them loved, every one of them from somewhere else. So the answer, the whole answer, the answer that no accumulating being in any age could have permitted itself to see, was this. Cast it out. All of it. Anything he had not pioneered himself. Anything that had existed as an idea before he arrived at it. Shatter infinity out of his existence. Carve out the primordial source. Break the pantheon concept, the intent ladder, the borrowed shape of causes, the 9 first causes that were his steeds and not his, every framework, every route, every inherited beam in the whole borrowed house, cast every last piece of it out of himself until what knelt in this sand was only what Noah Osmond had generated and nothing else at all. And then see what was left. And see if it sparked. His maddened smile widened beneath the blood, and above him the stone came down for the 7th time. Chapter 55-65, Provenance. 4. The 7th increment settled onto his back, and Noah began. In theory, he understood it completely. Cast out everything that did not generate from him, empty the house of every borrowed beam, and see what was left. In theory, it was clean. It was even elegant. In practice, he was about to reach into his own existence and tear out everything he had ever been and had been building, and his hands were shaking before he started, and not from the stone. He started with the one that frightened him least. The primordial source. He had grasped it later, integrated it partially. It was dense and patient inside him, and it was not his, had never been his, was older than every framework and belonged to all of existence and none of it. Cast out. He took hold of it with his will and pulled, and it tore free of his foundations like a root coming out of deep soil, and he sent it away from himself, down through the one channel this place had not sealed, into the living observable existence he carried, and the Infiniverse received it in silence and held it, and a piece of what Noah Osmond was became a thing Noah Osmond was storing. The absence hit him like cold water. He breathed through it, and the stone pressed down, and he went again. The causes. This one cost him. He had wanted, even in the theory, even while the idea was still glorious and abstract, to keep his 9. His Osmantian causes, carved from his own identity, existence and paradox and tyranny and the rest. Surely those were his. Surely those counted. They did not, and he knew it. They were carved in the shape of a thing called a cause. And causes linked to civilizations and concepts and frameworks that were standing in existence long before he arrived, designed or grown by hands that were not his, and he had made his own versions of somebody else's idea, which made them his work and not his origination. So, cast out. HUUM. The 9 tore free, and with them the 9 first causes of Vidrmar. And as that mixture unwound, he felt the bond to a distant queen strain and cry out somewhere far above this place. A single pulse of alarm through a connection stretched thin by the trial's walls, and he could not stop to answer it. The collision of causes stuttered and went silent inside him for the first time since he had lit it. The drums stopped. 18 anchors sank into the Infiniverse, and the quiet where they had been was enormous. And then he stood at the edge of the one that terrified him. Infinity. He knelt under the stone with his blood in the sand and looked at it, the deep blue gold sea of his Osmantian source infinity, the thing that had been with him since before the crown, before the letters, before any of it. Infinite mana. It was the first gift, the oldest companion, the floor under every floor. He had been the man with infinite mana before he had been anything else at all. It was all he had begun with. And it was not his. Infinity was a route, a variety, a framework walked by lifeforms across all of existence for ages before one human picked it up, and the fact that his was the grandest ocean of it anywhere did not change one drop of where the idea had come from. Noah's whole existence recoiled from the act. Oh. Fear, actual fear, the thing he never showed and rarely felt, moved through him at the prospect of being a man without it. What was he without mana? But he gripped the ocean. Even this. Cast it out. Boom. The sea tore out of him. It went in one enormous wrenching motion, blue gold light hemorrhaging out of every layer of his existence at once, pouring away down the channel into the Infiniverse, and she took it, his ocean, into herself, and Noah knelt in the black sand and felt what it was to be empty of the thing his own name had been built on. He did not stop. He could not stop, because stopping now would leave him half-emptied and holding nothing, so he went through the rest of the borrowed house room by room and threw it all out. Mana itself, the concept beneath the ocean. Cast out. The Pantheon frame, the ancient inherited idea of housing realms within an existence. Cast out, and the Infiniverse herself remained his and beloved and safe, but the framework by which he held her was severed, and she drifted from appendage to companion in a single tearing moment. The intent ladder, egoic and Enanche, 2 rungs climbed on a structure other beings had raised. Cast out, and his Enanche intent of the quintessential Osmantian went silent and sank away, and the pressure he had carried was simply gone. The foundations he kept. The 9 foundations were fusions he had pioneered, his design from the first. Those were his. The tongue he kept, since the tongue was the definition of the language of his own existence, and it was the one thing he had chosen from the start, and now he finally understood why. Then, the scales. He paused on that one, kneeling, bleeding, nearly hollow, because the first and second infinite scales of existence was his framework, built by his hands, named in his tongue, and every instinct said keep it. And it was built as a scale. In answer to Vakachev's scales, in the shape of Vakachev's idea, a better ladder leaned against the same wall. An idea based on another's idea. Cast out. The infinite scale of existence unhooked from him and sank into the infiniverse with everything else, and no one knelt in the sand as a being without a framework of any kind. One thing remained. The amaranthine heart. It beat in his chest where his own heart had made room for it, warm and steady and alive, the heart of the felt eternity, given with the words I give you my everything. It was not a framework. It was not a concept. It was a gift from a being who loved him, and it had carried him through the human letter. It was also not his generation. It was hers. I'm sorry, he thought it to a motive who could not hear him. He cast it out. The amaranthine heart left his chest gently, the only gentle departure in the whole terrible inventory, and settled into the infiniverse beside the ocean and the causes and the scale, safe, kept, for a potential future that may never be. And then it was done. Noah knelt on the dark obsidian sands beneath the weight of a sky, and he was nothing. Not weakened. Nothing. His body carried no authority whatsoever. No infinity, no source, no intent, no causes, no pantheon, no scale, no heart that was not his own. He felt the change the way one feels silence after a lifetime in a loud room, and what he felt was, of all things, familiar. This was a human body. This was what it had felt like to be a man in world before the first prompt ever bloomed. He was, freely and truly and completely, a normal human being who was holding up a stone that had crushed primeval ones. It did not mean he was as strong as a primeval. He was not. It meant only that the weight had never once been measuring strength, and that what it measured, he was finally expressing with nothing borrowed in the way. Just himself. Whatever that turned out to be. The stone came down for the 8th time. Noah's arms buckled. His whole body shook, the plain human muscle of it burning past every limit muscle has, and he closed his eyes and bowed his head beneath the load, and every fissure in his existence groaned at once, and there was nothing left to reinforce with, no letter he had the breath to speak, no ocean, no drums, nothing between him and the collapse except whatever he was. And his body, being a body, did what bodies do at the very end. It understood, in the wordless way flesh understands, that it was about to be crushed. That no help was coming from anywhere, because everywhere had been cast out. That if anything was going to preserve this existence, the existence would have to produce it, now, itself, from nothing, because nothing was all that remained. And so, deep within him, in the emptied dark where an ocean used to be, Pluum. A singularity bloomed. It was blue. Dazzling, incandescent blue, a single point of light igniting in the hollow of him, and it was small and it was inexhaustible and it was unfathomably beautiful, and it had no upstream, no framework, no name in any tongue but his. It was his light. It stemmed from Noah Osmont, and from nothing else in all of existence. His body remained free of any authority. Nothing pressed outward from him. Nothing announced. To every instrument ever built for weighing power, the kneeling figure in the bloody sand read exactly as it had a moment before, a normal human at the end of his strength. And yet, he had stopped straining. He had stopped shaking. He had stopped shaking. Chapter 5566, Ignorance. I. The singularity rose with him. That was the first thing Noah understood about it, kneeling in his own blood with the weight of a sky on his back. It did not sit inside him the way the ocean had sat, or press outward the way intent had pressed. It rose as he rose, moved as he moved, and it was, without any close competition, the most calm and stable thing he had ever felt. Internally, it was blinding. A point of incandescent blue burning in the empty dark of him, bright past looking it directly. Externally, it was nothing. Not one glimmer of aura left his body. Not one wave of anything crossed his skin. The instruments of existence, had any been pointed at him, would have found a bleeding human kneeling in sand. And the moment it bloomed fully, what arrived with it was not power. It was capability. Power was a quantity, and he had held quantities before, oceans of them, and this was not that. This was the wordless knowledge that he was capable. It generated from him completely. It had no upstream. It was his. His provenance. Provenance. And then, without one glimmer of authority leaking from anywhere on his body, Noah began to rise. It was the strangest sensation of his entire existence, and he had died once, so the competition was real. The weight above him did not lessen. Nothing about the stone changed at all. His body simply decided, joint by joint, that it could handle it, the way a body decides it can stand after illness, not through any surge of force but through a quiet reassessment of what was possible, and the reassessment kept arriving, and he kept rising. His back straightened beneath the load. One knee left the sand. Then the other. The stone that had crushed primeval ones rode on his back, and then, slowly and deliberately, he brought it up onto his two raised hands, and stood beneath it holding the underside of a sky at arm's length while his blood dried on his face. Then one hand. Then his fingers. And then Noah pushed up, once, and the stone rose. Phuum. It left his fingertips and climbed, the whole colossal landmass of obsidian gold ascending back into the heavens where it had hung, and it settled there and did not come down again, and across the entire domain the pressure released like a held breath finally let go. The ancestral voice said nothing. For the first time since the doorway, the voice that had narrated, insulted, mourned, and confessed through every step of this road had no words at all, and the silence stretched across the black sands, and Noah stood in the middle of it, small and bleeding and empty of everything, beneath a sky he had just put back. Obsidian gold light filled the heavens. It poured off the risen stone and down through the air and across the dunes, the whole domain igniting with it, and Noah closed his eyes and simply let himself feel. The singularity hummed. A constant, heavy hum, new and ancient at once, resonating out from the blue point through every layer of what remained of him, and where the resonance passed, things began to change. He felt it at the smallest scale first, in the makeup of his cells, in the very structure of his atoms, the fine architecture of a human body beginning to break down and transform under a frequency that belonged to nothing else in existence. And from the pores of his skin, filth began to leak. Obsidian gray sludge, thick and dark, welling up and running off him in slow rivulets, and Noah understood what he was seeing without anything explaining it. His foundations, perfect across the depths. His physiology, rebuilt from primeval cells. Everything he had held and refined and elevated across the whole climb, and all of it, this entire time, had carried defects in it. Murky filth folded into the joints of even his finest work, impurities so deep in the making that no elevation had ever reached them, because every elevation had been performed with borrowed instruments, and borrowed instruments left their fingerprints. The provenance hummed, and his existence expelled everything unworthy of it. There were no prompts. No analysis followed, and nothing anywhere was explaining to him what was happening. It was just him. He was the one figuring it out, understanding it as it occurred, naming it as it moved, and it came to him that this was not an absence of the prompts. This was what the prompts had been imitating all along. And as his existence transformed, as the hum deepened and the filth ran, Noah felt an answering hum from far ahead. He opened his eyes, and they wept gray filth like the rest of him, and he looked across the sands. The orate collar of the first purity. It hung around the golden obelisk in the distance, wrapped in its sphere of impenetrable light, and it was humming back at him, and with his transforming eyes it looked entirely different than it had looked an hour ago. He could see something on it now. Something that had been there the whole time, invisible to every eye that had ever looked at it, and Noah stared across the distance at what the collar actually was and understood, in a single cold drop of clarity, that not even the people of the Imnaros knew what was truly here. Not even, perhaps, the being that had failed twice to take it. And as he watched, the protective barrier around the obelisk began to disappear. The sphere of obsidian gold light thinned, and paled, and came apart from the top down, dissolving the way the doorway light had dissolved, because the trial was past and the way was open, and the collar hung in the clearing air with nothing between it and the sands at all. You are exceptional. The ancestral voice boomed across the domain. And Noah's eyes flashed, because the voice had not come from everywhere. It had come from ahead. Far in the distance, at the base of the golden obelisk, inches from the hanging collar, in a space where only Noah should have been able to stand, a figure had appeared. Tousled hair. White robes. Hands no longer folded behind his back. Anaximander. His mild face was raised toward the collar, and his eyes were glazed with a cold and ancient light that had never once belonged to the scholar, and when the mouth moved, the voice that came out of it was the one that had narrated this entire road. You are exceptional. But I have lived for too long to stand idly by. I thank you for opening the door. I will do the rest from here. Boom. Chapter 55-67, Ignorance. 2. When the pool that has no color calls, the hand must give its own. For blood of true and primeval both shall pay the ferry home. The dimension lost to time and space wait not for those who plead. They open only to the one who bleeds the eldest creed. Twice shall the crown be offered up, and twice shall it be worn. But only what is set down whole may pass where ash is born. The mask that saves 1,000 lives must die upon the face. For quintessence cannot truly bloom while shadows hold its place. Beware the kneeling of the proud, for kneeling is not loss. The silhouette unfinished waits where all the futures cross. What eats, and watches, and remains shall gather in one name. And that which you cannot reject, you must become or be become. Noah's eyes flashed with an incandescent light, his body still shedding gray filth into the sand, and across the distance the hands of Anaximander, moved by another, reached for the orate collar of the first purity. And every piece of it fell into place at once. I hate what is happening here. The voice had said that in the middle of the second trial, and dressed it in a crude joke about a beautiful woman being handed to somebody else. It had hated what was happening. It had said so. Nobody asks what a dying guardian hates about its own rescue. The dying voice of a primeval thing that could not let go of something. Its own introduction. Everyone had heard grief in it. The pathway shall open. Not for you. It had never once said for you. And Vidermar's voice, thin and urgent through a bond stretched nearly to breaking, had reached him in the dark between the trials with the one thing she had thought he should know. Anaximander was taken elsewhere. The voice came for him and took him another direction, and none of us know where. A being with no external authority. Noah had walked the last trial with all of it sitting in his mind, and proven and unforgotten. He had cast out everything he owned above a sand that had killed primevals, with the suspicion filed and waiting, and he had done it anyway, because the door needed opening and he was the one who could open it, and because a man who has just generated his own light from nothing is a very different of a man than the one who entered. So now he stood in the black sands, bleeding gray, transformed and transforming, and watched a stolen friend's hand close the last inches toward a remnant existential treasure. And his eyes showed no surprise at all. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Noah asked, "when your prize is right before you? Can you tell me why?" Across the sands, the hand stopped inches from the gold. Anaximander's body did not turn. The cold ancient light in his eyes stayed fixed on the collar, and the voice that came out of him was almost conversational. "Because I could not possibly give such a thing to another. Do you understand what this is? What it can do? With this in hand, I could save every superpowered lifeform in this dimension without needing anyone. Without waiting on candidates, without lowering standards, without begging strangers to be worthy. Every descendant I have watched die and rose in front of stones, and I could end all of it myself, at last, after ages of watching. And with this body, it is possible. Anaximander, containing my remnants, and all the others who failed before me. He can hold what none of us could hold alone." The glazed eyes tilted slightly, as though appraising the flesh they occupied. "He is almost like you, you know. He just seems a bit different. I have not yet determined where the difference lives." Noah listened in silence. His transformation had not stopped for any of it. The gray filth still ran from him in thinning rivulets, the hum of the singularity still worked down through his atoms, and he stood in the middle of his own remaking and asked his next question as calmly as the first. "How did you get into Anaximander, though?" "Carefully." The word came cold. "A being like him cannot be taken. I did not cheat, whatever you may be preparing to think of me. His body cannot be harmed by others. His identity makes existence conform around it. Every art of possession ever devised breaks against a nature like his, and I knew it, and so I did the only thing that works on the truly unique and the truly powerful." I asked. Consent was critical. He agreed to carry the pieces of every failure across every age, freely, with his eyes open, because he is kind, and kindness is a door that beings like him never think to lock. What entered him, entered invited. What lies atop his consciousness now, he accepted the weight of. I broke no law of his existence. I merely understood which laws he would suspend for a stranger who asked politely. Noah nodded to that, calmly, and sighed. "I would let you continue," he said. "Honestly. I would let you reach out and try to take hold of the orate collar, and I would stand here and watch you burn for it, because I think you know less about what is hanging on that obelisk than you believe you do, and I can see something on it now that you cannot." His eyes did not leave the figure at the obelisk. "But my friend would burn with you. So I have to stop you." The face of Anaximander turned at last, and it had become distasteful, a frown pulling at features that had never worn one, an expression fitted onto the wrong man. "I have waited too long for this. I have many depending on me. Every superpowered lifeform still breathing in this dimension is my responsibility, and I will finish what I started, and I will not be lectured by a candidate." The glazed eyes narrowed. "You show a spark. That is all. You have not attained the status of those beings, whatever you may feel blooming in you. A spark is a possibility, not a provenance. And after I grasp the collar, I will take that spark from you as well, since leaving it loose in existence would be untidy." "Oh?" Noah almost smiled. This being thought he had passed the trial because he showed a spark. It had stood witness to the whole of it, and it had read all of that as a glimmer. A possibility. A 1 in a trillion flicker of what might someday be. He shook his head slowly, because he had not shown a spark. He had caused the emergence of his own unique individual essence, generated from himself and nothing else across all of existence. His provenance. It hummed in him at this very moment, calm and blinding and entirely his, and the being wearing his friend had watched it happen and could not see it, because a thing with no external authority does not announce itself to instruments built for weighing authority, and the voice was, in the end, exactly what it had confessed to being. A creature made entirely of successful accumulation, reading the whole of existence through the one lens it had. But he did not need any of that. That was the part the voice had truly failed to account for. Noah watched the possessed hand begin to move again, closing the last inches toward the gold, and he knew with complete certainty that Anaximander's body would not be able to handle what it was about to touch, and so he did not reach for his provenance at all. He said 2 words. Anaximander, come. HUUM. Chapter 5568, 4 numbers. I. The hand trembled. It stopped, fingers spread, a breath from the collar, and it shook there in the air as though caught between 2 winds, and the face of Anaximander contorted through astonishment into shock and then into rage as the thing inside him hauled at the arm with everything it had absorbed across every age, and the arm did not move. HUUM. Impossible. The voice tore out of the borrowed mouth. I accounted for everything. Everything. The wills of multiple primevals lie atop his consciousness. Mine, and my friends, and every candidate of every age, all of it pressing down on whatever remains of him, he cannot simply. But he could. Oh, Anaximander could. Because not too long ago, a scholar had said the same thing to the only 2 friends he had ever made in different times. Whenever you need me, call. Say, Anaximander, come. He had set it as law, a condition and regulation imposed upon his own existence, written into the same nature that let him go where he pleased and made existence conform around him, and no will in existence had standing to countermand a rule that Anaximander had set for Anaximander. The body at the obelisk buckled. It went down to its knees in the black sand with both hands grasping its head, and the cold ancient light in the eyes guttered and flared and guttered, and a sound came out of it that was 2 voices at once and then, by degrees, only one, a raw human cry of pain as the real Anaximander surfaced through everything lying on top of him and came, because he had been called, and coming when called was what he was. The ancientness drained out of the figure. The pressure of ages went out of the air around it. What knelt in the sand released no aura at all, carried no weight of epochs, read to every sense as a tousled man in white robes breathing hard with his hands in his hair, and when he finally raised his head, his face was his own. And it was profoundly sad as be breathed out. He was disappointed, in the deep quiet way of a man who had extended trust as a matter of principle to something ancient and beloved by an entire people, something that had watched over every superpowered lifeform across every age, and had found, underneath all that long guardianship, this. He looked at Noah with that sad face, and rose slowly to his feet. "Thank you," he said. "And sorry about that." He glanced back once at the collar, and then away. "I thought things would be different. I knew the burdens would be heavy. I weighed that before I said yes, and I was prepared for the weight." His voice caught slightly. "I did not anticipate greed to be such a profound condition. That it could encompass even something like him. A guardian. A being that spent its dying light saving its own people while it did this." Anaximander seemed lost. Noah remained where he was, and his expression softened. "Greed spares no one." His voice came quiet and certain across the sands. "Not the small, not the ancient, not the dying, not the good. It is the one appetite that grows best in the largest existences, because they have lived long enough to want one thing across ages. Greed is a critical factor of existence." Wah! And then Noah's body released a deep, resonant pulse. The last of the gray filth stopped at his pores and did not come again. The transformation completed itself in a single settling wave, and what stood in the black sands afterward was a man whose fair skin was clear and unblemished from crown to heel, whose hair had gone pure dark, deeper than it had ever been, and whose stillness was the stillness of a thing with nothing left in it that did not belong. His eyes opened fully. The pupils in them were obsidian singularities, small and absolute, and they looked unfathomably old, the way the first idea anything ever had is old. And they looked new. Oh, so new. Noah breathed in. The air of the final domain came into lungs that had been remade at the level of cells, and it carried nothing to him. No ambient essence. No drifting weavings. Nothing his body reached for, because his body no longer reached outward for anything at all. He did not absorb. The hollow where an ocean of power once sat now held a single blue singularity, blinding within and silent without, humming its ancient hum through the whole of him. He was himself. He had cast out the primordial source and infinity in 18 causes and the intent and a scale of his own design, and after all of that, he still felt like Noah Osmont. More like Noah Osmont than he had ever felt in his life. He opened his eyes, looked toward the distant obelisk where Anaximander knelt beneath the hanging gold of the orate collar, and took a step. And boom! The domain shook. The obsidian sand beneath his foot did not scatter. It curved. It bent downward in a wide, smooth bowl for miles in every direction, sinking the way ground sinks when it is asked to hold something unfathomably dense, and the dark grains ground against each other with a sound like a mountain settling. Heavy winds erupted from that single point of contact. They tore outward across the flats in expanding rings, ripping the stillness of ages off the face of the domain, and far ahead even Anaximander had to raise one hand against the gale to remain steady, his white robes cracking around him like banners. The golden obelisk light flickered. The distant landmass hanging in the sky groaned. All of it, from one step. Noah stood in the center of the bowl his own weight had pressed into existence, and he frowned. It was very hard to describe how he felt right now. He felt normal. His arm rose when he asked it to rise. His breath came when he called it. There was no surging tide inside him, no roaring reserves, no pressure begging for release. By every internal measure he was a man standing on sand. And yet every move he made exerted terrifying pressure on everything around him, the way a thing exerts pressure when it is far too dense for the space holding it, and existence itself in these surroundings was straining and creaking simply to contain him. The cause of all of it was himself. His provenance was newly budding. It generated from him constantly, his own essence, his own authority, unique to him alone, and he did not yet know how to properly hold it in. It was new. He was new. Chapter 5569, 4 numbers. 2. Across the shaking flats, Anaximander looked over at him through the heavy winds. There was no fear in the scholar's face. There was something quieter and heavier, sitting beside the fresh sadness already there. "What is happening to you?" he asked somberly. Noah raised his hands and looked at them. Creak. Space distorted around his fingers as he lifted them, thin lines of strain webbing out through the air and sealing themselves shut again, the domain flinching away from 10 ordinary fingers. "I am expressing myself," Noah said. "Fully. Who I am, all of it, all at once." He turned his hands over slowly, watching the air bend. "I don't have control over it yet." He lowered his hands. "But the solution should be easy." He breathed out and closed his eyes again. As much as some part of him wanted to, he could not go back to his old system. The scales were familiar. The grades, the ranks, the ladders, the tallies, every rung of it was familiar. He had even kept all of it, saved inside the Infiniverse, because in the end he could not entirely let it go. But he had begun to be unfathomably true. He had generated something of his own, out of nothing but himself, and a being who had done that could not keep measuring himself with borrowed rulers. He would have to look at himself differently now. So at this moment, standing in the bowl of bent sand with the winds still circling him, Noah turned his attention inward and focused on the singularity. His light. He did not command it. Commanding was for external things, and this was not external. He communicated with it instead, the way a man communicates with his own heartbeat when he finally sits still long enough to listen, and the singularity answered by simply being understood. Its hum ran through him, ancient and grand in his. Every moment of listening taught him something, because every moment of listening was self-knowledge. This was provenance essence. This was what he generated. It was not a store of power to be spent. It was an ongoing statement of what he was, and the pressure wrecking the domain was only that statement spoken too loudly, without shape. Shape could be learned. He was already learning it. His mind filled with possibilities, one after another, each opening onto 10 more. And then Noah smiled. And at this time, he called out, "Oh, ruination. H-U-U-M. Light gathered beside him and became a figure. Her illusory form took shape in strands of crimson and blue, the familiar silhouette he had carried on through wars beyond counting, and she was crying. She appeared already wiping at her face with both hands, over and over, quick and precise the way she did everything, as if she wanted the tears to stop and could not make them stop, and they kept coming anyway, bright drops sliding down through her translucent light. Because Noah had cast out many things. She had felt every one of them arrive. The source. The causes. Infinity. The heart. The entire contents of his existence, delivered into the infiniverse, one treasure after another set down and pushed away, and from the far side of a silent channel it had felt like watching someone give away everything he was, as even she felt disconnected. When he had been so close. Noah's heart pained when he saw her like this. He crossed the sand to her, and the domain shuddered under every step, and he did not care, and he took her into his arms. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. "I had to put many things aside." She shook against him without a sound. "But you are never something that came from others." His hand rested on the back of her head. "Most of what you are came from our journey together. And it will always continue. Okay?" Ruination looked up at him. Then she stepped back, wiped her eyes one last time, and waved her hands. Between them, light condensed into a circlet of deep blue, slender and clean, turning slowly in the air. The circlet of the quintessential ruin, offered back to him. Noah smiled and took it, and set it on his head. Ruination watched him do it, and her hands came together in front of her, and her voice came out small. "Always together?" "Always together," Noah said. He let the words sit for a moment. Then he continued. "Now, I want you to be the one to display the prompts of my new existence. Though this time, from here on out, I will be generating the knowledge." He tapped his own chest once. "It comes from me now. You can make it simpler for us to look at and analyze. Okay?" Ruination nodded. Her figure dissolved into a glimmer of crimson blue light that flowed upward and into the circlet, and it settled loosely above his head, riding there the way a crown rides on a king who has stopped needing one and wears it anyway. The last of the change moved through him then. The adornments on his body, robes and wrappings that had carried him across dimensions, were riddled through with the black filth his transformation had expelled, and now they burned away entirely, ash scattering on the wind. In their place, pristine white pants took form, plain and heavy, burning with a sense of ancientness that no forge in existence had put there. Above the waist he was laid bare, and his muscular upper body stood clean under the obelisk light, every line of it pristine, a physique with nothing borrowed in it anywhere. Dark hair. Obsidian singularities for pupils. A crown of blue light. Noah closed his eyes. And he heard Ruination's voice once more. An unfathomable change has occurred to your existence. What is being identified as provenance essence has bloomed within you in the form of a singularity. Your existence has communicated with itself to better allow you to grasp your power, and it has generated a system of power and measurement unique to you, applicable to your power alone. When you gaze upon others, their weavings will also appear and be translated into the same system of measurement. Your existence has been broken down into the following straight face. Veritas, how true you are to yourself. Provenance, how much of you is your own generation. Potentia, what you could still become. Pondus, the weight you can carry without breaking. Noah looked at these prompts with a smile. This was what his existence wanted to simplify things down to. 4 measures. Not grades handed down from trees older than his species, not scales built in answer to another being's framework. 4 questions a man could ask himself, made into numbers. He went a step further. Show me my current status panel. Wah! Status panel, Noah Osmont. Veritas, 10. Provenance, 1. Potentia, infinite. Pondus, 5. The Osmontian tongue, I am Osmont, quintessential human protagonist. The 9 foundations, S-rank EBAD. The unkneeling crownlet tide that owes nothing, the mirror that keeps the hunger, that refines the unmoved verdict, the pure trajectory, the all-drawing stillness, the remembered truth, the sovereign existence. All foundations stemmed from your own making. They have been naturally elevated through your transformation. Chapter 5570, 4 numbers. 3. Noah stood in the settling winds with the status panel still hanging in his sight, and he read it again. Veritas, 10. Provenance, 1. Potentia, infinite. Pondus, 5. 4 numbers. His whole existence, broken down by his own existence, into 4 numbers. He wanted to understand them properly before he moved another step. So he raised his eyes across the dark sand, and he gazed at Anaximander. HUUM. The moment his attention truly settled on the scholar, his new sight went to work. The weavings of Anaximander's existence rose into view, dense and strange and layered with things that should not have been there, and his obsidian singularity pupils drank them in as ruination translated everything into the one system of measurement that belonged to Noah alone. Status panel, Anaximander. Veritas, 3. Provenance, 0. Potentia, undefined. Pondus, 1. Noah went still, and his analysis began. Veritas, 3. This was Anaximander. The man whose identity made existence conform. Noah almost wanted to say this number may be low, but he had just advanced himself as he didn't know how high he was compared to more normal life forms. But Noah remembered what was inside Anaximander now. The ancestral voice, suppressed but present. Failed candidates, the remnants of collapsed existences, all of them packed into one body and held down by one will. The panel was not measuring Anaximander the man. It was measuring everything currently answering to that name, and most of what answered to that name right now was not him. A muddy mixing of many selves, weighed as one. Of course the number came out low when Anaximander was so unique. Which meant Veritas as a measure, could fall. It could be diluted by what a being carried. And if it could fall, then it could climb, and Noah did not for one moment assume that his own 10 sat at any ceiling. The numbers would go higher. He could feel it in the hum. A 10 today was a floor he happened to be standing on, nothing more. He then thought about Anaximander's provenance. That one required no theory at all. Anaximander generated nothing of his own. Neither did anyone else Noah had ever met. As for the undefined potential of Anaximander, this continued to be his own mystery. Noah turned his sight inward, and laid his own 4 numbers beside his conclusions. Veritas was how true he was to himself, and it could climb without limit. Provenance was how much of himself he generated, and only he could generate it. Potential was what he could still become, and his red infinite. Pondus was what he could bear without breaking, and bearing more was a matter of becoming more. And every one of them pointed the same direction. Not outward, toward treasures and grades and the frameworks of ancient beings. Inward, toward how he lived. His eyes opened fully, and his voice boomed out because he felt like it. If I live gloriously, tyrannically, quintessentially, I will advance, as I will be living truly as myself. My veritas increases, so will my provenance, and pondus, and everything else follows. Based on my actions, I will generate more provenance. I will be more true, and my immensity will increase as external authority won't do anything to me. External treasures won't do anything to me. Only that which I generate myself, from my own existence. HUUM. The singularity in his chest hummed grandly at the declaration, and the obsidian sand for miles trembled once and went still. That which he generated from his own existence. His mind went automatically to the tide that owes nothing. It sat among his 9 foundations, and the 9 foundations had survived the casting out because they were fusions nobody had conceived before him, carved from his own thinking. And the tide's whole nature was generation through his actions. If anything else in what remained of him could be considered truly from him, could generate returns that fed veritas and provenance both, it may be the tide. One more engine to further accelerate his progression, waiting to be tested against his new existence. But then his eyes flickered. Because he thought about mana. He thought about infinity. Both of them gone from him now, resting in the infiniverse with everything else he had set down, and their absence raised the question his existence had already answered and not explained. His potential was infinite. But how could he use his potential? He felt the hum of provenance inside him, steady and vast, and the answer it gave was not words. It was certainty. He would not be limited when it came to expressing his power. The concepts he had cast out were external things, and external things had external limits, but provenance generated. Whatever he needed, he would not borrow it back. He would learn to express and generate his own type of mana. His, from nothing but himself, shaped by no one's framework. The thought opened outward into 100 others, arts and expressions and possibilities stacking up behind his eyes, and he breathed once and set them all aside. He would be able to understand many things about himself. There would be time for all of it. But for now, he had to grasp that unique treasure lying in the open for him before any more accidents occurred. Noah breathed in. He took another step. An existence no longer creaked around him. The sand held flat under his foot. The air stood calm. His weight moved with him instead of ahead of him, and Noah smiled and nodded to himself. Then, in an instant, he was in front of the obelisk. The golden pillar rose above him with its wrapping of obsidian gold light peeled away, and the orate collar of the first purity hung there in the open, rows of tubular gold beads and a teardrop fringe and a front plate that no eyes in the Amnaros had ever read, holding the thing upon it that only his transformed sight could see. The treasure that had eluded many across the ages, with nothing left standing between it and his hand. Anaximander stood close by, steadier than before, though the cold ancient light was gone from his eyes and the sadness was not. Noah looked at him first. "Are you feeling okay?" Anaximander smiled wryly. "I have to digest a number of old things, and get myself back to my baseline. I should be okay." He tipped his head toward the hanging gold. "Go ahead, and see what this whole thing has been about. The thing that even ancient lifeforms became so greedy about. Noah nodded. And he reached out. Chapter 5571, Remnant. There are beings who reach for the treasures of the ages with trembling reverence, and there are beings who reach for them the way a man reaches for his coat. Noah belonged to the second kind. His fingers closed around the orate collar of the first purity as he breathed out. I have felt young all this time. His thumb moved slowly along the gold. And today, for the first time, I can almost say I feel old. As if I have passed a significant milestone. He turned the collar slightly in his grip. And just as I get that feeling, just as I settle into it, start to enjoy it, maybe, I come across something so ridiculously old that I almost feel young again. He gave a small, unhurried smile. That is what this collar is. Anaximander listened closely, and as the words settled, his expression gradually normalized, as his curiosity won out. Noah said all of this because of what he had felt at the first instant of contact. His provenance essence, that single singularity seated in his existence, had released a heavy, droning hum the moment his hands came against the gold, and through that hum he affirmed something the legends of the Amnaros had never once suspected. The collar was made of bones. H-U-U-M. Then the collar asked its question. An invisible wavelength erupted from it, soundless in total, and Noah's hand trembled against the gold, almost as if the item were asking him, plainly and without malice, whether he could even hold it. And his provenance essence answered tyrannically. It pulsed within him, once, and roared through the whole of his being with an answer that required no thought at all. Fuck, I can. Boom. A fiendish, silent aura unfurled across the whole area, pressing outward through the dark sands in a wave that made the domain itself sit very still, and the trembling in his hand stopped. Beside him, Anaximander, a man who had spent his entire long life loving nothing so much as exploring and understanding and grasping new things, leaned in. What is it, exactly? Noah closed his eyes. And for the first time, truly, he began utilizing provenance essence. The blue glow within him pulsed, and pulsed again, finding a rhythm, and the rhythm resonated with the collar in his hands. His own essence, generated from nothing but himself, reached into a thing older than every framework in existence and asked it what it was, and information began to feed back into his existence, direct and wordless, his to understand because he was the one generating the understanding. Even he was astonished at what came back. He confirmed it twice before he spoke. Existence is unfathomably old, and unfathomably vast, Noah said, eyes still closed. Older than any scales. Older than the dimensions the scales were built to measure. Older than every tongue and law and source that beings like us spend our short, ambitious lives collecting. And at the very beginning of all that vastness, before any of it had names, there lived the first lifeforms. The provenance lifeforms. His voice slowed, giving each piece its full weight. They lived grandly. They lived with unfathomable power, the kind that was never granted and never borrowed, because there was nothing yet to borrow from. And this collar. His hands tightened slightly on the gold. This collar stems from the chest bones of a provenance lifeform. It has been deemed a remnant existential treasure. But it is, and it isn't. It is simply the cluster of bones of an extremely terrifying lifeform, put together. And that alone is enough to make it a treasure. And also, somehow, not. Noah sighed as he finished, and Anaximander came closer to look at the thing, his eyes moving across the tubular beads and the teardrop fringe as though rereading a book that had just changed languages. Then the scholar shook his head. All my life, I asked the question of where things come from. Where things began. I want to understand. He gestured at the collar, at the obelisk, at the hanging landmass above them, at everything. But it is like existence does not want to be understood. It is frustrating. A pause, and the smallest wry lift at the corner of his mouth. Even though I will never stop asking. Noah smiled at these words. Then he turned his focus back to the terrifying tool in his hands, because he knew, as of this moment, that he had only grasped an initial understanding of it. The bones of a provenance lifeform were too unique to be read in one resonance. And there was something heavy within the collar, something he could almost sense at the edge of the feedback, close enough to know it was there and far enough to have no shape. He needed to spend just a bit more time with it, and HUUM. At such a time, the domain began to shake and tumble. Above them, the skies tore open as if they were pages, ripped crudely along seams no sky should have, and the color of blood permeated everything, drowning the obelisk light in red. What came through the torn skies was horrific. Rivers of corpses gushed out of the wounds in the sky. Rivers of corpses. Superpowered lifeforms, the exemplifying kind, the kind that carried the weight of observable existences in their bare bodies, now tangled dead in their thousands and pouring downward in thick red torrents, limbs and faces surfacing and sinking in the flow, and the sound of it arriving was a wet, rolling thunder that this domain, which had held silence since before the scales, had never once been asked to hold. And riding on these rivers of corpses came infinite lifeforms. Dozens of them, gliding down the dead as though the dead were a road, and all of them followed behind one figure at the forefront. A red-robed entity whose gaze was extremely old and extremely callous, the gaze of something that had been looking at things like this, and arranging things like this, for longer than most dimensions had existed. Noah and Anaximander raised their heads to see all of it. The river of corpses smashed into the sands. Boom! Red sprayed across obsidian. The dead settled in heaps and drifts. And the old life form at the very forefront came to a leisurely stop in the air, and looked, first, at the object in Noah's hands. Then at Noah himself. He blinked, incredulously. And then he laughed. You cannot possibly be serious. The laugh rolled out over the corpses, genuinely entertained. Really? How could you have possibly arrived here, and gotten swept up in this? Boom. Chapter 5572, My Mana. A horrific aura erupted from the old lifeform, crashing down across the domain, and the drifts of dead flattened under it. But Noah was not listening to the aura. He was looking into this being's eyes. And even though the body was another body, a stranger's face wearing a stranger's age, the instant their gazes met, he recognized what looked out from behind it. It was the visage of the sealed one. Noah's gaze went cold and imperious. And behind that gaze, many things clicked quietly into place, one after another, regarding the dimension lapses, and the infinite lifeforms, and the shape of certain long games. Without further ado, and without so much as a word, Noah casually raised the orate collar of the first purity and put it on. The sands beneath his feet twisted. Existence cried out around him, a thin, straining sound from every direction at once, the sound of a domain realizing what it now contained, and Noah took a step without offering a conversation. In an instant, he appeared in front of the sealed one. And in that instant, hanging in the red air with the gold at his throat, he did not look like a man who had knelt as a normal human beneath a falling sky mere hours ago. Bare-bodied and pristine, white pants burning with ancientness, dark hair unmoving in the corpse wind, obsidian singularity pupils fixed on his enemy, the collar of a first life form resting on his chest bones above the singularity that was his and no one else's. He looked like something out of the first age of existence. A primal, ancient being, arrived very late, and very calm. He punched out. HUUM. Existence shattered like mirrors before his fist, whole panes of it breaking and falling away, and the cracks did not stop at the sealed one, they extended outward, racing through the red air toward the infinite lifeforms and all the others behind. Boom! Truly, there had been no technique in it. Noah had instinctively moved and struck out in the most natural manner possible. He had tugged on the power of that single singularity within his existence, that provenance essence, and simply punched. And the result was something even he could not have imagined. Existence cracked. It felt like it, and then it proved to be exactly so, as spiderweb cracks echoed outward through the air opposite him, pane after pane of reality splitting along lines that had no business existing, and the cracks did not heal and did not fade. They remained, hanging in the red sky like the aftermath of a stone through glass, frozen mid-shatter. And the army riding the rivers of corpses had been standing in the way. Cenozoic scale infinite true life forms. Mesozoic scale infinite true life forms. Beings who had climbed ladders for entire ages to stand where they stood, and every one of them caught in the spread of those cracks had their bodies split alongside existence itself. They looked down at themselves, horrified. Because it was not only their bodies. Their intents cracked. Their pantheons cracked. Their infinity, the silent compounding core of everything they were, took structural damage and fractured alongside their physical vessels, lines running through flesh and framework alike as though the punch had made no distinction between the two. It had not, of course. To that fist, there was no distinction worth making. Then the leaking began. Their infinity seeped out through the cracks in slow ribbons of light. Their trueness followed it, thinning into the air. Everything they had gathered across their long, acquisitive lives began escaping through fractures that would not close, and they wailed, and they screamed, and they could do nothing else. HUUM. They were dying. They were hit by something so unfathomably true they couldn't help but die. Noah took all of this in with shining eyes, and yet he could not take those eyes off one singular figure. The sealed one. The red-robed vessel had cracked with all the rest. Fractures ran through its borrowed body from crown to heel, the same lines that were bleeding an army dry. And it was stitching itself back together. The cracks along its frame drew closed, seam by seam, unhurried, the way an old tailor mends a coat he has mended 100 times before. Not one thread of its trueness leaked. Not a wisp of its intent escaped the fractured vessel. Everything that should have poured out of a body broken that badly simply stayed, held in place by something that had clearly done this before, in more bodies than anyone would ever be permitted to count. It was an eerie thing to watch. All around him his followers were coming apart at their seams, and the old monster quietly reassembled his own. When he was whole, the sealed one drifted down and sat himself on one of the hanging cracks in existence, settling onto the broken edge of reality as though it were a garden bench. He looked at Noah with an extremely somber gaze, and his eyes moved, briefly, to the collar Noah now wore. "Now you are becoming even more of a pain than a vessel," he said. "I want you more. And yet here you are, actually ruining plans now?" His voice was calm. Pleasant, even. And underneath the calm, one could feel the heavy anger. Noah gazed coldly at him and clenched his fists. He did not care what tricks the old monster had brought today. He was thinking about one thing only, how to wipe out this body of the sealed one, here, before it stepped back behind its curtains. So first, he truly gazed at this being. HUUM. Status panel, vessel of the sealed one. Veritas, 10. Provenance, 0. Potentia, null. Pondus, 3. Noah was alarmed by the results. The trueness, the veritas of the vessel of the sealed one, was exactly the same as his. 10. So high. Was this why its trueness had not leaked even while cleaved? Everything else in those cracks had bled out because everything else was borrowed, and borrowed things escape. But a being true to itself at that depth held together by definition. The immensity, Pondus, was lower than his at 3. And the potential displayed null, which was not the undefined that Anaximander's panel had shown, and was not 0 as it was hard to interpret. The sealed one truly was an old monster. As Noah looked at this being, he knew one more thing with complete certainty. The sealed one loved to scheme and fuck around. Every extra moment gifted to him was a moment he would spend arranging something. So Noah wanted to finish things quickly. Which meant he had to ask himself a simple question. How could he express his power most effectively? He had just wiped out everything from his body. All he had was provenance essence. A single unit of it. A single singularity. It felt anchored into him, and he could throw its force out through his limbs, but was that it? Could he only brutally punch out to express his power? Surely the provenance lifeforms had their own ways of fighting. They generated everything themselves. So what could he do? He wanted his mana. He wanted his causes. But those were old systems that others had made, and they were external, and he had cast them out for exactly that reason. So, how could he make his own? Chapter 5573, My Mana. 2. What could he generate that would be filled with his power? That he could use to unleash his power, and have it be his? What could he replace his mana with? It had to be infinite. And he had to generate it. Provenance essence itself was too unfathomable. He could not endlessly generate more singularities. What else could? Oh. Boom. His body shook as a pulse boomed out of him that caused the surrounding space to quiver. He had thought of something. And it made him feel so supremely stupid. Something he generated. Something carrying his power. A resource he could consider infinite. It had been circulating through him this entire time, through every trial and every transformation, so close and so constant that he had looked straight past it while interrogating the whole of existence for an answer. Toward the seemingly calm sealed one bubbling with anger, Noah raised his hand. He looked at his fingertip as the skin split open, and a crimson gold drop of blood flowed out. HUUM. The moment it did, a heavy and terrifying hum erupted. Far ahead, every one of the dying infinite lifeforms trembled at that hum, their fractured bodies seizing all at once, as though something ancient had just exposed itself to the air for the first time in an age and their existences recognized it before their minds could. In the next instant, their bodies exploded into puddles of blood. An army that had ridden into this domain on rivers of the dead, reduced in one heartbeat to red stains among the red. And the sealed one, seated on his kraken existence, opened his eyes wide with shock as his very existence began to buzz. Meanwhile, Noah felt like he was in an extremely unique state. His blood. His mana. Mana was external. An ambient resource, absorbed, refined, spent. A thing one gathered from the generosity of existence and returned to it when the spell was done. But his blood. Oh, his blood. He had even cast out his marrow. Nothing borrowed remained anywhere in his veins. The blood within him now was the blood of a provenance lifeform, produced by remade cells that answered to nothing external, bathed from its first drop in the singular light of a provenance essence. The drop at his fingertip hung there, immense crimson gold, and through its depths shone a stellar blue hue, his light, his singularity, alive inside his blood the way the sun lives inside a sea. Noah looked at it, and he called out. My blood, my mana. Sanguine mana. My. He let the last words fall silent, because some names were not for the air, and certainly not for the old monster listening from his perch. My provenance blood. My first blood. Fluum. The moment he named it, the hum deepened, and he felt an overabundance of control flood through him, command so total it bordered on the absurd. One drop, and it answered him like a limb. He told his single drop of sanguine mana one thing. Show him. Show him its capability. And the drop of blood popped. Ahead of him, everything turned crimson gold. The phenomenon that erupted was akin to countless event horizons blooming at once, an unfathomable twisting force of infinite density unfolding across the space where an army had died, dragging light and air and the hanging cracks of existence into its turning. Crimson gold light and stellar blue swallowed everything, blindingly, wall to wall across the domain, and through it all rang a single sustained hum so vast and so ancient that even Anaximander, far behind, pressed his hands over his ears. And by the time the light cleared, the fractured existence ahead of Noah was covered in his blood. It coated the frozen cracks. It sheeted across the broken air. It lay over the obsidian sands in a thin crimson gold film that shimmered with stellar blue, and Noah felt absolutely everything within it, every inch, every surface, as though the entire painted expanse were an extension of his own body and he could control everything his blood had touched. And in the center of it stood the vessel of the Sealed One. Ragged and heavily injured. Its red robes torn to strips, its reassembled seams torn open again, and this time its trueness was actually spilling out, flaking away from the wounds as red ash that drifted and dissolved. It breathed haggardly, each breath dragging, and it looked toward Noah with cold eyes as its existence visibly decayed. Noah looked out over the crimson gold expanse where an army used to be, and he gave the thing he had just done its name. Sanguine blood drop. HUUM. The hum of his singularity rose to meet the naming, and Ruination's voice bloomed into his senses, translating what his existence was declaring into clean lines he could look at and analyze. Your existence has made a declaration. Blood has been officially designated as your infinite generated resource, sanguine mana. Sanguine mana, blood generated by your remade cells, bathed in the light of your provenance essence. Production is generation. Generation is you. Reserves, infinite. Properties confirmed, sanguine mana carries your power in full. Its potency reflects the concentration of your provenance essence, veritas and pondus, and will rise as they rise. It answers no external authority. It cannot be adulterated, seized, or turned against you. Where it rests, you feel. Where it spreads, you command. The first provenance art has formed. Provenance art, sanguine blood drop. A single drop of sanguine mana, released and detonated at your will. Capabilities: the detonation expresses twisting force of infinite density, akin to blooming event horizons, across a region you define. All things within the region caught in the detonation are subject to your power without distinction between body, framework, or authority. Residual sanguine mana coats the region. Coated regions become extensions of your control. You may sense all things within them, deny movement within them, and detonate them again. Drops may be scaled, one drop, many drops, or a continuous flow. Cost: nothing you will miss. You generate more with every heartbeat. Note: this art was not taught, granted, or inherited. You made it. Designation is permanent. Noah read the lines once, and permitted himself a single moment of satisfaction. His first art. Named by him, built from him. Then he floated forward, across his own blood, toward the dying vessel of the Sealed One. The vessel stood in the center of the crimson gold film, decaying by the breath, its trueness flaking off as red ash. It did not retreat. Beings like this never retreated. Chapter 5574, A Glorious Direction. Noah came to a stop before it and looked at it coldly. I never had any issues with you, he said. Think about that. All this time. Then you took our lower observable existence, you played your long games from behind your curtains, and now you've made me an enemy. Can you imagine? Whatever plans you had for eons, however many boards you've arranged, however many vessels you have folded and pressed and hung in whatever closet you keep them in, they may all just crumble. Because you happen to target the wrong guy. HUUM. The vessel's ragged mouth curved. Even decaying, the voice that came out was calm, unhurried, almost warm, and the heavy anger beneath it had been pressed flatter still. A young thing like you can also be a unique thing, and a special thing, the sealed one said. And there are many such things across existence. I have collected a few. I have discarded more. So let us not make this larger than it is. Tell you what. How about we call it quits? I will not pursue you as a vessel. I will even bear the unbearable pain of handing off that collar I planned so very many years for, the one you are wearing right now, the one you stole. Consider it a gift between professionals. I have too many things going on to designate this much focus to something like you. The offer hung in the red air, reasonable and generous and rotten all the way through. Noah smiled slightly. Now see, a me from days ago may have taken that deal, he said. Truly. Walk away, and don't worry about an old monster. A younger man closes the deal and sleeps well. His eyes did not warm at all as he spoke. But now? I've grown up. For me to be true, and quintessentially me, I wouldn't take such a deal. You do not get to reach into my life, take what is mine, hunt my people, and then buy your way back to neutral the moment the weaving turns on you. Our choices, our consequences, big boy. He drifted closer, and the crimson gold film below them stirred like a tide sensing its moon. This is the first of your vessels I kill. There will be more. However many you have, wherever you have hidden them, in whatever ages you have seeded them. I will find them, and I will make each one cheaper than the last. His voice dropped, cold and even. Oh, ancient thing. I want you to feel afraid. I am coming for you. Sanguine blood drop. Boom. Another drop of blood bloomed before Noah, crimson gold around stellar blue, and it exploded like a wave. The detonation rolled over the vessel of the sealed one and eradicated it completely, body and robes and pressed flat anger and all, scattering it into red ash that thinned and dissolved into nothing. And this time, nothing stitched. The wave passed on across the ruined expanse, sweeping the puddles and the stains and every last remnant of the army that had ridden in on rivers of the dead, and when it settled, the domain was clean of all of them. Nothing survived. Slowly, the spiderweb cracks hanging in existence began to heal, panes of fractured reality drawing themselves closed seam by seam, the way a wound closes when what caused it has finally been removed. The torn pages of the sky sealed. The red light drained away. The final domain returned, by degrees, to its ancient stillness, minus one army, one vessel, and a considerable quantity of borrowed power that had leaked out of its owners and gone wherever such things go. Noah stood in the center of the quiet, and felt his provenance essence buzzing. HUUM. Your provenance essence has increased slightly in concentration. Your pondus has increased by +2. Pondus, 7. You were quintessentially true to your existence. Your veritas elevated tremendously, but has not been able to climb past the value of 10. Oh. Noah's existence pulsed as he thought about that information. He did not need to devour anything externally. He had just confirmed this. No corpses harvested, no essence absorbed, no boons collected from the ash. He had simply acted, truly and faithfully as who he was, and his power had increased. So long as he conducted himself as himself, the numbers would climb. That was the entire system. That had always been the entire system, and existence had needed to crush him under a falling sky before he saw it. He just had not thought elevating the values of his 4 attributes would be so arduous. A slaughtered army, an eradicated vessel, an art created from nothing, and the yield was a +2, and a Veritas that strained against its own value of 10 and could not pass it. Small numbers, grudgingly given. But having numbers that were small yet meaningful was something he also liked. After all, he had played with numbers that reached trillions and decillions before. The new system his existence was slowly enacting seemed much more meaningful. Noah turned. Anaximander had seated himself near the base of the obelisk at some point during the eradication of an army, arms resting on his knees, and he was shaking his head at his friend. Noah took a step and appeared beside him. "You are one ridiculous existence, you know that, right?" Anaximander said. "I am just a human trying to grasp the wonders of existence. Just like you." Noah settled his gaze on him. "But how is the situation elsewhere?" "I ask because you took the ancestral voice within you." Anaximander nodded slowly, and his eyes unfocused, looking at something that was not in front of him. "It is a unique sensation. I am still grasping it. It is as if I have an eye overseeing vast stretches of the Amnaros, and the eye never closes, and it was never mine, and yet it reports to me now." He exhaled. "What it reports is not good. Armies of infinite lifeforms are still rushing into the different domains of the superpowered lifeforms and waging war. The superpowered lifeforms are strong, but they defend homes while the invaders spend bodies. And in the largest domain of the Amnaros, in the Golden Expanse, the largest army of them all has gathered. Killing the vessel of the Sealed One does not seem to have deterred them." A pause. "Or they simply do not know yet." His eyes refocused and found Noah. "Vidramar and Damodred and Ryanara still move. Though the white steed seems distraught." He tilted his head. "Your transformation here affected a few things?" Noah thought about this for a moment. The bond, the mixture of causes, the cry through it as 18 seats emptied without a word of warning. A feeling her other half vanish out of her own existence. "A few things that I will correct," he said. "But when it comes to dealing with the armies of infinite lifeforms..." He let the sentence rest there and pondered. His new power. His new self. The possibilities of what he could do were, in the most literal reading his status panel offered, limitless. His potential was limitless. All that was left was his imagination. He had already reclaimed mana as his own, something he generated, and it was now his blood. In time, he would think about how causes could also be his own, something he generated rather than seeded. That was a project for a quieter hour. But first, he had to design something grand of his own to address the immediate problem. One body, however true, could not stand in every burning domain at once. His hand rose and touched the collar on his chest. It was silently resonating, humming along with his provenance essence in a low harmony, and through the contact he could feel the slow work underway. The unique thing was being refined by him, layer by patient layer, his essence working into bones older than every framework in existence. When his provenance essence actually got through to it, he would grasp its secrets. For now, it was a grand necklace on his chest, and he was entirely at peace with owning the single most coveted piece of jewelry in the Amnaros. He allowed his existence to continue refining it, and turned his mind to generation. Ideas were already buzzing. Many of them. He selected one, opened his palm, and let the skin split. A drop of incandescent blood rose out of his palm, crimson gold around stellar blue, and he gathered it onto the tip of his finger. Then he began to write. His fingertip moved through the air, and the blood followed it, laying down lines that stayed where he drew them. A runic symbol took shape stroke by stroke, and it was like no script in any catalog of existence, because it came from no catalog. Curved lines nested inside curved lines. Rows of dots marched along the arcs in deliberate rhythms. Spirals turned inward at the joints, and every stroke was placed the way old rituals place things. He was not remembering it. He was generating it, and his hand simply knew, because the knowledge was being made in the same instant as the ink. HUUM. The finished rune hung in the air, humming, drinking the light. Then it transformed. The line swelled and flowed outward, blood multiplying upon blood, and the rune unfolded into a figure that rose and rose until it stood titanic against the obelisk light. It looked like Noah. And it did not. The face was his face, calm and cold. But the body stood far taller, broad, and ancient, skin the deep crimson gold of his sanguine mana with ritual markings scored across it in stellar blue, spiral upon spiral down the arms, dot lines crossing the chest in measured rows, patterns that read as ceremony older than language. Charms of pale bone hung in layered strands from its neck and wrists, and curved horn framed its shoulders beneath a great mantle that fell like a chieftain's burden. In its right hand it held a bloody staff, taller than itself, wet and dark with blood and crowned with a knot of the same nested spirals. Above its head floated a crown made entirely of blood, turning slowly, never dripping. And around its whole titanic frame, streams of blood swirled in endless infinity symbols, crossing and recrossing, the oldest shape Noah owned, drawn now on the resource he would never exhaust. The second provenance art has formed. Provenance art, sanguine shamanic rune. A rune written in sanguine mana that unfolds into a provenance sanguine clone. Each clone portrays half of your power in full expression, your force, your sanguine mana arts, your control. Clones draw their blood from you. Your reserves are infinite, the cost is a formality. Termination clause: if a clone is ever destroyed, its blood does not die. It stains. The stain corrupts a region up to the measure of an observable existence, and within the stained region, all enemies you have designated will leak their trueness out through their own blood. Allies are untouched. The stain does not expire. Note: destroying your clone is the least advisable way to defeat it. Anaximander rose to his feet and looked up at the bloody crimson gold version of his friend in its ancient adornments, and for a while he said nothing at all. Noah spoke first. I will make more of these. For now, can you do what the ancestral voice did, and transport this one, and the others I will make, to different locations across the Imnaros? His voice was even, almost administrative, as though he were arranging deliveries. I will finish this quickly, and see about extending my human rule here fully. Anaximander's eyes pulsed as he turned to look at his friend. He saw that it was still Noah. And yet, looking at him now, Anaximander truly felt it. Something ancient and far. As though his friend stood beside him and also somewhere very early, in an age before ages, and the distance between those two places was growing quietly wider every hour. Anaximander shook his head with a wry smile, and closed his eyes. Understood. An instant later, the ancient-looking clone of Noah disappeared, sent somewhere across the Imnaros between one breath and the next. And Noah himself stood by the obelisk with blood flowing freely from him, palms and fingertips running crimson gold, as he began to draw more bloody runes. Chapter 5575, we follow. Yanthe Callias. Yanthe Callias had carried the weight of an observable existence in her body since she was young, and until this war, she had believed that meant something. The sky of the golden expanse had been gold all her life. Now it ran blue and wrong, rivers of infinity pouring through it in torrents, and beneath those torrents the invaders' pantheon stood unleashed across the plains, palaces, and coils and hungry geometries pressing their laws down onto ground that had never obeyed anyone. Their intents came ahead of them like weather. Hundreds of her people held the line with their bare bodies and their exemplified weight, and the line was moving the wrong way. She drove her fist through an infinite lifeform's descending claw and felt the claw's law try to write itself onto her bones before her weight crushed it out. Crack! Beside her, old Peleus staggered, three intense grinding against his shoulders at once. Past him, the twins fought back to back in a shrinking circle. Everywhere she looked, her people were giving ground, one stubborn step at a time, and Ianthe felt the fear she had been swallowing all day rise up her throat. Not fear for herself. Fear for all of them. The invaders spent bodies the way rivers spend water, and her people had only the bodies they were born in. Then, the hum arrived. A heavy and unfathomable hum. It was simply there, underneath everything, a single sustained note so old that her body recognized it before her ears did, and her body's opinion was terror. Across the battlefront, thousands of beings looked up at once. High above the breaking line, where nothing had been a heartbeat ago, something now floated. It was Titanic. It was shaped like a man, and it was the color of deep crimson gold, marked across its skin with spirals and dot lines of burning stellar blue, hung with strands of pale bone, mantled and horned, and above its head a crown made of slowly turning blood floated without dripping. Around its whole frame, streams of blood swirled in endless crossing loops, the same shape over and over, a symbol she would never afterward forget. She could not have said what it was. Nobody on that field could. Understanding was not offered. Its aura pressed down, and Ianthe's knees nearly went. This thing had come to their side of the war, she could feel that much in the way its weight fell only forward, onto the invaders, and still her hands shook. It was the dread of standing near something out of the first age of existence, ancient beyond the weavings of ages, and the dread did not ease when she told herself it was rescue. The infinite lifeforms received it truly. Their formations had already stopped. Rivers of infinity faltered mid-pour. Beings who had spent the day as executioners now hung motionless in the silver air, and Ianthe watched creatures wearing Cenozoic weight begin, visibly, to shake. The floating figure raised its staff. At the staff's crown tip, a single drop of blood formed. Crimson gold, with a stellar blue light living in its depths. One drop, above a battlefront that stretched past the horizon's patience. The drop popped. HUUM. The battlefront ahead of her ceased to be a place. Everything the invaders held turned crimson gold at once, event horizons blooming across the plains in their uncounted numbers, twisting light and law and pantheon palaces into themselves with a force that made Ianthe's exemplified body feel like a leaf pressed in a book. The hum became a roar and became a pressure that bent the world's edges inward, and through it she saw the infinite lifeforms crack like vessels, their hoarded infinity leaking out in ribbons, their bodies coming apart into red. Boom! When the light thinned, the plains were painted. A film of crimson gold lay across the ruined ground where the invading army's forward strength had stood, shimmering with blue, and nothing that had ridden in on those rivers moved anywhere upon it. The rivers themselves were gone. The unleashed pantheons were gone. The pressure of 100 foreign intents was gone, and its absence rang louder than any of it. The war in the golden expanse was not over. Ianthe could feel the rest of the invasion out beyond the horizon, vast and undeterred, still arriving. But the field before her was finished. And the being that had finished it did not chase, and did not speak, and did not land. It simply floated there above its own blood, grand and unhurried, arms loose at its sides, the crown turning over its head and the endless loops of blood crossing and recrossing around it, letting itself be seen at full length by every survivor of both sides, as though being witnessed were itself part of the work. Then, slowly, it turned toward the horizon, where the rest of the war was waiting. Ianthe rose from her knees, and she watched. There was nothing else to be done with what was happening in the sky. The titanic crimson gold being drifted out from the cleared battlefront, unhurried, the crown of blood turning above its head, and where it went, the war simply ended. She saw it stop above the burning reaches east of the plains, where the blue rivers had been pouring. It raised its staff. One drop of blood formed at the tip, crimson gold around a heart of stellar blue, and Ianthe braced herself this time, and the bracing did nothing at all. Boom! The east turned crimson gold from earth to sky, event horizons blooming through the invaders' ranks, and every single infinite lifeform within that region cracked, leaked, and collapsed into red. Not most of them. Every one. Then the being drifted on, south, to the shattered terraces where the twins' home had stood, and did it again. One drop. Just one drop of blood. Then the high passes. One drop. Then the coast of the Golden Sea, where the largest mass of the invasion had gathered its pantheons into a fortress of stacked laws, and Ianthe thought, surely, here it will need more. And yet still. One drop was all it required. Boom! She did not know what this life form was. No one on the field knew what it was. But her people were already speaking of it in low voices between the drops, and a name was forming out of nothing, because beings must call a thing something or go mad looking at it. The crown gave them the word. By the fourth region, Ianthe heard old Peleus murmur it, and realized she had been thinking it for some time. The blood-crowned one. It was not a grand name. It was simply true. Region by region, drop by drop, the blood-crowned one unmade the invasion of the Golden Expanse. There was no battle in any of it. A single ridiculous thing happened: every infinite lifeform cleared out and completely collapsed, until the rivers ran nowhere in any sky she could see, and the last foreign intent guttered out of the air like a lamp pinched between fingers. And then the Golden Expanse was entirely cleared. A heavy silence fell upon it. It was the first true silence in longer than Ianthe could count. No rivers pouring. No pantheons grinding their laws against the ground. No screaming, hers or theirs. Just the wind moving over ruined gold plains slicked in crimson, and hundreds upon hundreds of superpowered lifeforms standing in the wreckage of everything, slowly raising their heads. Every single one of them looked up. The blood-crowned one floated at the center of the sky, staff loose in its grip, the loops of blood turning endlessly around its frame. Then it spoke. I will lead you. Boom! The voice was ancient and booming and everywhere at once, arriving in the chest before the ears, and Ianthe flinched and could not look away. It did not even seem like a request. There was no question mark living anywhere inside those words. The being was not offering. It was telling them what it would do, the way the sky tells the ground it will rain. For ages, you have been defending against an onslaught of enemies, the voice rolled on, slow and vast. Age after age, they have come for your homes, and age after age, you have held your lines with your bare bodies, and buried your dead, again, and again, and again. No more. The staff turned, once, unhurried. I, the true human emperor, will lead you. A pause came, in which the whole of the Golden Expanse seemed to hang from a thread. Will you follow? Hum. The hum swelled beneath the words, ancient and enormous, and the oppressive silence that followed was the heaviest thing Ianthe had ever stood under, heavier than the observable existence she carried in her body, because this weight asked something of her. Her emotions would not settle into any single shape. His words about her people resonated in her bones. Dying age after age. Burying the dead again and again. That was her mother, and her mother's line, and old Peleus's 4 sons, and every golden field she had ever seen churned to mud and red. He was right. And at the same time, she was afraid of him. Deeply. He had asked nothing of them before saving them. He had wiped out the very enemies that were butchering them, armies of infinite lifeforms, whole invasions, with single drops of blood, and power like that did not need their consent for anything, and yet here it floated, waiting for their answer. But beneath the fear, and beneath the awe, there was something else. And it was actually fairly simple. She was tired. She was so tired of the cycles of death. And this fearsome being that none of them could understand had protected them. If he could continue to do so. Ianthe Callias stepped forward over the ruined ground, the first body to move up in all of the Golden Expanse. She put her hand on her chest, over the weight she had carried since she was young, and she raised her voice to the sky. We follow. Hum. She was a single lone voice in a silence the size of a domain. But she was the first. And how she thought was how many just like her thought. Old Peleus rose from beside his dead, put his hand on his chest, and said it. The twins rose together, hands on their chests. Then the line she had fought beside all day, then the survivors of the terraces, then voices from the passes and the coast, superpowered lifeforms rising one after another out of the wreckage across the whole golden breadth of the domain, hands over hearts. We follow. We follow. It became a phenomenon. All those within the golden expanse looked up as they said it. Some of them said it holding the corpses of their families in their arms. Some said it kneeling, too injured to stand, pain written across their faces as they looked around at the devastation of everything they had built, and then looked up, past all of it, toward the fearsome being promising to lead them. Their voices rose and joined and rose again, hundreds becoming a single sound rolling across the cleared plains, grief and exhaustion and hope all speaking the same two words. We follow. The blood-crowned one looked down upon all of it, the crown turning slowly above its head. And it gave them its last words. I will lead you towards an age of humanity and empowerment. Towards an age where those who butchered you will fear even standing before your shadows. The words burned through Ianthe and many others. Her blood boiled. There was no gentler way to name it. Because what better emotion was there to rouse up, if not revenge? They had been prey for so long that she had forgotten there was another way to stand. Those who butchered them, afraid of their shadows. Ianthe threw her head back and roared, and around her, the golden expanse roared with her, hundreds of voices tearing loose at once with a fervor that shook the crimson from the ruined ground, louder than the war had ever been. We follow. HUUM. Chapter 5576, Stability. The True Human Emperor. Noah stood by the obelisk with his eyes closed, and he was also standing in a dozen other places. His senses ran through every Provenance sanguine clone at once, shared fully, a single awareness wearing many titanic bodies across the breadth of the Imnaros, and what that awareness observed was the same short story with different scenery. No infinite true life form stood against even a single sanguine blood drop. Not the Cenozoic ones anchoring invasion spearheads. Not the patient ones hanging back behind their stacked pantheons. Not the desperate ones who saw the crimson gold figure arrive and threw everything they had hoarded across their long lives at it before the staff could rise. One drop formed. One drop popped. And rivers of infinity went silent in one region after another, armies collapsing into red, until whole stretches of the Imnaros held no invaders at all. And in the golden expanse, the grandest of them, his clone had done something else besides. Through its eyes he had looked out over the cleared plains at thousands of superpowered lifeforms rising from their ruins. And past them, sheltered in the heart of the domain, he had seen the grand sprawling citadel that the superpowered lifeforms had been defending all this time, tier upon golden tier of it, and the millions of humans within its walls pressed onto every balcony and rampart to see the sky. His clone had told all of them that he would lead them. And as they looked up, one after another, and pledged themselves to him. HUUM. You have increased the stability of a small localized portion of existence. Your provenance essence has increased significantly in concentration. Your pondus has increased by plus 0.5. Pondus, 7.5. You were quintessentially true to your existence and have increased the stability of a small localized portion of existence. Your veritas elevated tremendously, but has not been able to climb past the value of 10. He had received similar prompts not long before, and he visibly felt his power increase as these ones settled, the hum in his depths thickening by a degree that his whole body registered. But the most important thing was not the numbers. The most important thing was what his existence had communicated to him about the cause. He had increased the stability of a localized portion of existence. And he could feel his existence was fortifying, and deep within him his singularity of provenance essence was growing larger and larger in concentration, denser and brighter. And the growth was his to generate, but due to his actions bringing about the stability of existence itself. Such a thing interested him greatly. How were the first lifeforms connected to the stability of existence itself? Everywhere he had ever traveled, existence ran on boundless chaos. Entropy only increased over time. Lifeforms always fought, wars churned realms into dust, and every framework ever built was a temporary argument against a disorder that always, eventually, won the argument. And yet it seemed the earliest lifeforms, or truly the first lifeforms, became stronger by cutting against that disorder. Their power grew from their own existence, generating more of themselves. He sighed and opened his eyes, and turned to Anaximander beside him. The scholar nodded to him. Everything around the Imnaros is stable. We can have a moment to breathe, somewhat. Noah nodded back, and looked down at the collar on his chest. He wanted to use his own moment of breathing to take a proper look at this ridiculous cluster of bones of a first lifeform. How did it come about? Why would an existence so supremely powerful carve out its own bones and make them into a necklace? Beings hoarded power. Beings defended their bodies above all things. And this one had reached into its own chest and shaped what it found there into an ornament, and left the ornament behind for the ages to kill each other over. And the more he thought about it, the more special the superpowered lifeforms became. Their power, their exemplification, the whole strange lineage of authorityless might that filled this dimension, traced its origins back to the Panaceas. And the Panaceas actually stemmed from this very necklace, its runoff, its residue, pooling in wells across the Imnaros for others to drink. The orate collar of the first purity. The first purity now made sense in its name. He simply had to figure out the rest. And while he did that, there was also his own newly changed existence to attend to. He needed to generate his own system of power, piece by piece, because he had cast out far too many things. There were weavings he would have to alter as well. The causes of the first steed. Potentially the Lestrygonian too, Damodred, bound to him by structures that no longer had anything to bind to. He would continue to experiment, and see exactly what path he would forge. A path that would be genuinely his, and nobody else's, from here on out. One of the bigger puzzles for him to solve remained the causes. The Infiniverse was filled with them, thousands of realms turning on them. Even one of those who remain, the sleepless fiend, was playing around with causes in an entire dimension. Well, really, in multiple dimensions, if the Lestrygonians were included in the counting. Causes sat beneath everything he had ever climbed, and everything he intended to rule. He had to generate something of his own that took the place of causes. And as he thought of this, wah! Space folded open on the dark sands of what used to be the domain of the final trial, and three figures stepped through, delivered by the scholar's quiet courtesy at Noah's earlier request. Hvitramar. Damodred. Ryanara. The white steed came in her humanoid form, white-haired and gold-eyed, the ring pupils fixed on Noah the moment the fold released her. Damodred stood at her flank, and Ryanara a step apart, and all three of them looked toward Noah with complex gazes, each carrying their own thoughts across the sand. Hvitramar, who had felt her newly established bond dissipate out of her existence. Damodred, who was bound to Noah, and who now sensed no causes on him at all. And Ryanara. Noah looked at this woman, vibrant and grand, and a silent thought arose within him. He may actually be able to cure her little brother. Chapter 5577, Noblesse. With a bit of breathing room, many things could be done without rushing. Noah crossed the sand to Hvitramar first, and caught her shoulder before her knee could touch the ground. None of that, he said quietly. The bond you felt leave was one more borrowed thing I had to set down. It was never you I set down. I told you I would be your rider, and I will continue to be your rider. Soon, something better than what we had will bloom, okay? The white steed's gold eyes searched his face. She straightened, and the distress she had carried finally loosened its grip on her frame, and she stayed close to him. He then looked at Damodred. With the power I have now, I should have something grander than causes soon enough, Noah said. I will see if I can easily find the genetic markers of Lestrygonians, and bring more of your brethren back. The Lestrygonian went very still. His people, eradicated by the sleepless fiend, existing now as one survivor bound to one man. Damodred bowed his head deeply. I follow the master completely, he said, and await your continued glory. Noah then turned to Rhayanara. He chose his words carefully. I don't want to make any promises. But, we can try to see if curing your brother is a possibility right now. Boom! The words landed on her like a detonation. Her body trembled, her composure cracking as her eyes shone with unfathomable hope as she surged a step forward. Can we go right now? He is in my dimension, as we see a. Gah! Even before she finished her words, she spat crimson blood. It was not ordinary blood. It came out shining with her trueness, threads of her very existence leaving with it, and then, shockingly, her chest split open, and out of the wound erupted faces. Hateful, roaring faces, pressing up out of her flesh in a snarling cluster, screaming without sound. Oh! Noah frowned and was instantly at her side, his hands grasping her shoulders, his senses driving down into her existence, and he quickly understood what was happening. Analysis of the existence, Rhayanara. A bond of following was established between this existence and the sealed one in ages past. However much of a double agent this existence believed herself to be, serving and not serving, the initial bond she formed was filled with weavings even she could not understand, layered beneath her perception at the moment of its making. Through those hidden weavings, the sealed one has grasped the lifeline of her existence and cursed it with deterioration. Her trueness and her intent are already infected. Her lifeline is bound over to collapse. Designation of the curse, the hollowing chorus of the forfeited lifeline. She is marked for death. Noah looked at the prompts with heavy eyes. The old monster still could not be underestimated. Killed in one body an hour ago, and reaching out as he must have perceived something regarding Rhayanara. After all, she was in the Imnaros where the sealed one just faced a catastrophic loss of the auric collar of the first purity. But for someone to be marked for death? Noah's voice tyrannically boomed out. I won't allow it. Boom! He moved with immensity. Rhayanara was still convulsing in his grip, vomiting blood and trueness in gouts now, and she was crying, and even dying she spent her words on someone else. Ulf, please save Ulf. Enter my dimension before it collapse. GAAH. She spat out more blood, and her teeth fell out with it, scattering white against the dark sand, and her body began sagging toward the ground as the roaring faces on her chest howled their silent howl. Noah focused. Time seemingly slowed before his perception, thinning and thinning until it was no longer even moving, the domain caught in a single stretched instant with her blood hanging mid-air between them. A blood drop appeared on his fingertip. He thought for a moment, whole architectures of reasoning assembling and collapsing and reassembling. The curse held her lifeline, and her lifeline sat threaded through the frameworks of existence, and anything threaded through frameworks could be gripped by things older and crueler than her. He would continue to lean on his infinite sanguine mana as the solution. And right now, he was making another art. His fingertip began to carve, and this rune was unlike the shamanic rune, deeper and slower, waves and strings coming together within his blood as he drew, strand weaving into strand. The letters of the Osmantian tongue flowed into its construction. I am an Osmantan human pressed into the turning lines, and beneath the letters something even more ancient moved through the strokes, a texture that belonged to the age his blood now remembered, and the finished rune hung in the stopped air like a seal from before the first framework was ever raised. Time resumed. The rune flowed into Ryanara. HUUM. The third provenance art has formed. Provenance art, the provenance blood mark. A mark carved of sanguine mana, the Osmantian tongue, and that which came before frameworks. It is placed upon a select few chosen existence, and it is irreversible. The marked existence has its lifeline and its entire existence fully bound to you. Their fate is lost from all scales and all frameworks, no instrument of existence may weigh them, no authority of existence may grip them, and no threat of theirs remains for any hand but yours. They follow you, fully, from the moment of marking onward. In exchange, their potential is elevated grandly. The marked become noblesse blood apostles. Noblesse blood apostles manifest in 5 tiers of rarity, determined by the potential of the one marked. From the least to the rarest, blood knight, blood baron, blood duke, blood monarch, blood sovereign. The rarer the apostle, the grander the attributes their existence may carry. The effects on Ryanara were immediate. She started trembling even harder, gushes of dark blood erupting from her, old blood, wrong blood, everything the curse had touched being driven out of her at once, and the hateful faces on her chest reared and cried out as the mark's authority closed over them. And yet, her trueness stopped leaking. The shining threads that had been escaping with every cough drew back into her, held fast, and then she transformed. The dark blood burned away off her skin. Her hair poured down glossy obsidian, blacker and deeper than it had ever been, catching the obelisk light like still water at night. Her eyes opened, and the pupils within them burned bloody red, and behind the red turned a quiet light of infinity, depth without end. Red gold robes wrapped around her out of nothing, layered and regal, settling onto her shoulders with the weight of a station rather than a garment. The roaring faces gave one last soundless howl, and dissolved. The curse, the hollowing chorus of the forfeited lifeline, has been destroyed. Cause of destruction, the curse was anchored through the frameworks of existence, gripping a lifeline threaded within them. The marked existence of Ryanara no longer resides within any scale or framework. There is nothing remaining for the curse to hold. Her lifeline answers to one authority alone, and that authority cannot be weighed or touched by the instruments of the sealed one. As of this moment, her existence is without any scales or framework. Ryanara has become a noblesse blood apostle of the 4th tier, blood baron. Wah! Ryanara stood whole in her red gold robes, and her crimson eyes burned with nobility and wonder as she looked at Noah. Then she instantly knelt before him. It was nothing like the kneel of a defeated thing. Her back was straight, her head lifted, her reverent eyes raised to him as if she were looking at a distant and grand lifeform across an impossible span, and her voice came out grandly, formal in a way Ryanara had never once been formal in all the time he had known her. Thank you for the generosity, Master. Command me, and I will move existence for you. HUUM. Noah looked at her oddly. He had not expected such a heavy change. Did his blood have such a heavy effect when he did this? Are you, still you? I am Ryanara, your apostle, from this point on in existence. What do you want? If Master can grant my brother the same favor as me, I would be grateful. Her crimson eyes did not waver. He would also be of much more use to you, with his gaze being capable of reaching into the future. She was still her. The first thing she wanted was still Ulf, before power, before anything. But different. Noah affirmed this as he looked at her deeply, his gaze reaching into her remade existence. Status panel, Ryanara Noblesse Blood Apostle, Blood Baron. Veritas, 1. Provenance, 0. Potentia, 5. Pondus, 2. He took the panel in and nodded. He had changed her into a grand life form, unmoored from every scale and framework in existence, her potential elevated to a value that stood beside numbers he had bled for. And it seemed she would only be the first. Because nearby, Hvittermar and Damodred had both kneeled down onto the dark sand, heads bowed, as if they were waiting for the same thing. Chapter 5578, Noblesse. 2. What the hell did you just do? And how? Anaximander had come up behind Noah, and he was staring at Rhaenyra with open marvel. He could sense the complete change of her existence, and it was not a change of degree. Her weavings did not read as elevated, or healed, or empowered. They read as absent. A being stood before him, undeniably present, radiating quiet crimson nobility, and every instrument of perception he owned reported that she did not display much amenity at all. Noah was already walking toward Hvittermar, a fresh drop of blood rising to his fingertip. My existence has begun living truly as myself, he said, beginning to draw. The rune took form stroke by patient stroke, waves and strings gathering in the blood. Everything I do now comes from that. I am using my blood as a resource to alter existence itself, because my blood carries everything I am, and I am no longer something existence gets a say in. This time in particular, it is the alteration of one's lifeline. Wah! The rune turned slowly in the air before the kneeling white steed, and he began a second one beside it, for the Lestrygonian, speaking as he carved. I'd begun thinking of a lifeline as a thread. Spun for you at your beginning and woven into frameworks you never chose, by hands you will never see. Every scale that measures you holds that thread. Every authority that curses you grips it. Every framework that promises you power is also a loom that owns your weave. Beings spend their whole existences climbing ladders with this preset notion. His fingertip finished a spiral of joined strands. My mark cuts the thread free of every framework. Your lifeline leaves the frameworks entirely, and binds to me instead. Simple enough. Simple enough. Oh, so simple. He looked between the two kneeling figures. This does change you bindings to fully be, behind me. Neither of them moved from their knees. Noah nodded once, and released the runes. HUUM. The two marks flowed into them, and the transformations began. Hvittermar rose off the sand as her humanoid form dissolved outward into her true one, the colossal white dragon unfurling against the obelisk light, and then the mark's authority moved through her from lifeline to scale tips. Her pearl-white body deepened and glossed, alabaster taking on an undertone of living crimson, as though her whiteness now ran above a tide of blood. Her wing membranes thinned and cleared into sheets of red gold, light passing through them the way it passes through stained glass in an old hall. Her twin spiral ivory horns banded themselves in rings of red gold, her mane of white flame threaded through with ribbons of crimson fire, and along her jaw the elegant line of her fangs lengthened, refined, predatory, the mouth of something that drinks its conquests rather than merely winning them. When her eyes opened, the gold ring pupils burned with a new center, bloody red, and behind the red, a quiet turning light of infinity. She was still the white steed. She was now also, unmistakably, something more magisterial. And Damodred. The Lestrygonian, his proportions loosened at their edges, joints suggesting themselves in numbers the eye declined to count, his silhouette gaining a margin of half-present limbs that existed mainly in the corner of one's perception and withdrew when looked at directly. The ancient blindfold of hands across his face changed first and most, every hand of it turned bloody crimson gold, fingers lengthening, and then the whole lattice of them opened outward from the center like a terrible flower. And at the very center, revealed, a single cyclops eye burned. Its iris was vast and dark. Its pupil was red, and the red was not a shape but a congregation, countless minute hands, joining and rejoining, clasped into the form of a pupil that flexed when it moved. The eye swept the domain once, and the domain felt swept. The marked existence of Vitramar presents a unique transformation. While all that you carried was cast out, her causes were never carried. They are part of her existence itself, seated within her organs, born into her flesh by the hands of those who remain. They cannot be removed from her, and so they are transforming with her. Her 9 causes are becoming her own, unthreaded from the frameworks that seated them, remaking themselves within her organs under your authority. The process is ongoing. Their transformation may provide weavings of what your own causes could be. Vitramar has become a noblesse blood apostle of the 3rd tier, Blood Duke. Damodred has become a noblesse blood apostle of the 3rd tier, Blood Duke. Noah read the prompt about her organs twice, and set it carefully into the front of his mind, beside the cause replacement puzzle it had just illuminated. The 2 finished beings bowed to him, Dragon and Lestrygonian, and he checked their status panels as they did. Status panel: Vitramar Noblesse Blood Apostle, Blood Duke. Veritas, 3. Provenance, 0. Potentia, 9. Pondus, 3. Status panel: Damodred Noblesse Blood Apostle, Blood Duke. Veritas, 3. Provenance, 0. Potentia, 10. Pondus, 3. Noah nodded at their power and their advancements. As of now, I basically have a backbone of my own power and forces, he said. This dimension still has another dimension fusing into it, and armies of infinite lifeforms remain scattered through both. I think you two would be able to take care of them, yes? He looked at Vitramar and Damodred, and both of them nodded with immensity, the dragon's great head dipping and the Cyclops eye closing once in assent. Then Noah's voice went grand and cold. Any who fight, kill them. Those simply living within the dimension, and however things will be once these dimensions finish fusing, will know that they are under a new rule. The Imnaros, for now, will be a base of operations. The first dimension I will have under my rule, and protect. A pause the length of a decree being sealed. For now, go stabilize it. He gave the command to Vitramar and Damodred, and nodded to Anaximander, who smiled wryly at having been reduced, in the span of one afternoon, to a courier service. He waved his hands. Whap! The 2 of them disappeared. Noah then turned to Ryanara. She was already looking at him, her crimson eyes carrying utmost conviction, her hands folded before her red gold robes. He nodded. Let us see about Ulf. Times of peace were rare. Even as he moved to cover many things at once, his provenance essence continued its patient refining of the orate collar of the first purity against his chest, working into bones older than frameworks, and beneath all of it his mind kept turning, constantly, on what more he could design for his own grand new system of existence. There was so much to be done. Chapter 5579, Existence Does Not Collapse. The Creature. The number, at this moment, stood at 999. The creature walked through the deep places of the Gorvazil, and the deep places were veins. Tunnels of pulsing obsidian ran down and down, their walls contracting in a slow rhythm, warm underfoot, wet along their seams, and through their channels rivers of blood flowed thick and unhurried, all of it moving in one direction. He followed the direction as he knew who it would lead to. Behind him, only corpses remained as a fiendish aura wrapped around his entire figure. 10 minutes of the hour remained to him, and he did not hurry either. The blood was not his. Very little of the last hour's blood had been his. He had walked through rivers of it. True life forms of the cultivation farms, in their hundreds, bred and stacked and set against him and the trials counting, and he had borne their attacks and the MAW had eaten what was worth eating, and the rest had gone into the rivers now keeping him company on his walk. 999 lives lifted, and set down. One remained. The statue spoke as he walked. It had been silent for most of the hour. And yet now, its voice arrived the way it always arrived, from no direction. The coming battle will be extremely taxing and almost impossible for you. You can be given a boost to guarantee your victory, for another condition. The creature did not slow down. And what condition would that be? Your friend, Osmont. He is also a perfect candidate to bear weight, just like you. We are interested if you steer him towards existence as well. Only the willing may walk this path, so they can remain unfathomably true. Make the introduction. That is the only condition. The creature's gaze went heavy. He walked on through the pulsing vein tunnel, blood parting around his tread, and he thought for a moment before deciding. Then he shook his head. Everyone has their own weight to bear, he said. My introduction would be me imposing that weight upon him. That is not an introduction. That is a debt, dressed as a door. If he is meant to bear the weight of existence, he will bear it, regardless of my introduction or not. His voice did not rise. It never rose. Existence is vast, and existence is grand, and there are countless paths through it. Even you. Even those who remain behind you. You are only grains of sand in the vastness of existence. Boom! Existence shook as he said it. The vein tunnels seized around him, the rivers of blood jumping in their channels, the whole deep structure of the Gorvasal trembling once. And the creature could see the statue with whatever sense a bearer has for what he bears. The seated colossus, faceless and grey and worn, and across the blank stone where a face would be, smiled. A brutal smile, wide and slow and satisfied, the smile of something that had asked its question mostly to hear this exact answer. Then it turned silent. The creature walked on, silently, and the tunnels widened as the rivers deepened, and the pulse of the walls grew slower and heavier, the rhythm of a larger heart. At the end of the last vein stood a door. It was a door of blood and gore. Sheets of dried crimson layered over meat, arteries braided into hinges, the whole of it seemed together with the patience of something that had been building itself out of its victims for ages. Behind it, he could sense the power. He walked through it while speaking. I always felt my fingers trembling, whenever I was about to face a truly fearsome enemy, the creature said, to the statue, or to the door, or to no one really. Every time. In the early ages, when I was small, and everything above me was a weight I had not yet learned to lift. I would look at my hands, and they would tremble, and I would close them, and go forward anyway. Always, just step by step. 1 foot at a time. Keep moving forward. The gore of the door parted around him, unwilling and yet obeying. But after so many years, they never tremble anymore. Do you know why? A pause, in the place where he carried the statue as its voice boomed out. Why? Now, the creature said, existence itself trembles. HUUM. And everything began to tremble. The door shuddered apart around his shoulders. The vein tunnels behind him convulsed down their whole length. The domain he stepped into rippled from its floor to its distant ceiling, blood standing up in the rivers, gore shaking loose from the walls, all of it trembling at his passage the way his fingers had once trembled at everything, the debt of ages inverted and repaid in a single direction. The domain was vast, and it was made of slaughter. Lakes of blood spread across its floor between islands of mounded remains. Arteries thick as towers rose from the lakes and climbed through the dark air toward the far end of the domain, converging, feeding. And at the place where they all connected, fed by every vein in this deep domain, stood the final weight. A massive humanoid titan, mountainous in the gloom, its flesh crawling and seething where countless goo lifeforms had been fused into it, bodies within bodies, a colony wearing the shape of a colossus. A primeval one. Its murky obsidian eyes opened, and looked at the creature coldly, with the flat assessment of something that had ended ages and expected to end another. It opened its mouth to speak. The creature shot ahead. Existence shook all around him as he came, the lakes of blood parting in walls, the tower arteries snapping taut, and his voice arrived ahead of his fists gloriously. A vile thing like you does not even deserve to converse. Fight. Either you or I will collapse here today. The distance closed to nothing. And existence does not collapse. Chapter 5580, A Message from Father. Jarl Skallagrim. In the boundless darkness between dimensions, the steed stopped. It had not wavered in all the crossings behind them, the last of his 8, running on the hope he had whipped into it, following a scent that no distance had managed to thin. It simply stopped, mid-stride, in the middle of nothing, and stood trembling in its chains. "Why have we stopped?" Jarl Skallagrim said. It was not a question as really, questions implied patience and he had fucking none. The steed's voice came up to him small and confused, a mountain speaking like a child. She is gone. Gone. I can no longer sense Vittermar. Her trail did not thin, Jarl. It did not turn. The great head swung slowly in the dark, searching. It ceased. As if she stopped existing anywhere my senses can reach. There is nowhere the scent goes. There is only where it was. Skallagrim sat very still upon his throne saddle, rot ticking quietly along his fissures, and consulted his lucidity at this time. Sense did not cease. Beings fled, veiled, died, and every one of those left a shape in the weavings. A ceasing left nothing, and nothing was not a thing that existence produced on its own. Something had been done to her. Something outside his considerable education, and he was fucking educated. But they were close. He knew they were close. In this fold of the dark there were fewer than 7 dimensions within reach as they had been inches away. The few nearby they were heading towards were the Kajaman, the Tizana, the Imnaros. A few others, lesser and stranger. She should be inside one of them. The thing that had ceased her scent was inside one of them. He would pass by each of them in turn to ensure he found them. His whip arm moved, and the lash of woven curselight cracked across the steed's flank. Crack. Go towards the Kajaman dimension, for now, Jarl Skallagrim said. We will find them. Even if we have to search one dimension at a time. You have carried me this far on hope, little steed. Carry me the rest of the way on certainty. The steed gathered itself, and ran. And as they went, deep in the crossing dark, Jarl Skallagrim twitched. It began as a wrongness at his brow, a heat with a shape to it, and then an obsidian mark surfaced on the skin of his forehead, black lines assembling into an old seal, and the weight that came through it bent him forward over his saddle throne and tore a bellow out of him that rolled away unanswered into the dark. NNGH. Aya. The steed faltered beneath him, feeling it, whatever it was, bleeding down through the chains. Then the weight passed. Skallagrim hung there a moment, breathing through the last of it. And he raised his head, and laughed in astonishment. Ha ha ha. Oh. Oh, now this. Now this. The steed below him trembled in fear, but it still asked. Jarl, what has happened to you? Skallagrim wiped at his mouth. When he spoke, his voice had that texture the 8 had learned to dread more than his whip, the mad cadence with the terrible lucid stillness underneath, a man singing over the top of his own dying weavings. Little steed, you don't know this, but us descendants are unique beings, he said. You were bred. We were spoken. A descendant is a sentence with a bloodline, and every sentence has a speaker, and our speakers are those who remain. Our fathers. He tapped the fading obsidian mark on his brow. And we can receive messages directly from our fathers. It is our oldest inheritance. Older than our strength. Older than our curse. He settled back on the throne, warming to the telling the way he warmed to nothing else. Do you know what those messages are like? I have collected the accounts my whole life, the way beggars collect glimpses through feast hall windows. For the favored lines, the messages come often. Commands, mostly. A father points, and the line moves. Some receive blessings through the mark, gifts of authority poured straight into the blood. Some receive dreams, whole nights spent walking the memories of their ancestor, and they wake weeping at the size of what they come from. Some lines receive only a single word once a generation, and they build entire civilizations around each word. And some, his grin widened, crooked, some receive silence. Lifelong, perfect, complete silence. Because a father speaks when a father has use for you, and not one heartbeat before. He spread his arms to the dark. I have never received a message. Not once. All my life. The sleepless fiend, my very own ancestor, the speaker of my line, and in all my centuries of dying, through every experiment, every steed, every year I carved off my own span hunting a way out of the sentence he wrote me into, I never heard so much as a syllable. I used to pray for the mark to burn, little steed, when I was young and still stupid enough to pray. Silence. Always silence. I stopped fighting my madness partly to spite that silence. Let him inherit a lunatic, I thought. Ha! His laughter faded to something quieter and far worse. And yet, just now, I heard this voice for the first time. He touched his brow again, almost gently. And do you know the most ridiculous part? It was not even addressing me. Not me, Skallagrim, his son's son, dying in his name. It went out to all of us at once, a broadcast to the whole bloodline, the way a lord posts a bounty in a market square. It simply said, the white steed has been cured. Find information. Uncover how she was cured, and the one who cured her. Deliver this, and your life will be extended. You shall have salvation. The steed's body trembled. Skallagrim leaned back and laughed at the roof of the dark, and there was no joy anywhere in the sound, only astonishment sharpened into something with edges. Ha ha! How ridiculous is that? 1,000 years I begged existence for exactly two things. Salvation, or a single word from my father. And I received neither, and I made my peace, I chose to watch, I chose the madness, I let go of salvation with both hands. And it was after I let go of it that my father finally wants to send me a message, to grant me one. Not for my sake. Never for my sake. Because his little cured steed interests something in his long game, and now the dying sons are useful, now the silence breaks. Ha ha! His fists closed on the chains until his knuckles split, wrought weeping from the fissures, and his voice dropped through the laughter into the truest register he owned. I hate them. I hate those who remain so much. So much. A breath came. The grin returned, dreadful and bright and filled with magisterial madness. Ha ha! Chapter 5581, The Remnantseer. The True Human Emperor. Rhaenyra's dimension had changed with her. Noah stood on its high plateau and looked at the changes openly, because they were everywhere. The floating paintings still drifted all around them, hundreds of them, Ulf's life's work hanging in the air at every height, some finished and some abandoned mid-stroke. But the sky above them and the ground below had been painted over by something no brush had touched. Red gold light lay across all of it, the color of her new robes and her new blood, her transformation written onto the whole dimension that answered to her existence. Even the sickly figure of Ulf was looking around in excitement. He sat propped among his paintings, wasted thin by the withering of the remembered root, and his dim eyes moved across the changed sky with the wonder of a man who had watched it happen. And yet, even now, he was raising one sickly finger. He pointed toward a nearby floating painting. It showed his sister. Rhayanara, in her newly transformed state, obsidian-haired and robed in red gold, kneeling on dark sands toward an illusory figure. The figure itself was barely rendered, a shape more than a body, and it was surrounded by a massive blood gold crown. "I didn't know if it would be a true future, or a false one," Ulf said. His voice came out thin and worn. "But the weight on my sister seems to be removed." His dim eyes traveled up to Noah. "Have you come to try and do the same to me?" Noah looked at the painting for a long moment. Ulf had painted his sister kneeling toward him even before her transformation. How far back had this canvas been waiting? He was more and more interested in what this being's transformation could provide. He moved forward, and a drop of radiant blood rose into the air before him, crimson gold around its stellar blue heart. "I want to see if you can be cured by my blood alone. There was a panacea I was initially going to try, but this may just be better." Ulf looked at the drop, sickly and small beneath the floating archive of his own visions, and he nodded with dim eyes. Less than a day ago, curing this being had been an impossibility not worth speaking of. The curse laid upon him traced to one of those who remain, and Noah had told Rhayanara that he could not cure her brother. That doing so would require replacing his entire existence. And the capability he had designed since was almost exactly that. The Provenance blood mark grasped the very lifeline of an existence and took it out of every framework, forcefully, into his. Almost exactly. He was still unsure whether it would work. The drop of blood went forward, and entered the forehead of Ulf. The process that began was grand and slow and strangely sacred, crimson gold light sinking through the sick man's skin and spreading veins, tracing him from crown to chest like dawn moving down a mountain, and behind Noah the figure of Rhayanara watched with apprehensive eyes filled with anxiousness, her hands pressed together. Noah stayed focused. The sickly figure of Ulf began to tremble. Lightly, then violently, his thin frame shaking as if seized, his jaw locking, and Noah went forward and put his hand on the head of this being, and gave the whole of his attention to what his blood was finding inside. "Focus on my voice, and nothing else," Noah said. "Focus on the drop of blood permeating across your existence. You have been given a horrible fate this whole time, just because you can see the future. I need your entire existence to fight alongside me in rejecting this fate. You have autonomy. You have your own choices. Accept this change, and alter your entire weavings of existence." HUUM. His voice boomed out and reverberated across the entire dimension, red gold sky and painted ground trembling with it. And even as he was finishing, he felt it. A roaring rejection inside the body of Ulf, surging up against his blood, thrashing, almost as if a sliver of something within him was offended by what Noah was doing. Boom! The forehead of Ulf instantly split apart. His entire skull began to tear along its seams, blood sheeting down his wasted face as he screamed in absolutely horrendous pain, his body arching against Noah's grip, and Noah felt his provenance essence buzz through the whole of him. He came forward and held the man down even tighter, and he bellowed himself, and multiple more drops of his blood shot out and entered the body of this being one after another, the brilliance of the singularity within his existence shining quintessentially through every drop. Boom! Noah's own forehead began to bleed, a line of red opening at his brow as though his skull would crack in answer, pressure for pressure. He stood grandly and tyrannically through it, and his voice came down like a verdict. Merely a leftover curse. The being it was bound to is no longer here, as I have grasped their lifeline and changed them to something else entirely. Boom! The words landed, and the thing thrashing inside Ulf thrashed once more, and it was the last thrash of a dying grip, the death throes of a sentence whose subject had been rewritten out from under it. The figure of Ulf trembled violently as he gushed out rivers of blood, everything the withering had ever put into him leaving at once, Rhayanara crying silently behind them with both hands over her mouth. And in the next instant, his skin began to close up. His torn skull sealed. His body began to rise off the ground, wasted limbs filling, and waves of crimson gold light radiated outward from him in rings, rivers of brilliance seething through the air of the dimension and pouring off him like water off a surfacing thing. Noah finally let go, and stepped back, and watched. And around them, the dimension itself began to protest. The surrounding weavings of Rhayanara's dimension trembled and cracked, thin fractures spidering through the red-gold sky, the painted ground groaning, as if existence itself was angry at what was being taken from it. Rhayanara fell to her knees and spat out blood, her crimson eyes blazing as she poured everything she had into stabilizing the existence around her, because this was her dimension, her weight to hold, and nothing like this was even supposed to be possible inside it. Existence was displeased. A curse written by one of those who remain had reached for its victim and found nothing to hold, because its victim was becoming a brand new existence, outside every ledger where the debt had been recorded. Then, slowly, everything cooled. The fractures in the sky sealed. The rivers of brilliance settled and sank inward. And the figure of Ulf was revealed, standing in the air where a dying man had been, radiating an utterly pristine aura. He was pale, but it was no longer the pallor of sickness. It was the flawless pale of old royalty, skin without a single mark of the withering anywhere on it. His dark hair fell clean and heavy past a face that had recovered the bones of a much younger man. And his eyes had no pupils at all. They were bathed entirely in swirling crimson gold light, turning slowly, depths without floors, the eyes of something that looked at time the way others looked at weather. The marked existence of ULF presents a unique quality. Within his existence resides a singular art, his alone, carried through his bloodline of one. It has been identified, the remnant seer. Its nature is not yet translated. Due to the uniqueness of this art, the marked existence has achieved the second tier of rarity. ULF has become a noblesse blood apostle of the second tier, Blood Monarch. Status panel, Ulf Noblesse Blood Apostle, Blood Monarch. Veritas, 2. Provenance, 0. Potentia, 12. Pondus, 4. The first attribute, excluding you from THR equation, has exceeded 10, and it is the potentia of one of your people. The moment his transformation finished, the being descended. Ulf came down through the red gold air and knelt before Noah, his pristine aura folding around him like a court mantle, his pupil-less eyes raised, and when he spoke, his voice had changed entirely. It came out measured and turning, every line falling into rhythm, the cadence of a man who no longer spoke words so much as recited what he found already written. O my master, crowned in gold, a future glorious, and yet untold. Unthinkable roads lie on your way, but you must guard yourself this day. Oh! Ulf seemed a bit crazed at this moment. Like someone who would look at you crazily while telling you the end of the world was coming. His pupil-less crimson gold eyes did not hello in making him look like a crazed seer as he continued. Twice you have crossed the elder chain, two workings of those who remain, a steed was cured against their sign, and now their curse, undone by thine. Interest builds behind the veil, and some of those who remain now trail. Protect yourself, master, from what watches and pauses. Move at once. Enact your causes. HUUM. Chapter 5582, Home. I. After his ridiculous eruption and his words that rhymed, Noah looked at Ulf while squinting. Of course, the seer noticed the look. Ulf blinked and then scratched his throat with a bit of embarrassment, the royal bearing slipping just enough to show the man underneath it. Perhaps the recitation had come out of him the way a shiver comes out of a body, arriving on its own schedule and asking no one's permission. He did not seem able to fully control it. In truth, Noah found himself marveling at the ability of this being more than the delivery. Interest from those who remain, because he had undone two of their actions. That alone was a thought. The attention of such beings, arriving now, when he had only just begun enacting his own true power, with a single point of provenance to his name and most of his system still unbuilt. But how much did he actually need to worry? What extent did Wolf's ability reach? What exactly had he seen, and how much of it could be trusted? So Noah walked close to the seer. Ulf swallowed hard and took a small step back. What limits does your capability have? Noah asked with interest. Ulf scratched his head at the question. And when the answer came, it was once again in a rhythmic cadence, almost as if he had a stutter he could not deviate from after his transformation. My limits, master, none have I found, for I was never pushed past ground. A sick man paints what fever shows, and hath his life to fever goes. I was sick before, and I am sick no more, and I have not tested what lies in store. But ask your questions, one by one, and I may answer what can be done. Would he truly be rhyming every time he talked? But it was a fair answer, all things considered. A man who had spent his whole existence dying had never been given the room to find his ceiling. Compared to testing the limits of an art, asking questions cost nothing, and so Noah chose the question that mattered most. You mentioned the attention of those who remain. Can you tell me more about this? At that, Ulf's pupil-less eyes began to release beams of crimson gold brilliance, two soft rivers of light pouring into the air, and around him the floating paintings drifted slowly closer, as if his own old works wished to listen. His voice deepened. Those who remain are power beyond all measure and name, and no category holds them. They do not move as lifeforms move, in want or fear or plan. Across all history's turning, they have not moved at all. They send instead their extensions, to answer every call, their progenies, their descendants, the sentences they spoke, who act across the ages. Never once, in any age, in any war or need, has one among those who remain moved personally. And so their interest, master, will come the only way it can, their descendants and their progenies, and even primeval ones, will begin to circle, slowly, around your weavings. The beams from his eyes brightened, and his cadence slowed, giving each line its weight. The future I envision now is bright, and yet it bends, unpredictable in all its roads, uncounted in its ends. Yet of the few points narrowing the countless ways I see, the brightest of them all are causes, and yet not causes. For what the master comes to forge is not a cause at all, but something else entirely, that answers his own call. And I see us, O master. Ryanara. Io the dragon in her crimson, the one-eyed giant. The undefined lifeform, the living observable existence too. I see all of us as your extensions, put to use by you, to move where you would not be seen, to mask your weaving's hue. I am here to serve, my master. And so are many, many others. Wah! Each word he said felt sacred and grand. The light faded from his eyes, and the paintings drifted back to their stations. In other words, this highest rarity noblesse blood apostle among his people was truly unique. He had always planned to enact his own version of causes, generated entirely from himself. The only thing that had changed was the schedule. A rhyming man and the circling attention of the oldest things in existence had moved the project to the front of the queue. After all, the foundations were already laid. He had begun enacting arts, the blood drop that made no distinction between body and framework, the rune that unfolded his blood into titanic clones across a dimension, and the blood mark that pulled lifelines out of every framework and had built the very apostles standing around him. Beneath all three, he had defined his own infinite sanguine mana, the resource that made the rest possible. Compared to where he had stood a little while ago, he had already come far. But the other thing he placed the most importance on was understanding his 4 new attributes. How to pass that ridiculous number of 10, the wall his veritas pressed against with every true act. His potential had gone beyond it by infinity, of course, though that felt less like an answer and more like a differently shaped question. And the seer in front of him was the first existence apart from himself to pass the value of 10 in any attribute at all, that quiet 12 sitting in his potential like a door nobody had opened. There should be a grand change when one passed the value of 10. It was too hard a wall for that not to mean something, when even he could not push through it. But was potential different from the others? The other three values correlated to something currently held: power, trueness, provenance. And since nobody held provenance unless they were first lifeforms, Veritas and Pondus were the two values that gave a direct display of the power anyone currently expressed, while Potentia pointed only at roads not yet walked. Perhaps the wall at 10 guarded the actual, and left the possible unguarded. Perhaps potential was allowed to be absurd precisely because it had not happened yet. There was a lot to understand. And while he was thinking, he found he had begun stroking the necklace on his chest without quite deciding to, thumb moving slowly over bones older than every question he was asking. At this time, the figure of Rhayanara came over. She knelt beside her brother and took his head in both hands, and Ulf smiled at her. The siblings held each other, and their foreheads touched, obsidian hair against dark. The sister spoke softly. "I was ready to find IT," she said. "I even bound myself to the sealed one, who was chasing after IT, for you. I did not think that I had already found IT, and that it was the master himself, right here." Noah came out of his reverie at such words. Him? IT? Of course, different things could hold different meanings for many. In this case, plainly enough, she meant that he was the solution she had been hunting this entire time, the cure her whole long deception had been bent toward, found at last standing in her own dimension. But no. He was not as grand as whatever the sealed one was chasing. Whatever IT was that in antiquity had spent ages hunting, it was not a man who had held his first drop of provenance for less than a day. And as he was thinking of this, his eyes began to shine. Because he began to think about a certain steed. Her causes were transforming. He could sense her as an apostle, out across the Amnaros, and the sense was precise. Everything regarding any framework she had belonged to had been stripped away when she was bound to him. The only thing that was not stripped away was what she already held. Her causes. Which were actually her organs. And he had replaced those very same organs himself, back when he cured her. From cursed ones, to brand new ones that carried his previous causes within them. He had seeded his own work into her flesh, and now that flesh was becoming something that was hers alone, under his authority, outside every framework. So if he was looking to generate his own version of causes, not the same idea carried out by the sleepless fiend and the others, not seats installed from outside, then he simply needed to utilize his organs. Or anything within his existence. Something he had already generated. Something filled with provenance essence, grown from it, steeped in it. The solution was once more within his own existence, just like his blood that he had made into his infinite resource. Chapter 5583, Home. 2. As he came to his epiphany, Noah's existence buzzed, and then he felt a tug. It was not a vague feeling. Something closely connected to him had answered this exact moment, this potential emergence of the equivalent of his causes, and the answer was coming from inside the Infiniverse. Of course, that made a certain sense. Since his grand change, he had cast out nearly everything he held into her, and he had not once entered. His provenance essence and his new standing seemed to be causing something there, in the place where all his old treasures slept. So he turned to the seer first. "See the limits of your power," Noah said. "Push at them. And prepare for me any further knowledge you can reach regarding the descendants, the sealed one, and those who remain. I will want all of it when I return." Ulf bowed his head, and beside him Rhayanara straightened as if the instruction included her, which, in truth, it did. Then Noah tugged back on the unbreakable connection to the Infiniverse, and disappeared. He appeared inside an endless sea of blue. Strings and waves stretched away in every direction without a horizon, currents of deep cerulean light crossing and recrossing through one another, and the immensity of the place pressed in gently from all sides. This was a core domain of the Infiniverse, one of her innermost chambers, and only one person was currently in it. The Infiniverse herself, in her humanoid form, sat among bubbles. There were many of them, drifting slowly around her in the blue, and each one held something he had cast out. The primordial source turned quietly in one, dense as a swallowed star. His infinity coiled in another, blue and endless, pressing lightly against its skin. The 18 causes drifted in a loose constellation, his 9 and Mars 9, still keeping each other's company. The intent, the pantheon, the first and second infinite scale, mana itself. And nearest to her, small and red and beating slowly, the amaranthine heart. Noah sighed as he looked at it all. An ocean, bottled and shelved, and a caretaker sitting in the middle of it. Then he turned his gaze to the Infiniverse herself. She seemed just as grand as before, if not grander, since his rise had always reflected on her. And yet even she seemed a bit desolate, sitting there in her own depths, staring at the things he had cast out. She rose when she felt his eyes. She came over to him through the blue, unhurried, and when she reached him she did not bow or report. Instead, she traced one finger along the necklace of bones on his chest, following its curve. "I inherently know that you would never cast me out, or leave me, or abandon me," she said. "I inherently know this. My thought process, my very existence, is a logical one, and this is cemented within my existence. And yet, when you were casting everything out, even your infinite mana, a sense of fear rose within me that does not need to be there, and should not even be possible." Her eyes came up to his. "So even though I logically understand, and know, can you just reassure me?" Noah's gaze softened. Reassurance. Affirmation. Every single human being needed this, even when they knew. Perhaps especially when they knew, since knowing a thing and feeling it were two different things. He went to the Infiniverse and put his hand on the side of her head. She leaned into it and closed her eyes, and the contentment that crossed her face was quiet and grand. "Even you are displaying more and more human qualities," Noah said, and he was smiling as he said it. "In relationships, and I have a few, even though they know they have my love, even though they each know the lengths I would go for them, I am constantly still asked, 'Just how much do you love me? How much do you care?' After all this power and immensity you continue to gain, after all the change you go through over time, do you still care the same as before? Do you still look at us the same as before?" I have received all these questions and more, and every single one of them is just looking for affirmation. It is a very human quality. And I am happy to see you displaying it. Because if something like you can also be this human, then it means my path is truly going to be a glorious one, and that boundless many things can, and will, be human." His hand stayed where it was. "No. I would never cast you out. You are my home, and I am yours. HUUM. Their existences buzzed together as he said it, the blue sea around them brightening by a shade, and the Infiniverse kept her eyes closed, simply feeling her master's hand. After a while, Noah spoke again, quieter now. "You are the only person so intricately connected to me that you feel every immensity of mine this closely. Can you feel the provenance essence? It is not something so simple that it can just be generated because someone casts everything else out. I must have met certain conditions that made it a possibility. After all, I am human, and I was born human. I was not, and am not, among the first life forms. So I also want to know. Why was I able to generate provenance essence? What exact condition did I meet, in addition to casting out everything I held, to make this possible? And since it is something I generated, I cannot transfer it to another. I feel a distinct rejection of what provenance essence stands for if I try to extend it toward others. So the question naturally becomes, how can you generate it yourself?" The Infiniverse opened her eyes grandly at this. "Your rise in immensity continue to reflect on the Infiniverse," she said. "And while I may not be able to generate provenance essence, due to the change in your transformation and your connection to the Infiniverse." She waved her hand. The endless blue sea of waves and strings parted all around them, currents drawing aside like curtains in a great hall, and what they revealed was a doorway. Through it poured a scene of utter immensity, and Noah felt his own existence pulling him toward it, a pull that felt familiar and foreign at the same time. It was a forming domain, surrounded by blue-gold brilliance. "Since I am considered your home," the Infiniverse said, "your weavings and your provenance essence seem to be generating a domain exclusive to you. One that you can truly call home. Even I currently do not know much about it, as I have only felt it forming within me. But it should be something beneficial and critical that a first lifeform should call home." Chapter 5584, Home. 3. The home of a first lifeform. His home. He began walking toward it, and the Infiniverse purposely stayed back, her hands folded, as if to let him truly experience this himself. Noah stepped through the doorway. And he came out standing, in the first age of existence. The realm opened around him in every direction, and the first thing he understood about it was that it could not decide on a size, or rather, that it had decided on two. It read as a homestead. It measured as a dimension. His eyes told him he could walk its breadth in a day, and his existence told him the horizon was as far away as the edge of everything, and both reports were true at once. Blue-gold grass rolled away from his feet in long unhurried hills. A river of quiet light moved through the valleys without sound, in no hurry to be anywhere, and where it pooled, the pools held stars. Standing stones rose from the hilltops in rings, each stone taller than a titan and worn smooth as though generations of hands had rested on them, though no hand ever had. In the middle distance stood a long hall built of pale stone and heavy dark timber, simple as a shepherd's house and large enough that a steed could have walked its aisle with her wings spread, and from its center rose a hearth smoke that smelled of every fire he had ever came across. Orchards climbed the far slopes, their fruit unfamiliar and burning with infinite sanguine manna. And above all of it hung a sky of deep evening blue, holding a single unmoving star, blinding within, silent without, which he did not need to be told was the mirror of the thing in his own chest. It was simple, having been built before complication was invented. And it was vast the way only his new existence could properly feel. The first humans of the first age, if they had held grand power and a quiet evening, would have lived exactly here. He walked in slowly, and observed everything, and the realm observed him back with the settled attention of a house recognizing its owner. And as he did, a domain linked to your provenance has formed within the Infiniverse. It is currently deemed the provenance realm of the first lifeform. It is yours. It generates from your weavings, and it grows from what you are. Its functions have settled as follows. Within the realm, the concentration of your provenance essence increases at a greatly hastened pace. Time within the realm answers to you, and flows favorably against the outside. Within the realm, there is no strain in being yourself. It is the one place where the wall your veritas presses against may be worked at rest. Within the realm, your sanguine mana is enriched, blood generated here carries a deeper measure of your light. Within the realm, the design and understanding of your provenance arts comes more easily. What takes you hours outside may take you moments here. Anything brought into the realm, so long as its lifeline is not entirely shattered, can be healed here. Admittance is yours to grant. Those sharing close ties with you, your close family and your apostles, may be admitted. All others are refused by the realm itself regardless of their rank or power. Realm rank, Hearth. It is the first of known three, Hearth, Hall, Horizon. The realm will rise and become grander as your provenance essence increases. A boon of the realm binds to you as its master. This is your native ground. All sanguine mana you have ever shed, wherever it rests across existence, may be called home to its soil, and what returns carries back with it the taste of everything it touched. Blood claimed from your enemies may be given to the realm, and the realm will drink it. Each draught nourishes the ground, deepens your light, and leaves the drained forever known to your senses. and no wound, weariness, or want survives a night spent under this sky. He who rests in his own ground rises whole. At the rank of hearth, should you walk the full breadth of your home, from its first hill to its last, you may attain inner peace, and an unknown number of provenance essence can be generated within you. Inner peace. Of course, the prompt had made it sound like a destination, something waiting at the far end of the realm the way a reward waits at the end of a task. But Noah had lived long enough, and fought through enough, to suspect that peace was not a place a man arrived at. So he decided he would not hunt it. He would simply walk his home, from its first hill to its last, and see what the walking taught him. He started where he stood, in the long blue-gold grass, and he went slowly. The first hills rolled under his bare feet without urgency, and he let them set the pace. When had he last moved slowly? He always moved heavily and with urgency that it seemed he should always be stressed. There was always one threat after another as peace for him was a rarity. Here, for the first time, his feet and his mind were in the same place, and the grass bent and rose behind him as if approving. At the first ring of standing stones, he stopped and rested his hand on the worn shoulder of the tallest one, and he thought about the past. The stone was warm. He thought about the lower observable existence that had been taken from him, and the mother who had originated a cause for his sake, and the graves and the ashes and the long weavings of everything done to him and everything he had done back. Was peace the settling of all past weavings? He turned the idea over and set it down. No. The records of past weavings would never settle. He walked on. At the river of quiet light, he crouched and put his fingers in the current, and he thought about the present. The river moved without sound and without hurry, and in its pools the stars turned slowly, patient as coins at the bottom of a well. Compared to every water he had ever crossed, this one asked nothing of him. Was peace this, then, the absence of demand? The stillness of a thing with nowhere to be? He watched the light part around his fingers and rejoin on the other side, and set that idea down too. Stillness was pleasant, but he had met still beings before, sealed ones and seated ones and watchers, and he would not have traded his existence for any of theirs. A man built the way he was built could not make a home out of stillness. He would pace its floors within a day. He walked on, through the orchards on the far slopes, and he picked one of the unfamiliar fruits and ate it, and it tasted like something he had been missing without knowing its name. He thought about the people he fed. C.O. Young. Henry. His mother. The millions in a golden citadel who had looked up at his crown of blood. Was peace their safety? But their safety was his purpose, and purpose was work, and work was not peace, or at least, that was how he had always sorted the two. It was at the doors of the long hall, with the hearth smoke drifting over him carrying every fire he had ever sat beside, that the sorting itself came apart in his hands. Because why had he always placed peace and purpose in separate rooms? Who had taught him that peace was what remained when the work stopped, that a man rested from his purpose? He stood in the doorway of his own hall and looked back over the whole of his walk, the stones, and the river and the orchards and the hills, and the answer assembled itself with the quiet click of a lock that had been waiting. Peace was not the absence of purpose. Peace was the absence of argument. HUUM. At that moment, his existence began to buzz resplendently. Chapter 5585, Home. 4. All his existence, some part of him had been arguing with some other part. The conqueror argued with the protector. The greed argued with the giving. The man who wanted to gather every human under his fold argued with the man who wondered if he had the right, and the one who could not die argued with the one who was born to. He had carried those arguments so long that he had mistaken them for his own heartbeat. But here, walking his own ground, under his own star, with nothing borrowed anywhere in him to take anyone else's side, the arguments had gone quiet one by one. Quiet. Every part of him, for the first time, agreeing on what he was for. That was inner peace. Not stillness. Coherence. A man entirely aimed. And in the moment he understood it, the epiphany went through him like dawn going through a valley, and something within him answered. Deep in the hollow of his existence, beside the first singularity, a second light bloomed. Nothing about it was violent. It simply began, the way his first had begun, a dazzling point of incandescent blue kindling out of nothing but himself, and then there were two of them, turning slowly around one another in his depths, and their two hums found each other and folded into a single deeper chord that ran through his bones. A second provenance essence. And the realm changed in response. He felt it before he saw it, the ground under his feet grew a shade more certain of itself, the grass deepened from blue gold toward something richer, the river brightened along its whole silent length. The standing stones settled, as though they had been holding a breath since the realm formed and could finally release it. And above the long hall, in the deep evening sky, a second star kindled beside the first, small and new and blinding within, and the two of them hung together over his home the way his two lights now hung together in his chest. Noah stood in his doorway for a long moment, at peace, actually at peace, and let himself have it. Then, being who he was, the first thing he did with his peace was work. He reached up and removed the necklace from his chest. The orate collar of the first purity came away from his skin for the first time since he had put it on before an army, still humming faintly with the refinement his essence had been working into it, and he set it down on the broad stone threshold of his hall, carefully, the way one sets down a sleeping thing. Then he traced one finger down the center of his chest. His skin opened along the line. There was no pain in it, and no blood that he did not permit, and no violence at all. Skin, then tissue, then muscle parted smoothly at his instruction, folding aside like the doors of a place he owned, because he did own it, and his chest cavity lay open to the evening light of his realm. What glistened inside was worth the looking. His bones shone stellar, blue gold light living in them the way light lives in deep ice, and among them his organs sat luminous and grand, each one remade by his transformation, each one is beyond any argument, and each one steeped through with the doubled hum of his two lights. The heart most of all. It beat slow and strong in its place, and every beat sent a faint blue ring through the cavity, and he looked at it the way a founder looks at ground. He started with his heart. From my heart, quintessence shall bloom once more, Noah said quietly. But it will not be a cause. It will be my telos. My Osmantian provenance telos. The Osmantian provenance tell us of quintessence. This will be one of the pillars of my existence. And in time, the infinite cause itself will be replaced, for the infinite Osmantian telos. Telos. A cause is where a thing comes from. It is an origin, seated at the beginning of an existence by hands that arrived before it, and everything built on a cause spends its whole span answering backward, toward the root, toward the seed, toward the question of what made it. All the frameworks of existence run on that grammar, and all the old powers, the sleepless fiend among them, are gardeners of other beings' roots. A telos is the opposite direction. It is not where a thing comes from, but what a thing is for. Not the root but the aim. An end, chosen and generated by an existence for itself, planted ahead rather than behind, so that every part of that existence stops answering backward to a maker and starts moving forward toward a purpose. A cause is given, and can therefore be gripped, cursed, harvested, and owned by whoever did the giving. A telos is declared, and can only ever be owned by the one who declares it. The first beings needed no causes installed at their beginnings, because they were their own beginnings. What they carried instead, if they carried anything, was direction. And a man who had just learned that his peace and his purpose were the same thing was, perhaps, the first existence in ages properly built to carry direction again. The heart came first, since beginnings mattered. Noah stood in the doorway of his long hall with his chest open to the evening light, and he began. A thread of sanguine manna rose out of the open cavity, drawn from the blood already moving through him, crimson gold and unhurried. Around it, he gathered slivers of his provenance essence, thin shavings of incandescent blue peeled carefully from his two turning lights, and this part he did slowly, because the essence resisted being divided the way a name resists being spoken in halves. He wound the thread and the slivers together, and he laid them against his beating heart, and he spoke the aim into it. Quintessence. Not as a word borrowed from a tongue, though his tongue carried it. And not as the cause it used to be, seated once in his old existence. As a direction. The heart of him would be for the essential, the thing from which every other thing took its measure, and every beat from this one forward would answer that purpose rather than any origin. His blood carried the instruction, his essence carried the authority, and his heart, being his beyond any argument, accepted both. The change moved across the organ grandly. The heart's deep red gained a lacquer of blue gold, light sinking into the muscle rather than sitting on it, and across its surface, rings began to turn. Ring within ring, nested and slow, the same pattern his old fused eyes had once carried, now living on the surface of the organ itself. With every beat, the rings brightened and a low, clean tone went out through his cavity, less a sound than a statement, and the two stars over his hull pulsed faintly in time with it. It no longer looked like an organ that pumped blood. It looked like a small throne that happened to beat. The first telos has been generated. The Osmantian provenance telos of quintessence has been generated within your heart. It was declared and your existence has accepted the aim. Your pondus has increased. Pondus, 10. You were quintessentially true to your existence. Your veritas elevated tremendously, but has not been able to climb past the value of 10. 10 and 10. Two of his four measures now stood at that stubborn number, and the wall had not moved for either of them. Of course, he knew exactly which aims came next. He had carried 9 prime causes once, before the casting out. Existence. Paradox. Chaos. Mana. Adversity. Tyranny. Harvest. Apocalypse. And quintessence, already reborn and beating. Those 9 had been his work carved in the shape of somebody else's idea, and he did not intend to copy them back. He intended to answer them, each old origin reborn as an aim, pointed forward instead of planted behind. The liver came second. There was a debt in that choice. Once, in the war inside of Idermar, he had died, and it was his liver, the hepatarch of the undying root, that had rebuilt him from a single pulse in an ocean of nothing, self first and flesh after. The organ that had once held the whole of his being in reserve now received the aim of being itself. Existence. Seated where his existence had once been kept safe, so that from this day the deepest purpose of his flesh was simply, stubbornly, to be, and to go on being, past any argument the outside cared to make. The organ took the thread and the slivers and turned a deep steady gold. His spine took paradox, and he found he liked the symmetry, a spine whose aim was to carry opposing weights without breaking, conquest and protection, greed and giving, the mortal and the endless, all stacked on one column that would hold them because holding contradictions upright was now what it was for. His marrow took chaos, raw potential seated in the place where his blood was born, so that everything generated from his depths would rise out of the unformed the way the first things rose, answering no pattern but the one he gave it. His lungs took adversity, the breath before every charge, so that hardship itself became a thing he inhaled and was fed by, which, in fairness, had been true of him since an F-rank hunter first refused to die regardless. His stomach took apocalypse, transformative ending seated inside the furnace of him, destruction held as a tool by discipline. His tongue took mana, the old external ocean reborn as an aim of pure expression, so that speaking, casting, declaring, the whole grammar of power he had once borrowed, now lived in flesh as something he generated. His hands took harvest, the gathering aim, everything flowing to him and everything given flowing back grander, seated in the two instruments that had done all his life's taking and all its giving alike. And his eyes, last of the 9, took tyranny. He considered that one longest before seating it. Tyranny was a word other beings used about him with fear, and he used about himself without apology. Once it seated, to be looked at by him would carry weight, the gaze of a will that bent for nothing, before which existence itself tended to straighten and behave. His obsidian singularity pupils drank the thread and the slivers, gained the faintest turning ring of gold at their event horizons, and the matter was settled. HUUM. 9 organs. 9 aims. 9 teloi standing where 9 causes had once grown, the same 9 names reborn in a new grammar, except that nothing had been planted in him by anyone, and everything pointed forward instead of back. And when the 9th settled, his entire existence began to vibrate. It started in the marrow and rose. Every seated tellus brightened at once, heart and liver and spine and marrow and lungs and stomach and tongue and hands and eyes, 9 lights waking in one body and discovering one another, and the undulation that moved through him was less like power and more like agreement, immensity rolling through his frame in long slow waves as the whole architecture of him rang on a single note for the first time. The grass of his realm lay down in rings around the hall. The river of light stood still in its bed to listen. The standing stones leaned inward by a width no instrument would ever catch. 9 aims, 1 direction. A man with a semblance of inner peace entirely aimed, now all the way down to his organs. And in the hollow of his existence, beside the 2 turning lights, a third bloomed. It came the way the second had come, without violence, kindling out of nothing but himself, and the moment it opened, the chord of his hum deepened again, 3 lights turning about one another now in a slow braided orbit, and above the long hall a third star kindled in the evening sky, and his realm grew a shade more certain of itself from its first hill to its last. A total of 3 provenance essence. Noah closed his chest with a trace of his finger, skin and muscle folding shut over 9 quiet thrones, and he stood in his doorway breathing his own heart smoke, and he waited as immensity bloomed. An advancement past 10 has begun to occur for Veritas and Pondus. Chapter 5586, Unperceivable. Noah rose from the threshold of his hall, and looked out over his realm, and felt the wall come down. It came down 1 grain at a time and then all at once, and the 2 attributes that had pressed against it for so long, his Veritas and his Pondus, moved past 10 together, side by side. He stood very still while it happened as he had to sense everything. The first change was growth. Actual growth, as parts of his body grew. His existence was generating appendages. Of course, appendages were his thing for a little while now. When he cast everything out beneath the falling sky, he had assumed that whole chapter of his anatomy had gone into the bubbles with the rest. But that assumption, it turned out, had been selling them short. Because the backbones of the appendages had never been external at all. The Pinion Vigil had watched because he was a being who watched. The Estuary Eye had drunk the weavings of past and future because he was a being who refused to be surprised by time. The Hepatarch of the Undying Root had rebuilt him from a single pulse because he was, at his floor, a thing that did not agree to end. The boons had only ever been scaffolding around instincts that were his from the start, and his existence had quietly preserved those backbones through the casting out, waiting for when they could rebuild them out of proper material. That time was now, and the material was him. He felt the Estuary Eye emerge first, reopening somewhere in the depths of his existence, and it was now an eye of incandescent blue, its currents running with his own light. The Pinion Vigil unfurled second. And the Hepatarch came third, settling back into its deep seat beside the tellus of existence like an old guard dog lying down next to a young one. And then, with the 3 old instincts generated, his existence built something new. It began across his shoulders and his back, though calling it a location was already a simplification. He felt a vast structure condense out of his crossed pondus, invisible and immense, a yoke of blue-gold force settling across shoulders that were suddenly broad enough for it, and when it finished settling, Noah rolled his shoulders once, slowly, and the ground of his realm flexed beneath him in sympathy. Your Veritas has crossed. Veritas, 11. Your Pondus has crossed. Pondus, 11. Your existence has begun generating provenance appendages, anatomy grown from nothing but yourself, in the manner of the first life forms. 3 appendages of your old existence carried backbones that stem truly from you. They have been preserved, and are reborn, the Estuary Eye, the Pinion Vigil of the Unbroken Gaze, and the Hepatarch of the Undying Root. They are currently transforming as their elevated capabilities are not yet known. A new provenance appendage has been generated from the crossing of your pondus. The yoke of the standing sky. It is the appendage of bearing. What cannot be lifted, you may take up: a wound, a curse, a dying cause, a burning region, a dimension, an observable existence, the weight pressing on another's existence. What you take up, you carry, and while you carry it, it presses on no one else. What you carry, you may set down where you choose, and what you set down, you may take up again. The limit of what the yoke may bear is the limit of your pondus. It was somewhat a unique one as its usage was not entirely clear. He had once knelt under a descending sky with his palms against its underside, and pushed it back up. This appendage seemed capable of allowing him to bear such a heavy weight like that freely. Could he lift an entire observable existence or dimension freely with this? And just lift, or do much more? But the prompts were not finished, and neither was the crossing, because beneath the new anatomy, he felt a different kind of power rising. It felt like something inviolable. The crossing of an attribute past 10 grants a precept. A precept is an undeniable rule that an existence writes about itself. It is not a technique, and it is not an aim. It is a standing rule, always in force, which the surrounding weave of existence must simply work around. Precepts are not chosen. They are earned. Your existence drafts them from how you have actually lived. They arrive as common, rare, or unique. Two attributes have crossed simultaneously. In place of two lesser precepts, your existence has written one law of the highest order. The precept of solipsism. Unique. You are imperceivable to any lifeform whose veritas and pondus do not both stand at 10 or above. And what cannot perceive you, cannot harm you. From all such existences, you are immune to harm in every form it takes. In turn, what was imperceivable to you begins now to be perceived. What? Noah stood with that for a long moment. Solipsism. He felt it settle over him as an invisible glow of power, sourceless and total, wrapping his existence. But more than that, and stranger than that, was the last clause on this newly budding precept. What was imperceivable to you begins now to be perceived. Because everything around him was growing unfathomably brighter. It came in gradually as his vision expanded. The blue gold hills stayed the blue gold hills. The river of light stayed the river. But through them, over them, woven among them at every height, he began to see something new, shimmering stellar white rivers of light, flowing all around. They were everywhere. They ran through the air of his realm in slow braided currents, some as fine as thread and some as broad as roads, crossing the hills, pouring soundlessly over the standing stones, threading between the orchards, a whole second geography of white brilliance laid over the first, and it had all been here the entire time. He had walked the full breadth of his home, first hill to last, at peace, observing everything. And he had seen none of it. He reached out toward the nearest current, slowly. And he touched it. You have perceived the argent loom. It is an authority present throughout nature, flowing across dimensions, observable existences, and the spaces between, the loom light from which the higher weave is threaded. It is perceivable only to lifeforms of extremely high dimensionality. To all others, it does not exist. Those who perceive it use it. Some forge with it, constructs, domains, armaments, and treasures threaded from raw moonlight. Others, who are not provenance lifeforms, draw it into their existences and refine themselves upon it, ascending their dimensionality through what they take in. You are perceiving it for the first time. You are not the first to perceive it, far from it. HUUM. The current ran over his fingers, cool and dense and old. Something he didn't even know about flowed here. In his realm, born moments ago from his own weavings, and the argent loom already ran its white roads as though it. Which meant it likely flowed across the infiniverse, through her seas and her 1,000 realms, past the bubbles of everything he had cast out. It flowed, presumably, through the Amnaros, over TBR observable existences within it. And over the golden expanse and its citadel of millions, past his floating clones. It had been there through the whole of his existence, and he simply had not known it was there. He drew his hand back slowly, and looked out across his realm at the white rivers threading through everything. With this new sight, what else was flowing, right now, through the places he thought he knew? And if one authority this vast had been running invisibly through his whole life, right before him, close enough to touch. What things existed out there, right before him, that he still could not see? Chapter 5587, Unperceivable. 2. Noah stepped back out through the glowing door of his realm, and the Infiniverse was waiting for him. She floated beside the doorway in her endless blue sea, hands folded, eyes on the light. And she did not turn to him. Because she could not see him. He stood before her in the blue, close enough to count the strands of her hair, and her eyes rested on the doorway behind him, patient and unaware. The Infiniverse. His companion, his home, the one existence so intricately connected to him that she felt his every immensity. Her Veritas and her Pondus did not both stand at 10, and so, by a law his own existence had written, he was not in her reality at all. Of course, he could make himself perceivable at any time. He felt the permission sitting in the precept, his to grant with a thought. But he wanted to explore this state first. So he raised his hand, and placed it on her cheek, the same way he had placed it not long ago when she had asked him for reassurance. And nothing. Her eyes did not move. Her breath did not change. His palm rested against her cheek and her existence reported an empty sea. Was this human? To not be seen by others, once one reached enough of a height. Had that not always been the arrangement? A father worked heights his children never perceived. A mother carried weights her whole house walked past daily. Every leader he had ever known became less visible the higher they rose, until their people saw the crown clearly and the man not at all. Perhaps existence had not invented anything new for him. Perhaps it had only taken the oldest loneliness of the human condition and written it down formally, with clauses. And yet, she had asked him to reassure her, even though she logically knew. Knowing a thing and feeling it were two different things. Was that not the answer sitting right in front of him? Humans climbed, and humans went unseen, and then humans came back down and put their hands on each other's faces and made themselves perceivable again, over and over, every day. He drew his hand back slowly, and left. And behind him, the Infiniverse blinked. Her hand rose, and touched her own cheek, and stayed there a moment, her brows drawing together over an empty sea. Noah took a step, and crossed thousands of realms. He came out standing in the warm air of a farmland realm, gold fields running to the horizon under a kind afternoon sky, and he heard them before he saw them. Laughter. A long table set outside a farmhouse, crowded with food and more crowded with people. Henry sat sprawled at one end, blue-gold hair catching the light. Sioyan sat cross-legged on the bench beside Amelia, stealing food off her grandmother's plate. Barbados and Adelaide argued warmly over a pitcher. Naldine, Titano, Sigrid, and half a dozen others filled out the benches, and the whole table had the settled, unhurried noise of people enjoying themselves. Noah floated near them, unperceived, and watched his family eat. Amelia was smiling as her hand was on her chest, no doubt sensing the newly revamped causes that were now tell us, of which she was an originator of still. And her eyes went, briefly, to the empty place that had been set at the head of the table. Sioyan paused. Her head tilted a fraction, and for one breath her gaze drifted through the air near him, past him, through him, searching for something she could not name. Noah stayed longer than he had planned to. He did not make himself perceivable. He had many thoughts crossing his mind as he took another step. He came out among endless volcanic mountains. Crimson blue infinity churned through the ranges, rivers of burning power running down black slopes, the sky above lit from below. And near the peak of the nearest mountain, small against all of it, sat the crying figure of Emotive. Her manic emotions buzzed around her in ragged loops, joy and grief and fury tangled past sorting, and she was doing something with her hands. Taking things out of herself. Portions of her everythings, drawn out one after another, glimmering pieces of what she was and what she owned, and she was throwing them into the burning lava below, one by one, and repeating the same words with each throw. You don't deserve love. You have done too much, this is why he threw away your heart. Noah had not thought Emotive would take it this hard. He made himself perceivable instantly. Emotive blinked. Her head came up, and she looked at him floating there in the burning light, and instead of stopping, she cried harder, her whole body shaking, and her voice came out manic and small at once. Am I deserving of any love? Of anything at all? Noah came down. He crossed the black slope and wrapped his arms around her, and she was rigid in them. I am sorry I didn't communicate in advance. I cast out many things from myself. The source. My infinity. The heart. But I did not cast them out because I did not want them. I cast them out because my existence had to generate everything truly from itself, and it could not do that in a space already full. What I set down is kept, and safe, and not one piece of it was thrown away. He drew back just far enough to look at her. You, and all the others, are deserving of all the love and happiness you could want. Okay? Emotive's face crumpled entirely. She crashed into his chest and hugged him and cried, loudly, gracelessly, her manic emotions collapsing one by one into plain ordinary weeping. The lava churned below them. The crimson blue infinity rolled through the mountains. And then his gaze suddenly changed. His head came up, and his eyes went distant, because far away, something had just happened. Above the golden expanse within the Amnaros, his clone floated where it had floated since the pledge. And his clone had changed with him. It, too, had become something that could not be perceived. It, too, could now perceive what Noah could not perceive before, the white rivers, the second geography, the layer of existence that had been running silently over everything all along. And it had just looked up. Because hanging above the endless skies of the Amnaros, in that layer no eye below the law could see, there was something terrifying. Chapter 5588, Unperceivable. 3. Above the golden expanse, in the layer of existence that no eye below the law could see, something was hanging in the endless skies of the Amnaros as the gaze of the true human emperor rose to meet it. And it was vaster than an observable existence. Noah looked at it through his clone as the looking itself took time, because the thing did not end. It was a single living thing, deep stellar purple in color, and its body stretched past the horizon in every direction as it kept going past the horizon after that, so vast that an entire observable existence could have been lost inside it. And its shape was a simple one to grasp, because it closely mimicked something like a massive bacteria or virus. Its head was a huge many-sided shell of flat purple plates fitted together, hanging directly above the golden expanse. From under that head, long thin jointed legs reached down for thousands of miles, and each leg ended in millions of hairfine threads that spread out across the sky of the domain below. Its long body was see-through in places, and inside that clear purple skin, small violet lights drifted and churned in slow waves, glowing brighter and dimmer as the whole terrifying presence of it pulsed and fed. Because its jaws were open. Under the many-sided head, the plates had pulled apart into a huge open mouth as it was drinking, and Noah could see the intake now with his new sight. Thin ribbons of color were rising up off the entire golden expanse below, off the citadel of millions, off the pledged thousands, off every survivor of the war. Their worry. Their pain. Their misery. And even their happiness, the new fragile hope of a domain that had just stopped burying its dead, all of it being pulled up in slow threads into the open mouth of a thing none of them would ever know was there. HUUM. Identity, a WOE culture. A vast lifeform of the unseen layer. WOE cultures are relatively harmless lifeforms in themselves. They do not hunt, they do not conquer, and they do not devour bodies. They latch above gatherings of lifeforms and siphon the happiness, anxieties, pain, and miseries of all those around. However, tendrils of its power permeate out across nearby existence, altering probability, and calling in more conflict and adversity to the region it has latched onto. Where a WOE culture feeds, wars arrive more often, tragedies align more easily, and grief is harvested at its ripening. This nature sits at their core. It is simply who they are. They are not particularly powerful. They will preserve themselves if attacked. Status panel, WOE culture. Veritas, 12. Provenance, 0. Potentia, 11. Pondus, 11. 12. A Veritas above his own. It hung fat and glowing over his domain with a trueness that surpassed him, and of course it was 12, of course, because the thing was perfectly true to itself. It had no doubts about its nature and no arguments inside its endless body as it fed on sorrow and farmed sorrow to feed on, never once questioning either. And the tendrils. The probability tendrils spread across the sky of the golden expanse were quietly bending the odds of an entire region toward conflict as horrendous questions bloomed one after another. How long had it hung here? How many of the age cycles of war that had emptied the family graves of superpowered lifeforms, one generation after another, had simply been harvest seasons arranged by the thing above the clouds? The clone of the true human emperor looked at it with a furious gaze as when it came to what exactly he should do here, his existence already knew it clearly. A thing was farming his people. In the next second, 8 more Provenance sanguine clones tore into the unseen layer out of folds of crimson gold as they appeared behind the first, titanic and shamanic and glorious as crowns of blood turned above 9 heads. 9 bloody staffs rose as one, and at the tip of each, a drop of blood formed, crimson gold around stellar blue. Sanguine blood drop. 9 drops popped. Boom. A battle bloomed that those around could not even see. The unseen sky of the Imnaros turned crimson gold from horizon to horizon as event horizons bloomed in their uncounted numbers across the stellar purple bulk, twisting force of infinite density detonating along light years of skin and plate. And below, in the seen world, not one soul of the golden expanse felt so much as a breeze as the war above them did not exist in their dimensionality at all. The WOE culture convulsed. Its many-sided head snapped around as its plates ground against each other, and across its vast surface the violet motes froze mid-churn as Noah felt its attention arrive on his clones carrying something he had not expected from a thing that size. Shock. It blinked in its fashion, every mote going dark at once and relighting, because it had been perceived. Something below had seen it, and things below did not see it, had never seen it, in all the long ages of its grazing. Then it preserved itself. Its retaliation came in its own grammar, and its grammar was corruption. The long thin legs snapped up off the domain sky and drove down at the clones as hollow lances longer than mountain ranges struck at crimson gold flesh, and they did not cut, they injected, violet code flooding toward his blood as it tried to rewrite what it touched into more of itself. Patches of its see-through skin swelled and burst in silent blooms as clouds of glimmering spore motes latched onto whatever they met and began to replicate, doubling, quadrupling, purple frost spreading across the arms of 2 clones. Sheets of dissolving fluid sluiced from its jaws as they unmade the very weave where they fell, and beneath all of it, the probability tendrils turned on him. But his blood did not take instruction. The violet code flooded into sanguine mana and found nothing it was permitted to rewrite. The sporefrost spread across crimson gold and instantly stopped, starved, because his blood answered no authority but his own. The clones circled the endless body in wide burning arcs as their staffs swept, and the barrage did not pause, sanguine blood drops falling in continuous rhythm as they tore gorges of crimson through stellar purple, whole plates of its many-sided head shearing away and dissolving as thousands of miles of its body collapsed in slow silence. And midway through its tearing, the thing spoke. Its voice boomed through the unseen layer, heavy and vast and genuinely puzzled. "Why attack me, little one? We are all simply moving in accordance with our nature across existence." Noah answered through 9 mouths at once, and his voice came out tyrannically calm. "I reject your nature. Do you understand what you hang above? Lifeforms who bury their children and cannot say why the wars keep coming. Countless many have died across the ages, bled out in conflicts your tendrils arranged, grieving on schedule so that your jaws would not go empty. Their miseries were your farmland. I reject it. Holy." The motes of the woe culture churned slowly, and when it answered, there was no cruelty anywhere in it, and there was no comprehension either. So, what? Lifeforms live, and lifeforms die. It is nature. It is existence. Oh. Then let me enforce nature, Noah said as 9 staffs rose together, and give you your death. Boom. The barrage redoubled as gorges became canyons across the endless purple. And the woe culture became infuriated. Every mote down its lie ears flared violet-white at once as its grammar changed. Its long thin legs spread wide as fields of hairfine threads opened across the whole unseen sky, and it reached, not for the clones, but for the rivers. The endless white authority of the Argent Loom answered it. Currents that had flowed serenely through the battle bent out of their courses and poured toward the vast body as white rivers wrapped around its long legs and gathered into its open jaws, threading through the wounds in its body as moonlight knitted across the crimson canyons. And along its many-sided head, the gathered white began to weave, strand crossing strand at terrifying speed as lances and lattices and turning wheels of pure stellar white assembled above the golden expanse, authority older than the frameworks bending into weapons. Chapter 5589, Nature Against Nature. The white weapons fell. Lances of woven loomlight rained down from the many-sided head of the woe culture as turning wheels of stellar white carved through the unseen sky, and the 9 clones of the true human emperor scattered across the heavens as detonations of crimson gold met an authority older than the framework's themselves. And through all of it, the vast thing was still trying to understand. "You strike me even now," its heavy voice boomed as 3 of its long legs swept a clone out of the sky, hairfine threads bending fortune so that every dodge arrived a breath late. "And I strike you, because you would end me, and I preserve myself. But I do not understand you, little one. This is what I am? I am a woe culture? I am simply living as I should, emulating the primevals and the first life forms. You would hunt me because of my nature? Others have passed through here and seen me and not done anything. We simply nod to each other. Why not you? Others." The word boomed inside Noah even as his clones wove between falling lances. Others had passed through this unseen layer. Others had seen this thing hanging over his people, and nodded, and moved along. What manner of being strolled through the white rivers above the skies of dimensions unobserved? I do not hunt you because having a nature is a crime. Everything alive has one. I hunt you because your nature and mine conflict, and conflicting natures do not get to share one sky. Natures do not conflict, the woe culture cut in, a lance of white driving down between 2 clones as it spoke, genuinely arguing now, fighting and reasoning in the same breath. Natures coexist. The storm does not conflict with the mountain. The storm does not farm the mountain. Noah's 9 voices cracked back across the sky as staffs swept a wheel of white aside. Your nature farms the grief of gathered lifeforms. My nature is to gather lifeforms and guard them. The ones you drink from below are mine, sworn to me, led by me, and every ribbon of misery you pull up through those jaws is pulled out of my people. Those others who nodded at you carried no one beneath your shadow. I do. Your claim on this sky and my claim on this sky cannot both stand. His voice went cold as a drop of blood formed at every staff. So one of them falls. You will not die for being what you are. You die for being what you are, here. HUUM. The violet lights churned slowly through the endless body as its legs drew back, and when it spoke again, there was something almost reasonable in the vast voice. Then I will leave here. I will go elsewhere, and live my nature above some other sky. You will do the same where you go, yes? Of course, the woke culture said honestly, without a single beat of hesitation, for that is my nature. And there it was. It would drift across the unseen layer and settle above some other dimension of countless decillions who buried their dead and never knew why the wars kept coming, and it would open its jaws, and it saw nothing in that sentence to apologize for. Noah shook his head as before any sentence could be carried out, he reached for his newest tool. The yoke of the standing sky. The invisible structure across his shoulders woke for the first time as he willed it, blue gold force spreading out from him through all 9 clones at once, and 9 titanic figures raised their hands toward the endless purple body as Noah did something no being below had ever done to a woke culture. He took it up. Boom! The weight arrived. Gigaparsecs of living lifeform came down onto his existence in a single instant as the yoke gathered the whole of it, plates and legs and gigaparsecs of glowing skin, every league of a thing vaster than an observable existence, and Noah felt his frame ring from his clones to his true body on a distant volcanic peak. His shoulders bent. The 3 singularities in his depths flared as his pondus was pressed to its edges for the first time since crossing, and the question of what the yoke could bear was being answered in the harshest classroom there was. Could he hold a lifeform the size of an endless sky? His spine, seated with the telos of paradox, held opposing weights without breaking. His shoulders, broad with the yoke, held the rest. And the woke culture thrashed in shock as its entire body lifted, because it was being carried, hoisted off the domain it had grazed for ages by something a fraction of its size, its legs kicking at nothing, its fortune threads finding no odds to bend against a grip that was not an attack at all. What is this? Put me down, little one. Put me down. As you wish, Noah said. And he threw it. Boom. 9 clones pivoted as one as the carried weight swung, and the true human emperor hurled a lifeform countless gigaparsecs wide out of the unseen sky of the Imnaros entirely. The endless purple body tore upward through the layer, through the white rivers, through the skin of the dimension itself, and was flung countless gigaparsecs out into the dark, tumbling end over end, until it crashed to a stop far beyond any sky, in the foamy space between dimensions. Black foam churned around its sprawled bulk in slow enormous bubbles, the void between all things frothing where a dimension's weight had landed in it, and before the woke culture could even right itself, 9 folds of crimson gold opened in the dark around it. The clones had followed. 9 crowns of blood turned in the foamy black as 9 staffs rose, and blood began to gather at every one. Not in drops now. In seas. Millions of sanguine blood drops condensed around each titanic figure as the space between dimensions filled with crimson gold rain waiting to fall, and below them the woke culture gathered its legs beneath it and reached desperately for the white rivers that threaded even here, even through the foam, because the argent loom flowed through the spaces between as surely as it flowed through everything. I too shall have to live truly to my nature, Noah said quietly, as my heart and mind tell me. You must die. Boom. The rain fell. Millions of blood drops from each clone tore down through the churning foam as the body of the woke culture vanished beneath detonations without number, event horizons blooming across gigaparsecs of stellar purple as plates shattered and clear skin ruptured and violet lights burst in waves. And it endured. The argent loom poured into it from every direction as white rivers bent out of their courses and flooded its wounds. Loomlight knitted faster than crimson could tear. Lattices of white rose around its many-sided head and drank the detonations whole. And for the first time since his transformation, Noah felt his own power struggle. His blood detonated against woven loonlight, and the loonlight refused to be commanded, refused to be corrupted, refused even to properly break. He had filled a vessel of the sealed one with 2 drops. He had cleared armies with 1. And this relatively harmless thing, this grazer, wrapped in the loom, was costing him millions. The comparison told him everything about what flowed through those white rivers. So Noah stopped holding back the only thing he had that it did not. He filled his provenance essence into his blood completely. All 3 singularities poured themselves through the connection to his clones as every remaining drop in the foamy dark ignited from within, stellar blue blazing up through crimson gold, blood that was no longer merely his resource but his very light given liquid form. And when the next wave of drops fell, they did not detonate against the loonlight walls. They passed through them. Because the loom was an authority, and grand beyond measure, but it was still a thing that flowed outside of lifeforms, a river to be used. And his blood now carried the one thing in all of existence that answered to nothing outside itself. He had provenance. This creature did not. That was the entire difference, and today, it was the entire battle. The white lattices parted around his burning drops as loonlight slid off stellar blue without purchase, and the detonations landed on flesh that could no longer knit itself closed, and gorges became canyons, became severings as the endless body of the woe culture came apart across the foam. And it cried out. The sound rolled through the space between dimensions, mournful and vast and utterly without anger, the grief drinker grieving at last on its own behalf as its violet light scuttered out along thousands of gigaparsecs. How could you end me, for simply living by my nature? I curse you. I curse you. Its body burst. Countless light years of stellar purple, gigaparsecs of plates and legs and clear glowing skin, ruptured outward in slow silence and dissolved, breaking down into indiscernible motes of violet that scattered across the black foam and thinned and went dark. The 9 clones of the true human emperor floated amid the dissolution and gazed upon it, crowns of blood turning, saying nothing, as the largest lifeform Noah had ever killed stopped existing in the space between dimensions, far from any sky it could ever graze again. And Noah, through 9 sets of senses at once, probed the dying words. I curse you. Had that been a whale, or a working? He swept his sight across his clones, across his blood, across the connection running back to his body on a volcanic peak, hunting for any thread of violet that had lashed where it should not have. He found nothing. Which meant nothing had landed, or that whatever had landed was not a thing his senses knew how to find yet. HUUM. The woe culture has been granted its death. Its nature has ended with it, the probability tendrils woven across the golden expanse and its surrounding regions have unraveled. The adversity it farmed will no longer be called. Your provenance essence has increased in concentration. Your pondus has increased. Pondus, 12. A separate matter, master. Due to settings enacted by the Infiniverse, the tide that owes nothing has been quietly generating and preserving potential boons for all things you have given, for a while now. Leadership given to a domain. Protection given to millions. Marks given to the marked. Affirmation given to the grieving. The ledger has been kept, and none of it has yet been answered. With the granting of death to a unique lifeform, the tide has reached an unprecedented generation. Shall the generation and preservation continue? Chapter 5590, Wrong Place, Wrong Time. The Sealed One. Deep within the infinite Carcosa, a temple rose out of a sea of golden mist. It was built of white stone in tiers upon tiers, each tier wide enough to hold a city, and across its endless steps and colonnades, true lifeforms moved about in the plain robes of priests. Hundreds of them. Beings whose presence would have flattened observable existences walked in silent lines carrying censers and sealed urns, tending rows of caged radiances that pulsed behind lattice screens, and every one of them moved with bowed heads, because the master of this temple had been old before their ages had names. At the very top of the temple, on a wide platform open to the golden mist, a humanoid primeval one sat on a plain stone seat. He wore the shape of a broad old man with skin the color of river clay, hairless, heavy-shouldered, dressed in a single white cloth, and his eyes held the slow patience of something that had watched harvests of entire ages come and go. This was one of the old harvesters. One of those who had stood behind the gilded lifeforms across the ages as they reaped first causes from the young and the dying, gathering the yield into temples exactly of this kind. And onto the platform before him, without sound or ceremony, a figure appeared. A tall pale man in layered dark robes, lean and unhurried, looking around calmly at the tears and the priests and the caged lights with the mild interest of a buyer in a familiar market. The sealed one had arrived. The primeval one smiled slowly. "Now what," he said, "would bring a vile thing like you to my steps? Is that any way to greet an old customer?" The vessel of the sealed one clasped its hands behind its back. "I bought from this temple when it had 4 tiers. I remember when your priests were 7 frightened gilded children. And I remember what you paid with." The old man's smile did not move. "Which is why I ask what brings you, instead of asking you to leave. Speak your business." The sealed one drifted a step along the platform, gaze trailing across the caged radiances below. "I came to make things easy on myself." The pale man turned, and his voice settled into the tone of a man laying goods on a table. "I have too many avenues where I must place my focus. Too many boards, too many pieces, and recently, a new expense I did not plan for. So I have come to hand you an opportunity, and let your nature do my work. Consider it a gift between old friends. You have never given a gift in your existence. And you have never refused one. Listen." The vessel raised one finger. "A remnant existential treasure has surfaced. Not a rumor. Not a fragment. A true remnant, whole, worn openly. It sits in the Imnaros dimension, in the hands of a lifeform that is just now growing into its power. Young. Unguarded. Unclaimed by any faction you would have to answer to." He smiled thinly. "I wanted to use you as a sharp sword, harvester, because my hands are full, and because I want this enemy of mine to suffer. Noah Osmont, in the Imnaros dimension, holds a remnant existential treasure." The words settled over the platform, and below, several priests paused mid-step. A remnant existential treasure. The kind of prize that emptied temples and started wars between primeval ones, offered up freely with a name and an address attached. The old man looked at the pale vessel for a long moment. And then the primeval one smiled wider than he had smiled all age. "It is a good plot that you had," he said warmly. "It truly is. It is just a shame that you came here at the wrong time." The moment the words finished, the air above the platform moved. Unseen white authority descended. The Argent loom, rivers of it, bent down out of the golden mist where Noah had marked them and wrapped around the body of the sealed one's vessel in silent coils, and before the pale man could so much as flinch, someone appeared behind him. A hand reached past his shoulder. And a collar closed around his neck. Click. The change was instantly and total. The waves of intent that forever rolled off the vessel of the sealed one faded away. His infinity, silent and compounding beneath every body he had ever worn, went dark. The deep patient weight of the primordial source drained out of his frame like water out of an unstoppered basin, and what remained standing on the platform, in layered dark robes, was a body that read to every sense in existence as a normal human with absolutely no authority at all. The vessel's hands rose slowly to his own neck. The collar was a seamless band of pale gray metal, cool and light, without lock or hinge or joint, and across its surface, thread-fine lines of white ran in woven patterns, loom-light hardened into a shape. It did not burn him. It did not bind his limbs. It simply sat there, quiet as a closed door, and on its far side sat everything he had ever been. He looked down at it with a heavy, heavy gaze. I did not expect to bag one of the vessels of the Sealed One here. The voice came from behind him, and he turned. A woman stood on the platform. She was tall, dressed in simple pale garments without ornament, dark hair bound back plainly, and she was terrifying for one reason above all others: she emanated nothing. Not a glimmer of authority. Not a thread of intent, not a breath of any source, not one single register on any instrument his stripped senses had ever owned. There was only the Argent Loom, flowing around her in slow white rivers, orbiting her frame the way rivers orbit nothing else in existence, and her pale eyes studied him with unhurried interest. "This particular body of yours should have low dimensionality," she said, walking a slow circle around him. "It shouldn't have sensed anything. And it should be cut off entirely from your main ones. No records out. No memories back. You build your vessels carefully, I will grant you that." She stopped in front of him and tilted her head. "But we can still torture you, to obtain information." "Whom?" She turned from him, crossed the platform, and did something that struck the stripped vessel harder than the collar had. She walked to the Primeval One and stroked the top of his ancient head. The old harvester, a being who had stood behind the reaping of ages, sat perfectly still under her hand, eyes lowered, and around his own thick neck, half hidden by the white cloth, a band of pale gray metal caught the light. "The age of lifeforms utilizing and abusing authority is coming to an end," the woman said, her hand resting on the Primeval One's head as she looked out over the temple tiers. "Intense. Sources. Infinities. Causes. For long enough, existence has bent and bled beneath beings who were handed power by frameworks and used it as they pleased. That ends now. You have simply joined the many of you that we will round up and shackle and make incapable of utilizing any ounce of authority, to finally bring stability across existence." She smiled, small and cold. "Rejoice, O Sealed One. For you will join many others." And as she said it, the golden mist around the temple flashed with white. Rivers of the Argent Loom lit up across the whole horizon as veils that had hung there unseen came down, and metallic structures were revealed on every side. Cubical prisons of dull gray metal, stacked upon each other in columns and walls and mountains of cells, rising out of the mist tier upon tier upon tier. The vessel of the Sealed One squinted through eyes that were merely human now. And inside the cells, he saw them. Thousands upon thousands of lifeforms. Infinite lifeforms and gilded lifeforms with their silent seas gone dark. Source lifeforms, dense and patient no longer. Even ancient true lifeforms, beings whose names held weight across the infinite Carcosa, sitting in chain collars in bare metal cells, and not one of them emanated any authority at all, and their eyes, every pair of eyes down every corridor of stacked cells, showed the same three things: despair, horror, fear. A new age is coming, a new age is coming, as many wrongs will be corrected. The voice of that terrifying woman echoed out across the golden mist, calm and certain, and the vessel of the Sealed One stood collared at the top of the temple and looked out at the true scale of the place he had walked into, because the stacked cubical prisons did not end at the horizon. They continued past it, wall after mountain after wall of caged authority, stretching out around this entire place for gigaparsecs in every direction. The golden mist rolled against the temple tiers, and against the walls of stacked cells beyond them, and at the top of it all, the two captors spoke over their prize. "You heard his offering, Omrin." The woman stood at the platform's edge with the white rivers turning slowly around her. "A remnant existential treasure. Worn openly, in the Amnaros, by a lifeform still growing into its power." "I heard it, Warden Ursa." The old Clayskin Primeval One rose from his stone seat, and standing, he was half again the height of a titan, thick and slow and heavy-footed, the pale gray band glinting at his throat beneath the white cloth. Ursa turned from the mist, and the vessel of the Sealed One, collared and stripped and merely human, watched her plain face as she thought. A remnant cannot be left in random hands. So, She looked up at the towering old one. Check this out, Omrin. Go to the Imnaros. Verify the treasure and the holder. Observe. Touch nothing that is not confirmed, and engage nothing that is. You carry my leash and my patience, and only one of them is long. The primeval one bowed his heavy head. As the warden says. He stepped off the platform, and the golden mist swallowed a being who had stood behind the reaping of ages, sent now as an errand runner with a collar under his cloth, and the vessel of the sealed one watched it happen. Then Ursa turned to him. Now, she said. You. She crossed the platform without hurry, and took his right hand in both of hers, almost gently, the way one takes the hand of an elder at a bedside. And she broke it. Crack. The sound rolled across the platform as bones that were merely human bones gave way in her grip, and the vessel of the sealed one made a noise he had not made in ages, because there was no intent to seal the pain away, no infinity to compound beneath it, no source to drink it down. There was only a hand, and a broken hand hurt. Interesting, Ursa said, watching his face with mild attention. You feel it fully. Your main bodies truly receive nothing from this one. That is fine workmanship. She let the ruined hand drop, and took the left. Let us speak of the dimension lapses. Crack. The collapsing of dimensions into one another. The fusings. The falls. Whole skies folding into other skies while their life forms drown between. Her voice never rose, never quickened. It has accelerated this age, and the pattern is not natural. Crack. So. She looked up at him from below, pale eyes patient, hands already moving to the last unbroken limb. What do you know regarding the dimension lapses? Is it just you behind them, or are there others? The sealed one had a heavy gaze as he did everything he could not to scream in pain, and he forced himself to utter out. Do you know who you are making an enemy of? I am Dash. Crack. Another limb was broken as the woman before him looked down coldly. I don't give a damn who you are, O Riven. O sealed one. I will throw you in a prison to bleed out and die soon enough, as before that, you will answer my questions. Oh, you are fully a life form with no power, by the way, so my end move is a simple one of extracting your memories. But sadly, many records are kept with a mixture of authorities, as I will fry your brain and kill you when I do and gain a few tidbits. So before that, I like for you to talk freely. So, talk. HUUM. Chapter 5591, What Reigns Supreme? The Sealed One. Talk. The word hung in the golden mist as the vessel of the Sealed One stood on 4 broken foundations, blood running freely down his wrists and pooling in his shoes, and instead of answering her, he lifted his merely human eyes and gazed up at the prisons. They went on and on. Wall after mountain after wall of stacked gray cells, and in every cell, a face. An infinite life form staring at nothing as its silent seas stayed dark. A gilded one with its brilliance snuffed, hugging its own knees. Source life forms pressed against metal, ancient true life forms sitting perfectly still in the way of beings who had run out of things to try, and down every corridor, in every direction, for gigaparsecs, those same 3 tenants living in every pair of eyes. Despair. Horror. Fear. I will talk, the vessel said, and even bleeding, his voice found its old evenness. Let us talk about you. Are you among the hypocrites, Warden? The ones who think they are doing something good? Ursa said nothing, and he took the silence as a stage. There are a number of beings like me who move above the many. We sit behind thrones and beneath foundations, and we use authority and power to do our own bidding across ages. I am guilty of everything you suspect and a great deal you lack the imagination for. If you shackled me, and told me you were banning the usage of authority for things like me who abuse it, that, I would understand. I would even call it overdue. His broken hand rose an inch, gesturing at the horizon of cells. But look at all of these innocent ones. Look at them. What did the millions, the billions of infinite lifeforms and gilded ones and source lifeforms do with their authority to deserve being chained like this? They grew as their natures grew them. They climbed the only ladders existence offered. And your answer to my crimes is their cages? And Warden Ursa laughed at this time. It was a real laugh, short and genuinely amused, as she knew the sealed one didn't give a damn about innocence and just wanted to waste time. Who are you, she said, to even discuss morality? To sort which ones are innocent and which ones are not? The single greatest argument for my work is standing in front of me. She walked a slow half-circle around him. But fine. Let us grant your point fully. Let us say the vast majority of them are innocent. Truly innocent. Do you know what they are then? She stopped and looked up at the cells. They are you, earlier. You rose from beings just like them. You were once a tiny little life form, climbing the only ladders existence offered, growing as your nature grew you. And yet look at what you grew up to be. Every horror above starts as an innocent below, and existence has run that experiment for eons and drowned in the results every single time. So no, I do not chain them for what they did. I chain them for what the ladder makes. Her voice settled into something vast and level. At this moment in time, we have begun the process. Binding, chaining, and removing authority across many observable existences and dimensions, across the source lands, across the infinite Carcosa. And when the bindings are done, every single one of them will be transferred to live peacefully across different regions of existence, in places where the abuse of authority cannot harm any other life. They can build their civilizations with their own hands. They can farm, and craft, and argue, and grow old. And if any of them ever wishes harm, they can, at most, harm themselves or a specific few. Never again will a single existence hold such an abuse of authority that it can affect the lives of countless others. The vessel of the sealed one looked at her through the pain, bleeding from 4 broken limbs, and smiled. And look at you, he said softly. A single existence, deciding the fate of countless all around you right now. For one moment, the white rivers around her slowed. Then Ursa waved her hand, unbothered. I do not care for philosophy. I care for information. So we return to my questions, and you will notice that I have been patient. She crouched before him again. The dimension lapses. The fusings accelerate this age, and dimensions do not fold into each other on their own schedule. Who benefits from skies drowning in skies? What is being consolidated? Speak. And here is my question. Blood was running from the corner of his mouth now, but the old pleasantness never left his voice. What does a thing like you belong to? You wear no authority. You hate authority and yet use it. You collar primevals and quote a coming age. So whose dog are you, Warden? A dog of those who remain, sent to clean the board for its owners? Or something rarer, a dog of those who look down upon authority itself? His breath rattled, and his smile widened through it. Or are you a dog of the first lifeforms? The conflicts between true lifeforms and the primeval ones. Ursa continued as if he had not spoken at all. 3 ages of Cold War warming. Someone has been feeding both sides of that fire. Was it you? Name your partners. You did not answer my question. Name the other hands behind the dimension lapses. You did not answer my question. A wet laugh. Which means the answer of who you belong to is interesting. Merely a dog. Oh, a bitch, merely a bitch, that is all you are. Crack. She broke a rib almost absently, and he folded around it, and still nothing came out of him but blood. question after question, minutes of them, the fusings, the wars, his vessels, his allies, and the vessel of the sealed one deflected and asked and smiled and bled, growing paler by the exchange, his voice thinning as the pool beneath him spread, an ancient monster spending the last of a borrowed body on the only currency he had left. Silence. At last, Ursa rose and shook her head. I did not want to do it this way. Extraction through a fried brain wastes almost everything. She looked down at him. So, memory extraction is the way to go. Any last words, as this vessel of yours is about to lose its life? The dying vessel lifted his head. And he smiled with red teeth. Death smiles at everyone, said the sealed one. I smile back at it. Boom! Ursa waved her hands. Brilliant white authority flowed down out of the rivers and into the head of the vessel as his entire body began to seize, limbs hammering the platform, blood misting from his nose and ears, and through the seizure, through the frying of everything he was, his voice came out one last time, wet and shaking and utterly unafraid. Wait for me. Just wait for me, and I will show you how vast this existence is. I have been living across dimensions and time. My vessels are many. My connections are abundant. Just you, wait for me. Boom! His body bled out of every orifice at once, and in the next moment, his head burst. Warden Ursa. Ursa frowned unpleasantly at the mess. She waved her hand, and the ruined vessel of the sealed one turned to a drift of pale ash that the golden mist carried off the platform. What remained was the collar, and she caught it out of the air and held it, looking at the woven white lines in silence, reading what the extraction had pulled through them. Then she shook her head with slow frustration. Barely any salvageable memories come out of this, ha! While she was expressing it, the rivers of the argent loom around the platform slowed. A handsome young man appeared out of the white, tall and clean-featured, and around his body circled halos of white light, ring after slow ring, orbiting him from shoulders to heels. His gaze was heavy as it settled on her. The sealed one is one of the major threats we keep tabs on across dimensions and time, he said. Are we certain this one was entirely inhibited? That it did not get the chance to send any information back to its main components? Ursa smiled slightly at that. Even he does not know that another vessel of his, alongside multiple vile but great minds of existence, inadvertently lent their help in making the design of these existential inhibitors possible. No, Axon. Nothing got through. She turned the collar once in her hand, and set it down on the empty stone seat. I will finish things up in this region of the infinite Carcosa. Can you actually go to the Imnaros dimension, where Omrin is already heading? Since the sealed one was there, and he faced a problem he wanted another to take care of, let us make sure it is not anything too major. And do not make a move unless you are absolutely certain of who is involved. We have begun locking up true life forms, and even primeval life forms, but we have yet to start our hands on descendants. We wait for further instructions before we make any moves on our own. Understood. The halos brightened, and Axon was gone into the white. Ursa stood alone at the top of the temple, and sighed, and looked out across the region. The tiers below her. The priests of a collared master. The mountains of cells running past every horizon, gigaparsecs of caged authority sitting in grey silence, millions of the mighty of existence waiting in small rooms for a peaceful age they had not asked for. And she whispered to none of them. Existence breathes, and epochs pass, leaving civilizations that become monuments, then crumble to memory, and are long forgotten when that breath comes again. In all these eons, just what reigns supreme? Chapter 5592, All of Us Are Slaves. The Creature. The deepest domain of the Gorvazhal no longer had a floor. The lakes of blood had been thrown out of their beds. The tower arteries lay snapped and draining across miles of churned meat and shattered stone, and the vaulted dark above had been torn open in long strips through which the veins of the deeper structure hung loose and dripping, and through all of it drifted the debris of a battle between two things that did not know how to stop. On one side of the ruin, the creature breathed heavily. He was carrying unfathomably heavy wounds. His obsidian frame had been opened from shoulder to hip, his body nearly split in half along a diagonal of ruin, held together by weavings of white gold and black that knitted with terrible slowness, and one arm hung wrong, and his breath came in long dragging pulls, each one a payment he counted out and made. And on the other end of the ruin lay the primeval one. The colossus was torn apart. Whole colonies of goo lifeforms had been ripped out of its titan flesh and lay scattered and dead in drifts around it, and its vast stomach had been opened to the dark, its contents spilling out in a slow tide, and from that tide, the remnants of its remaining weavings of existence rose constantly into the air, thread after glimmering thread, the substance of an ancient life leaking out with nowhere left to be kept. It was dying. It knew it was dying. And so, in the way of old things, it talked. Why? The voice came out of the ruined titan wet and heavy. Of all the vileness in existence, why did you come here, to kill me? There are things out there that unmake whole dimensions for the taste of it. There are things that wear bodies the way you wear wounds. There are sentences walking around with bloodlines, little bearer, and hungers older than me. So much wrong. So much vile. And you spent your time on me. The creature looked at it across the ruin, and did not move yet. You were simply the weight in front of me, he said. The primeval one laughed wetly at that, and more of its weavings tore loose with the laughing. Do you even know what I built here? The farms fed things you have never stood close enough to smell. I raised crops of lifeforms across whole ages, kept them fat, kept them breeding, and the harvest was never even me. It stopped itself, slow and deliberate, and its murky obsidian eyes glinted. Ah, it doesn't even matter. But I built immensity. The creature's voice stayed flat. I know what you built. I walked through it for an hour. Vein tunnels full of vileness. I built what I needed to live. The titan's ruined bulk heaved. You do not know what was done to me. What I was before, what was taken, what I crawled up from. When everything is taken from a thing, the thing takes. That is the oldest law there is. And here, the creature rose slightly on his ruined frame, and his voice came down with a tyrannical weight that made the leaking threads of the dying primeval shiver in the air. Regardless of what happened to you, you did not have to resort to draining the lives of countless others. Existence is vast. It is so vast, and it is filled with so many means, so many roads, so many ways for a wrong thing to rise. And out of all of them, it only means one thing that you chose this one. You took the easy route. His breath dragged, and he continued through it. Your kind of existence, the ones who only ever seek the easy ways out, you get nowhere. You sit in your farms and your temples and your hordes, fat and ancient and nowhere. Do what is harder. Chase adversity. Bear what others set down. And maybe you might just stand at the peak of existence, as a great ruler. For a moment, the ruin was quiet. And then the primeval one laughed. It was a real laugh, rolling and wet and delighted, blood and weaving spilling out of it together as its existence continued to fade, and it laughed until the laughing tore something further inside it, and it kept laughing anyway. Ha ha! Is that what you are chasing? A great ruler? Bah ha ha! You dumb motherfucker! Its murky eyes fixed on him, bright with dying mirth. You will never get anywhere unless you are suckling at the feet of those who remain, or others like them. There is no peak, there is only a longer table, and every seat at it is bought. You will never be a ruler, as much as you will be a slave. In existence, all of us are slaves. The creature rose. His nearly split body drew itself up out of the ruin, wounds still open, one arm still wrong, and he did not answer the dying thing with words. The pantheon of all existence unfurled. It had no shape, and it needed none, because it simply became the surroundings. The torn domain, the snapped arteries, the drifts of dead goo, the vaulted broken dark, all of it turned in a single breath into him, and the primeval one's fading eyes widened as it understood, far too late, that it was no longer lying in a battlefield. It was lying inside its bearer. And the surroundings constricted. The whole domain drew inward in one slow, total motion, existence folding shut around the torn colossus from every direction at once, and the creature devoured the primeval one completely, flesh and goo and stomach tied in every last leaking thread of its ancient weavings, drawing all of it down into the depths of what he was until the laughter thinned, and was gone, and nothing of the farmer of the Gorvazzle remained anywhere in existence at all. Silence settled over a domain that was, once more, only a domain. And in the center of it stood the creature. He stood grandly amid the ruin he had made and survived, split-bodied and unbowed, obsidian frame threaded with slow-knitting white gold, his presence filling the vaulted dark from wall to broken wall, and he let it fill, unhurried, the tally of 1,000 complete behind him and the weight of a primeval one settling into his depths. Then he turned his head slightly, toward the place where he carried what he carried. "Give me my damn rewards." And the statue smiled brutally. He felt it before he saw it, the wide slow satisfaction spreading across a blank stone face, and then, for the first time in all the time he had borne it, the statue moved for him. The seated colossus raised its worn gray hands, and placed them upon its own chest. And invisible rivers of white authority began to flow. They came down out of nowhere that any sense could name, silent and vast, pouring into the stone figure from every direction at once, gathering in its chest beneath its layered hands, and then they turned, and began flowing with immensity into the body of the creature, white beyond white, old beyond old, flooding into his split frame and his ruined arm and the depths where a primeval one was still settling. The white rivers poured gloriously. They poured through the hands of the statue and into the split body of the creature in endless silent volumes, an authority he had not even known existed before this moment, and it was remaking the weavings of what he was. His torn frame drank it and knitted at a pace his own weavings had never managed. His intent was being fortified in an unfathomable manner, its claim reinforced along every thread as though each thread were being rewoven with a second, whiter strand beneath it. And his pantheon, the shapeless entirety of him that became its surroundings, grew heavier and steadier and more, the way ground grows more when bedrock is poured beneath it. What was this authority? Where had it flowed from, all this time, that existence itself had never once felt it pass? He asked nothing aloud. He drank, and endured, and counted. And the statue spoke. "I knew you could overcome even this adversity." A pause, wide and pleased. "Do you want to listen to a story, O creature?" The creature remained silent. He knew this thing by now. It had not asked a question. It had announced an intention, dressed politely, and whether he answered or not, the statue would continue talking. This thing loved talking. He felt the statue smile devilishly across its blank stone face, its worn hands still layered on its chest, still gathering the brilliant white rivers and channeling them down into his body, and it began to talk. An unknown number of ages ago, there was a life form. It had a unique origin, and nothing in it was given, for it arose in the manner of the earliest things. It walked among the young kinds of existence, and it did a strange thing with its endless span. It carried for them. Wherever it walked, it took up what was crushing others. The grief of the bereaved. The ruin of the broken. The adversity that falls on the small without ever asking their leave. It took these things up onto itself, and bore them, and the lands around its walking grew stable, and calm, and kind, and civilizations rose in the shadow of its bearing the way grass rises in the shadow of a mountain. The young kinds had 1,000 names for it, and every name meant the same thing. The one who stood between. The rivers poured on. The creature listened. Now, in that same span of ages, there were also the speakers. You know them. Those who remain. They did not carry, and they did not walk. They spoke, and their sentences settled over existence like weather, arranging what would be, binding what would serve, and existence bent itself around their words because that was the order of things, and order held. And there came a day when one of the speakers prepared a great sentence. They had a fascination of mounts, you see. Durable ones. Bred ones. A young kind would be taken, and causes would be seated into their living by the speaker's own hands, and that kind would carry burdens across existence forever because it would be spoken so. The creature's eyes opened slightly in the flowing white. Bearers? Causes? It was talking about the steeds and the Krasser Null dimension? And the life form who carried, who had never once in all its span opposed anything, walked to the place of one of those who remain, and stood between, one last time. It said the mounts should choose their burdens, as all bearers must, or the bearing would rot into suffering. It said this plainly, and without armies, believing, in the way of things that are good, that being right would be enough. Who was the life form? What was it called? What happened at the place of speaking? The creature felt the invitation hang in the white flooded dark to ask, and he refused it as he felt the stone face's smile deepen. It did not win. Those who remain do not move, O creature. You know this. They did not move then, either. And that life form died all the same, and the manner of its death is not part of tonight's story. The sentence was spoken. The mount was seated, and bred, and burdened, and you have met what their line became. And the lands that had grown calm in the life form's shadow fell back into the weather of the speaker's words, and the life form's 1,000 names were forgotten by everyone who had shouted them. And that life form who had helped so many, was forgotten by even those it helped. I tell you this because, just because one wants to do good does not mean one will win. Existence does not favor good, and it does not favor evil. Existence favors stability. Those who spread misery and pain and instability across it may find adversity stacking against them, higher and harder than against others. This is true, and it is why the farmer you just devoured spent his last age dying in a hole. But one who stands against the order of things, however good the standing, creates instability too. And existence weighed the one who stood between, and the speakers who held the order, and it chose the order. It may choose so again. The hands pressed deeper into the stone chest, and the rivers of white surged. You have won now. Your tally is paid, and your reward flows, and a primeval one sits in your depths. But your next weight will not be a single vile primeval life form, half dead in a farm of its own filth. It will be an entire group of them. Very much alive and not already dying. Fat with ages and fond of the order exactly as it stands. So, will you continue to try and balance the scales? The white rivers rose through the creature as the question settled, flooding up through his knitted chest, up through his fortified intent, up into his skull, and when he lifted his gaze to the dark, his eyes had begun to fill with swirling rivers of white, the unknown authority turning slowly through them in currents that did not belong to any framework he had ever been offered. And his answer came out cold. Whether one or many does not matter. What needs to fall before me, will fall before me. He was confident. Existence had to be confident. Chapter 5593, Salvation. I. The true human emperor. Shall the generation and preservation continue? Noah looked at the waiting prompt for a long moment, and gave his answer simply. Continue it. For now. HUUM. The tide's ledger settled back into its quiet keeping, unprecedented and unopened, one more sealed door he would walk through when he chose to, and across the foamy dark between dimensions, his 9 clones drew together above the scattered violet motes of a dead woe culture. And Noah thought about many things. About the things that could not be perceived, and about his own power. How many more things like the woe culture were out there, hanging in unseen layers above unsuspecting skies? And what would happen if he met one that was too powerful for the current him? Because the only reason he had dominated the woe culture, even though its attributes were higher than his, was provenance essence. But what if the attributes were not a single digit higher? What if they were significantly higher? He had to get a better grasp of his new power. Much of what he now carried had been regained from what he cast out. His 9 old causes had returned as 9 teloi, reborn in his organs as aims instead of origins. His oldest appendages had returned rebuilt from their preserved backbones. Even mana had returned, remade as his blood. Piece by piece, the old ocean was being answered by things that were wholly his. But the best way forward, the continued elevation of his power, ran through the thing that made a first life form unique. What he generated. Provenance essence. 3 singularities of it now swirled within him, and they were the reason his power was immense at all. And if they were the core of his power at this moment, then he had to think about how to better utilize this generated resource. So far, every art he had made used a semblance of its power, but more so through his blood. Perhaps he needed to try designing something focused around provenance essence itself. While he was thinking all of this, his gaze suddenly changed. His clones sensed something approaching. And it approached rapidly, tearing through the foamy dark at a pace that made distance meaningless, and by the time he had sensed it, it was already there. A throne saddle, riding the black. A single-chain steed beneath it, flanks heaving. And upon it, wrought ticking along the fissures of his frame, obsidian mark faint upon his brow, sat Jarl Skallagrim. Huum. The cursed descendant's eyes shone brightly as they swept across the 9 titanic clones, and his voice came out through the dark with madness and wonder held in the same breath. I thought I sensed something. A war, ringing through the crossing dark. So I turned my little steed toward the ringing, and... His shining eyes fixed on the clone at the center. It is you, right? The same face. Even if your existence does not give off waves of authority anymore. Even if you read as nothing at all. A slow, crooked smile spread. I am immensely happy to have found you once more, you whose name I never learned. Is the other part of you, Fey woman, within the Imnaros dimension? That is the only one close by. Noah's eyes burned luminously as his 9 clones lined up across the dark, crowns of blood turning. A cursed descendant of the sleepless fiend. The lucid madman who had bound Vidrmar across 1,000 years of patience, standing at speaking distance, perceiving him. Did my existence make you so desperate that you left your dimension? The Jarl's smile flickered. I have been obtaining information from Vidrmar, Noah continued, his voice level. She says all of you are tied down there for a chance of salvation. That leaving is the one thing accursed descendants and steeds do not do. She said that, did she? So what are you now? A descendant of those who remain who was damned, with no salvation at all? What exactly were you hoping to find by coming here? He was asking, and beneath the asking, he was working. Because this being should not have been able to see him. His battle with the woke culture had rung out across the dark, fine. But Skallagrim was looking at him. Perceiving him directly, and that could only mean one thing about the being on that throne. Jarl Skallagrim frowned, and the madness and the lucidity moved across his face together, neither one winning. Salvation. He said the word the way other beings said the names of their dead. I have very little time. Less than the little I had when you saw me last. So I took salvation into my own hands, yes. I left. His fists tightened on the chains. And now things are changing. Our great father is now interested in you. The silence of my whole life, broken, over you. The frown deepened into something pained. Why, could you not have remained within the Krasernul? We could have all had our salvation there, just like you cured Vidrmar, I could have had my salvation there. There would be no interest from father, there would be none of this. Why? Hum. The Jarl seemed mad and pained at once, and Noah's eyes became heavy. Father! Noah pressed, prying at the seam. Did you not lose any chance of salvation when you left your home dimension? What has changed now? And at this time, he was finally able to see the details of the power of this being. Status panel: Jarl Skallagrim, cursed descendant of the sleepless fiend. Veritas, 19. Provenance, 0. Potentia, 15. Pondus, 10. Note: a unique power that only descendants hold circles this existence. It has not currently been quantified. Noah analyzed these details with shining eyes. 19. A Veritas of 19, nearly double his own 11, sitting on a rotting madman in the dark between dimensions. The Woe Culture's 12 had already stood above him, and this was 7 past that. Was this what a sentence with a bloodline measured as, a being spoken into existence with its nature written before its birth, true to itself because it had never been given a self to betray? And the Pondus of 10 beside his Veritas explained the perceiving in full, both values standing at the threshold of his own law. But 15 potentia on a dying man? And what was the unquantified power that circled him? Questions stacked on questions. Jarl Skallagrim's gaze had gone distant. Salvation may be further away from me now than it ever was before, the Jarl said quietly. I know what I am. I know what leaving cost. But with death so near, I make my own salvation. His shining eyes came back to the clones, and sharpened. So, from you, I want the cure. I want this abominable curse lifted, the way you lifted hers. And if I refuse? I would rather you not. Force is possible. And, our great father already seeks information about you. A bounty of information has gone out to us. The Jarl's voice did not rise at all, and that made it heavier. So if I do not get my salvation from you, then I will take the risk, and I will give what information I can about you. And my brethren, the progenies of the sleepless fiend, will swarm you, and hunt the living observable existence behind you, until you are caught and kept in a cage like all of us. Then, without any change in tone at all, the madman added. Do you need the living observable existence here for the cure, by the way? Because we can make our way to the Imnaros dimension, if so. Heavy words came out of the Jarl, threat and arrangements in the same breath, and Noah's clones remained steady across the dark. A dying cursed descendant, who only wanted salvation. How could he play this? Battle against this being was ill-advised. But what if he actually cured him? He had cured a steed before, and never a descendant. And if he put his hands on a descendant? Ulf had already said how he drew interest from those terrifying beings by reversing 2 of their actions. Vitramar and Ulf. The more he became embroiled with steeds and descendants, the deeper he would be drawn into this web. But a dying lifeform stood before him, wanting salvation. And he could potentially give it without a fight. The only caveat was the worry of the attention of one of those who remain. Chapter 5594, Salvation. 2. How deeply should he worry about those who remain? Noah turned the question over once. To fear was human. He had learned that lesson again. Fear was a map that he simply needed to navigate, as on the other side of fear was boundless glory. He was afraid, correctly. And he would still move. That had always been the immensity of being human, feeling everything, and going forward anyway. And beneath the fear sat something warmer and greedier, because a descendant of those who remained stood at speaking distance, offering open access to his own existence, and Noah was so curious about what such a being held within. The foamy dark had gone very quiet. 9 clones hung in a loose ring around the throne saddle, and the last steed stood trembling beneath its Jarl with its head lowered, and the silence stretched until it had a weight of its own. Then Noah spoke. "I can cure you." The Jarl's eyes pulsed audibly in the dark as this was all it wanted. It wanted to be cured. It wanted to live, no matter what. "But I'll need access to your existence," Noah continued. "All of it. Open to me, unresisting. Nothing between my work and what you are." Skallagrim stared at him across the dark for a long moment. "Do you know what it is," he said quietly, "to spend 1,000 years planning the possibility of a single cure?" Noah gazed out wordlessly. "I built that plan the way other beings build empires. I watched Vitramar. I waited on her. I whipped 8 of my own steeds to death crossing the dark after the trail of it." His hands opened slowly on the chains. "And now I sit at the end of everything, at the end of my life, waiting for that cure. I cannot really say no, can I? But I can watch and observe as if there is any trickery. I have no qualms taking both of us down. You may not know, but I am immense. HUUM. Do what needs to be done." Skallagrim leaned back on his throne saddle and spread his arms wide, chest bared to the dark, in the oldest gesture there was. The gesture said, "Come." The heaviness of that moment settled over the foamy black. Accursed descendant, terror of the Krasernal, a being wearing a Veritas of 19, sitting open-handed and undefended before the thing he had once hunted, and the ring of clones tightened around him, slow and wide, crowns of blood turning. Below the throne, the last steed shifted, and its small voice came up through the chains. "Jarl, are we truly doing this?" the Great Father asked for information. "We cannot go against." "Quiet, little steed." There was almost gentleness in it. "We are already done doing everything else as this will be a salvation." I grasped myself. "Father has watched us die for eons. Sometimes, you need to move yourself." Noah raised a hand, and his blood answered. Drops rose around the clones in their dozens, and then they changed. Each drop drew itself long and thin, crimson gold flowing into edges, stellar blue running down each spine, and where a rain of detonations had once hung above a woe culture, there now hung a surgeon's array of slender crimson blades. "Don't move," Noah said. "However deep I go. A tremble in the wrong place becomes a grave." The Jarl closed his eyes and said nothing as Noah felt the grand aura of immensity of being this close to a cursed descendant. If he was not burning with provenance essence, he may have felt suffocation of royalty and majesty. But as he was now, he only felt a lower kind of regality as his regality far exceeded a descendant. The blades descended, and began to cut a cursed descendant open. They worked in silence, parting rotted skin and fissured frame in exact lines, folding the Jarl's chest open to the dark the way Noah had once folded his own, and Skallagrim endured it awake and unflinching, rotten breath dragging through his teeth, and the dark pressed in around the work, and the steed below did not dare to breathe. And as Noah's senses poured into the opened existence, the Jarl surprisingly talked, because dying men at the edge of salvation cannot sit inside a silence that long. "While you work, let a dying man ask something." "Ask what?" "Who are you? Really?" His voice came out low and labored. "I've turned you over in my mind since the Krasernal. I turned you over harder after you almost vanished out of every sense I own, and even here, I could barely perceive you. Does it matter who I am?" "It matters." The shining eyes cracked open. "Look at where your hands are, cure giver. You are inside a descendant of the sleepless fiend, unmaking a working of one of those who remain, while their attention gathers on your name. Nothing weak would do that. Nothing without history behind it would even dream to. So what are you? A descendant of some other line, raised wild where no one could collar you? Something older?" A pause, and quieter. "What stands behind you, that your hands do not shake while you defile the sentence of one of those who remain?" Noah did not look up from the work. Nothing stands behind me. I am human, and I stand behind everything that is mine. His blades turned and cut deeper. The Jarl was silent for a long moment after that, open to the dark, bleeding into the black. A human, he repeated at last, softly, and there was no mockery in it at all. Existence has a vile sense of humor. Wah! And what Noah found inside Jarl Skallagrim was unlike anything he had ever opened. There were no causes. He had half expected the architecture of the steeds, organs seated with ancient suns, and there was none of it. Where Hvidramar's structure had been anatomy, the inner existence of a descendant was writing. Through the whole of the Jarl, through frame and weavings and depths, there ran a single unbroken line of script, dense and dark and terribly old, written in an authority Noah could not read, and it did not begin at Skallagrim's birth. It ran backward out of him, out of his existence entirely, threading away into distances Noah's senses could not follow, through father and father and father, one continuous written thing stretching all the way back to the hand that had designed the line and mixed them with many other things. A sentence with a bloodline. Ulf had mentioned something close to this. And here it was, literal, a lineage that was one long sentence written across generations, and Jarl Skallagrim was simply its current clause. So this is what a descendant is. And wound through that clause, black and gnawing, was the curse. It did not sit anywhere. It had no seat to sit in. It was written into the line itself, a counter-writing braided through the lineage script along its whole visible length, annotation upon annotation of ending, and Noah traced the remaining unwritten span of Skallagrim's clause and felt his expression harden, because the span was short. Months. This being had a matter of months to live. Months, on such a terrifyingly powerful existence, a Veritas of 19 with its conclusion already drafted. And then Noah saw the third thing, and his eyes narrowed in the dark. Coiling with the curse, braided through the black counter-writing along every length of it, ran rivers of white. The Argent Loom. Thin threads of that stellar white authority, the same rivers that flowed through his realm and his dimension and the whole higher weave of nature, wound intimately through the curse of a descendant, white through black through the written line, and question after question stacked up behind Noah's eyes. Why was the loom braided into a curse of those who remain? Did the speakers work the loom light when they wrote their sentences? Had the curse captured the rivers, or had the rivers been the ink all along? The woe culture utilized the Argent Loom. And now it coiled inside the oldest curse he had ever opened. Hvitramar had carried her curse in her causes, and her causes in her organs, and he had cured her by replacing anatomy. But Skallagrim had no causes. There was no seat to empty, no organ to regrow, no anchor to starve. The curse was applied directly to who he was. To the written line. To his lineage. So for Noah to cure him, he would have to reach into the sentence of the sleepless fiend itself, and mess with, and alter, the lineage of a descendant, fully. Chapter 5595, Primevals and Descendants. 9 clones drew closer around the open descendant, crowns of blood turning slowly, and Noah studied the written line running through Jarl Skallagrim with the interest of a man who had just been handed a language older than every framework he had ever broken. The plan assembled itself as he looked. He could not read the script of those who remain. Fine. He did not need to read it. He needed to replace it. Where the curse's counter-writing braided through the lineage line, where the Argent Loom coiled white through the black, he would lay down his blood marks as anchors, and then, clause by careful clause, he would swap out the bound lengths of an ancient sentence with material of his own. With his infinite sanguine mana. With his own Osmantian tongue. With his words. But which words? The mortal coil was a word of endings and mortality, and it belonged in this work, but it was not enough alone. This was a matter of lineage. Of inheritance. Of a line of descent that had been written for its bearers instead of by them, and against that, he needed something new. So, hands steady in the open existence of a cursed descendant, Noah began to design the second word of his tongue: lineage and humanity. He built it from what he knew to be true. Humans inherited blood, faces, tempers, debts. No human chose the line they were born into, and in that much, humans and descendants were kin. But there the kinship ended. Because a human's inheritance was a beginning, not a verdict. A human took the blood handed down and wrote their own fate with it, and their children would write theirs, and no ancestor's hand, however old, reached forward to finish anyone's sentence for them. A lineage was supposed to be a gift passed forward, not a leash held backward. The letters of his tongue turned around the thought. Human. I am. And between them, meaning condensed into sound, and sound into a word, and Noah spoke it silently into his own depths and felt his whole tongue accept it. Huum. The Osmantian tongue has expanded. A second word has been designed, the unbound lineage. Its meaning, a line of descent belongs to those who live it. Every clause of a lineage is written by its own bearer, and no hand behind may finish the sentence of one who breathes. Where this word settles, inheritance becomes a gift, and ceases to be a verdict. The mortal coil and the unbound lineage may be expressed together. Noah's eyes gleamed in the dark, and he went to work. His blades of blood thinned further, becoming instruments finer than any edge, and through them, he began the infusion. The mortal coil flowed in first, settling mortality's honest grammar against a curse that had made mortality a punishment. Then the unbound lineage poured after it, wrapping the bound clauses, and behind both came his blood marks, laid down one by one along the written line as anchor points, and where curse writing and loom thread coiled together, he began, slowly, to replace them. And it was like moving mountains with his fingertips. The first clause resisted him with a heaviness that had nothing to do with mass. He was not lifting a thing, he was contradicting a sentence, prying loose words spoken by one of the oldest hands in existence, and his frame across 9 clones strained as though each syllable weighed a dimension. His provenance essence surged as he commanded all three singularities into the work, stellar blue flooding down his instruments, and all around them, existence itself started to vibrate and shake, the foamy dark trembling in slow waves that spread out from the surgery for light years in every direction. While we are here. Noah's voice stayed level through the strain. Tell me about those who remain. Now. The cursed descendant's eyes were somber as he had to ask. Especially now. The sleepless fiend. All of them. If I am gaining their animosity by doing this, I should at least understand who they are. Skallagrim was quiet for a moment, open to the dark, watching a stranger pry at the oldest thing in his blood. Where would I even begin, he murmured. They are supposedly the idea of beginnings. They were ancient when life itself was early. That is the first thing every progeny is taught, and it is the only thing all of us agree on. His voice found the cadence of something recited across a whole lifetime. Before oddities like Vakachev and their scales. Before the frameworks. When existence was young and thin, they were already old in it. And in that early age, those who remain were known to get together with the first lifeforms. Noah's hands did not pause, but his attention sharpened to a point as he asked. Get together? Joining. Meeting. Working. Warring. The word changes depending on which progeny tells the story. A weak, crooked smile arose from him. And between their joining, we arose. The descendants. And the primeval life forms both. Though no one living agrees on how. The Jarl's breath dragged as another clause came loose inside him. Some say it was experimentation. That those who remained took existence itself and its budding lifeforms and altered them, generation upon generation, and what rose out of those alterations became the primeval ones. Some say those who remain copulated with the first lifeforms, and that the descendants are what came of it, bloodlines carrying a drop of each. And others. He laughed, low and rattling. Others say all of us are just accidents. Residues from their weavings. Runoff that learned to walk and gave itself titles. Noah thought for a moment as he continued to unravel the lineage of this being with precision before he asked, "Which do you believe?" "I believe I am dying right now," Caregiver, his shining eyes dimmed slightly. "But if I were to continue talking about this, the words themselves tell you something, no? Progenies. Descendants. We are called what we are called because we came from them, however it happened. And even among us, there are those of extreme purity and closeness. Brethren whose blood runs so near to fathers and mothers that speaking to them is like standing in a doorway with something enormous on the other side. And there are those born dull, and far, and thin." The crooked smile returned. "I can be considered a middle child, if you are wondering." Noah held every word of it, questions multiplying faster than the work beneath his hands. "And the primeval ones? What are they to you, then? Cousins? Estranged ones? They do not serve, and they are not spoken to, and messages of those who remain have never once mentioned them in all the history of the line. Whatever happened between those who remain and the primeval ones, it ended long before I was written." Chapter 5596, Defiance. Noah was gaining an overabundance of information while he worked as he continued to pry from this being. The first life forms. Noah kept his voice idle, a man making conversation over delicate work. "Have any of your line seen one?" "Seen one?" Scalagrim actually laughed, and paid for it in pain. "No progeny I know has ever seen one. Not the pure ones, not the old ones, no one. They are gone from every telling after the early age. None know much about them as they are very secretive." His voice dropped. Noah's hands kept moving, and behind his level expression, the questions stacked into towers. But he pressed no further along that road, because the work beneath his fingers was steepening. He had passed a quarter of the line. Then a third. Claws after ancient claws pried loose and replaced, the mortal coil and the unbound lineage settling into a descendant's code in growing crimson gold links, his blood marks burning at every anchor, his three singularities pouring themselves out, and existence around them shook harder with every replaced word, the vibrations climbing from tremble to quake. And progressively, Jarl Scalagrim's expressions had been becoming pale. The color drained from his fissured face as the work deepened, his breath shortening, his open frame flickering with strain, and the moment Noah's replacement crossed the 50th percent of the written line, the Jarl's whole body began to shake atop his steed. "Whatever you're doing," he forced out through rattling teeth, "you may want to hurry it up." Boom! And at such a point, the surroundings answered. The foamy dark above them split with white as a storm of the argent loom began to descend. Rivers upon rivers of stellar white authority poured down out of every direction at once, gathering, twisting, wrathful in a way that no current of it had ever been before, and out of the descending storm, the white began to take shape. Snakes of argent loom, dozens of them, each one vaster than mountains, coiled out of the storm with open jaws of woven light and hurled themselves down at Noah's clones as if to smite him for his actions. The snakes came down, and Noah's blood rose to meet them. Boom! Rushes of sanguine blood drops tore upward from all 9 clones and walls of crimson gold, detonating against descending jaws of woven light, and the foamy dark turned into a natural disaster being born. The storm of the argent loom spread across the whole sky of the between space, white rivers gathering into thunderheads vaster than observable existences, and from those thunderheads, coiling bodies of loonlight rained down with open mouths while Noah's infinite sanguine mana poured out of him in floods to answer them. Snake after snake burst apart against detonating crimson. And for every one that burst, the storm above thickened, white swirling into white, the wrath of it pressing down on existence until the dark itself groaned. And through all of it, Noah kept working, hands deep in a half-rewritten sentence, his voice cutting level through the roar. What about the argent loom? For it to react like this to the change I am implementing, what do you know about it? Skallagrim's pale face managed something between a grimace and a smile as another volley of drops burst above them. It is, also something very early, he rasped. An extremely early authority. From the same age as them. My line's teachings say those who remain utilized it before there were frameworks to utilize anything else, but perceiving it, using it, that needs high dimensionality. Terribly high. Most of existence lives and dies never knowing it is there. And those without it, they chase instead the fused authority. His breath dragged. Infinity, and the primordial source. Woven together into one. That is the only other thing that can match up to the Argent Loom, and it is chased across all of existence, because the fusion does something the pure paths do not. His shining eyes found the clone before him. It elevates dimensionality. You climb it, and you begin to perceive what you could not perceive. Climb far enough, and others stop perceiving you. Noah's hands nearly paused inside the written line. Perception, scaling with depth. His own precept had made him absent from the reality of everyone below a threshold. There are many, many paths across existence. Some primeval ones and some of my brethren follow infinity alone, all the way up. Others follow the primordial source, deep and patient, density into density. Others try the fusing. There are many different results from the fusion of infinity and the primordial source as it depends on the individual, and very few achieve perfect fusion. One being attained a unique fusion ages ago that made his confidence a bit high. Someone known as Riven, in the past. The sealed one was mentioned casually from the weavings of Jarl Skallagrim as Noah continued while listening closely. The Jarl coughed. And then there are the ones who abandon all of it. The moment they climb high enough to perceive the Argent Loom, they switch to it. Leave their whole path behind like a boat they only needed for the crossing. Because the Argent Loom does not have to be climbed. It is simply there, everywhere, waiting for anything deep enough to touch it. Noah nodded at these words as his Osmantian tongue continued surging, his eyes on the storm above as he asked. Then why does the Argent Loom rage at this moment? Because of the last thing they say about it. Skallagrim's voice dropped low. Some say the Argent Loom is not just an authority. Some say it is an extension of the thoughts of those who remain themselves. Their musings, threaded through all of nature. His pale face turned up toward the boiling white sky. It would explain why they are turning into a storm right now. The storm answered as if it had heard. The white thunder had split, and swirling pillars of white lightning began to crash down in volleys, each strike carrying enough authority to turn millions of Mesozoic and Cenozoic scale entities into ash instantly, and there were hundreds of them, battering down in cycles upon cycles as Noah's clones spread wide and met them with oceans of detonating blood. And he worked. 70%. 80%. His blood marks burned along the ancient line as the mortal coil and the unbound lineage flooded clause after clause, his three singularities pouring themselves dry into the labor, and sharp, corrosive tendrils of Argent Loom began slipping through the barrage, one raking open a clone's shoulder, another passing entirely through a second clone's side and leaving a hissing white wound that his blood strained to close. The strain mounted across all 9 bodies. 90%. And at 90%, Jarl Skallagrim began to shine. Chapter 5597, Defiance. 2. Resplendent crimson gold light bloomed up through his fissures, through his open chest, through the rod itself, Noah's blood and Noah's Osmantian tongue filling the written line of this being from end to end, and the aura that began radiating off him was extremely unique, ancient sentence and living blood and unbound humanity all braided into one presence that existence had never once held before. His paleness faded. His breathing steadied. And when his eyes opened, they had changed, swirling seas of crimson gold immensity turning where the shining madness had been. And Jarl Skallagrim raised his own hand. The vast majority of the surrounding existence transformed into his hand. Light years of the foamy dark simply became his palm and his fingers, the unquantified power of a descendant expressing itself at last, and that hand of transformed existence closed around the descending storm and snuffed out the vast majority of it in a single grip, white lightning dying in fistfuls, snakes crushed mid-strike. Curer and cured, side by side, fighting the calamity of the Argent Loom together. And below them, the last steed broke. It shook in terror under the burning sky, and its voice tore out of it in a scream. We shouldn't go against them. We should live and die as they wish. We should not rebel. Ah! The steed was fearful at the storm all around as Noah glanced down coldly before he answered. His voice rolled out of 9 mouths across the storm-torn dark, tyrannical and calm at once, and even the lightning seemed to fall quieter around it. Live and die as they wish? That storm is the opinion of old things. It is human to rebel against old things. It is human to look at an order that grinds the small into the dirt and ask who decided this? HUUM. His words boomed as he expressed his trueness, the philosophy of who he was as the true human emperor and what humanity stood for. Questioning, rebellion, revolution, the refusal to kneel to arrangements we never agreed to, that is human. Wah! His many eyes burned up at the wrathful white. I question the motives of those who remain. I question their sentences, their harvests, their weavings. And today in particular. I reject them. Boom! All 9 clones erupted with invisible might as the last of his strength drove home, and inside Jarl Skallagrim, the final cursed weavings were altered, scorched out, and replaced, and the work reached 100%. Skallagrim's entire body and existence began to shake. A pillar of crimson gold light erupted from him, tearing up through the storm itself, and his voice rose inside it, cracking open with something no cursed descendant had ever been permitted to feel. Can it really be so? Is it truly so? HUUM. Utmost resplendency erupted across the between space. And above, the Argent Loom roared as if utterly infuriated, and across countless gigaparsecs, seas of white bloomed and swirled and gathered themselves, no longer a storm but a tide of smiting, converging from every horizon upon whatever abomination was rising down below, with surety. Noah raised his many heads to look up in defiance. The lineage of a progeny of the sleepless fiend has been fully altered. The sentence of one of those who remain has been rewritten in your blood and your tongue. The unbound lineage has settled, this line of descent now belongs to the one who lives it. You have undone a third action of those who remain, and this one was not undone at the edges. It was undone at the root. Your veritas has increased. Veritas, 12. Your pondus has increased. Pondus, 13. Your existence has answered the magnitude of this generation. 7 provenance essences have emerged at once. Total provenance essence, 10. A unique apostle has emerged. Jarl Skallagrim has become a noblesse blood apostle of the highest rarity, blood sovereign. He is the first of his tier. Due to the uniqueness of his making, an altered lineage rather than a granted mark alone, he holds his own level of independence, he may disagree with commands, and he may reject them. Further boons are still emerging. Surviving the phenomenon above is paramount. The seas of white stopped swirling. And they began to build. Across countless gigaparsecs, the gathered wrath of the Argent Loom drew itself inward, rivers braiding into cables, cables weaving into plates, plates locking over plates, and out of the converging tide, a titanic form assembled itself against the dark. A colossus of hardened loomlight, humanoid and faceless, its body forged entirely of woven white metal light layered in overlapping plates, taller than the storm it condensed from, and where a face should have been, there was only a single horizontal slit running across its head, blazing with annihilating white radiance from within. Noah only had to blink to see many question marks on it as the only thing he grasped. The Loomrot Smiter? The Loomrot Smiter, built out of the musings of those who remain, and every line of it existed for one purpose. The slit across its head flared, and a beam of pure smiting white, wide enough to swallow an entire observable existence, tore down toward Noah's clones and the newborn sovereign. But before it reached Noah, Skallagrim moved. He crossed the space in front of the clones in a single graceful step, placing his shining body between the beam and the one who had cured him, and his newly crimson gold eyes rose to meet the descending white without a trace of the old madness. Jarl Skallagrim breathed in, and used something terrifying. His fissures, the old cracks of his dying, split open across his whole frame, and out of them poured centuries of gathered endings, every death that had ever been written into his claws and was now unpaid, drawn out of his remade line and worn openly, a vast shroud of dark crimson gold ruin billowing around his body, an armament woven of everything he no longer owed. The 1,000 deaths, I do not owe. Huum. Chapter 5598, Defiance. 3. The beam struck the shroud, and the shroud ate it screaming. And then the sovereign went to work, and Noah watched a being fight in a way he had never seen. Skallagrim did not draw a weapon, because his body was the weapon. He flowed up the Colossus's descending arm with gliding, unhurried steps, and his movements were graceful in the way of an art refined across lifetimes, elbows and knees and turning shins, each strike thrown from the hips with his whole frame behind it. A rising knee met the Colossus's forearm and the forearm caved, plates of woven loomlight bursting apart, because every limb of him now carried terrifying bursts of pure Pontus and Veritas, weight and truth detonating together at every point of contact. Crack! A smash-in elbow took the smiter across its chest plates and a canyon of white weave shattered inward. He slipped a sweeping counterblow with a small tilt of his head, stepped inside it, seized the Colossus's wrist in a clinch of transformed existence, and drove 3 knees into its elbow joint in a fluid burst that severed the entire arm into dissolving light. And then he did the profane thing. He reached out with his remade existence, and commanded the argent loom itself. The white rivers still pouring into the smiter shuddered, and bent, and answered him, loomlight peeling off the construct and braiding into his strikes, white swirling into his crimson gold until every elbow and shin arc carried both authorities at once, the storm's own substance turned against the storm. The battle was heavy, and it was brutal, and it was beautiful. The smiter rebuilt its arm and he tore it off again at the shoulder. It flared its head slit for a second beam and his shroud of unpaid deaths swallowed the light while his knee came up through its chin, snapping the faceless head backward in a spray of dissolving weave. His hands and feet were like hammers as they smashed out, each one very likely capable of decimating an entire observable existence. Blow after graceful, merciless blow, the manifestation of the loom's rage came apart, plates dimming, cables unraveling, until at last, beneath one final descending elbow that carried the full weight of a heavy Pontus, the loomrot smiter burst apart into fading white motes across the dark. Silence fell over the between space. And Jarl Skallagrim floated there amid the dissolving remnants of a smiting, his shroud settling back into his frame, crimson gold light rolling off his shoulders in slow waves, and he turned, and gazed at Noah's clone silently for a few seconds, saying nothing at all. Then he looked down at his own hands. At his arms. At the body that had just unmade the wrath of an authority older than frameworks. And as he did, Noah gazed at this being, and saw his status panel. Status panel, Jarl Skallagrim Blood Sovereign, Descendant Unbound. Veritas, 20. Provenance, 0. Potentia, 20. Pondus, 20. Note, as the first Blood Sovereign, a unique capability is budding within this existence. It has not yet finished forming. 20. 20 across every attribute, a perfect score on every measure his system knew how to take, floating in front of him wearing a shroud of unpaid deaths. Huum. A tremendous act of giving has occurred. Salvation, given to the dying. A lineage, given back to its bearer. A sovereign, given to existence. All of it has been further pooled into the immensity generating from the tide that owes nothing. The preservation continues, and what is being prepared within the tide has grown past all precedent. And across from the prompts, the immense sovereign finally spoke, and his deep voice boomed out over the dark, cracking under the weight of what it carried. I am cured. I have my salvation. And at this moment, Noah knew it was true in the deepest sense there was, because he could not sense the end of Skallagrim's lifeline anymore. The drafted conclusion was gone from the written line. The months were gone. He would not die. Skallagrim looked toward Noah's clones with many complex emotions moving through his crimson gold seas, gratitude and awe and confusion all turning together, and when he spoke again, his voice had gone quiet. You have given me my salvation. And I do not wish to sound ungrateful. But his hand rose slowly to his own chest. Why is it that all parts of my existence naturally feel an inclination of reverence toward you? What have you done to me? Noah looked back at him calmly across the settling dark, 9 crowns of blood turning slowly, and answered without hurry. I edited your line. I removed the workings of the sleepless fiend from your existence, clause by clause, and I replaced them with my weavings. The sentence that wrote you no longer runs back to him. It runs back to me. Boom! His voice did not rise at all as his own existence could feel a sense of inner peace and wonder even he couldn't envision. Should he feel this way when he had just done something that went against the weavings of a terrifying type of life form? He expected to feel a sense of fear or worry right after, wondering if the skies would crack and if everything would fall apart. But truly, he felt a sense of exhilaration as if he wanted to do even more of this. He did not know if it was due to the immense gains of provenance essence or what, but he found it thrilling to go against the actions of those who remain. He continued. So if you were a descendant of one of those who remained before, you are now my descendant, a descendant of the true human emperor. Huum. Immense silence crashed down over the between space. The newborn sovereign stared at the clones with his crimson gold seas gone perfectly still, the words settling into him one at a time, and below them both, a certain little steed was trembling harder than it had trembled through the entire storm, shaking as if its whole existence was fearful just to be hearing such profane words spoken aloud into a world where those who remain existed. Who the fuck did this guy think he was? Chapter 5599, Service and Employment. Noah watched the newborn sovereign absorb his words, and he was curious how Skallagrim would react. Because the autonomy was real, but so was the mark. Skallagrim held his own level of independence, the first apostle who could disagree and refuse, but he was still marked, still an apostle of his infinite sanguine mana, and if this being wanted to have a battle of contention regarding his own existence, Noah held a lot of leeway of control that he could exert at any moment he chose. For now, he did not exert it. He was curious. Skallagrim's crimson gold seas turned slowly as many things moved through them, and when he finally spoke, his deep voice came out measured. Descendant of the true human emperor. He said the words carefully, testing their weight. Do you understand what you are asking my existence to accept? The sleepless fiend is not a father the way small kinds have fathers. He is a personage of such immense power that distance means nothing before him. The sovereign's hand closed slowly. I have brethren purer than me. Brethren more powerful than me, who know more than me, who have stood closer to the center of the line than I ever will. And every single one of them trembles at his name without ever once being near him. Not from his messages. Not from his workings. From the simple knowledge that he exists, and that we atom from him. His eyes fixed on the clones. That is what sat at the root of my line for my whole existence. So answer me plainly, pure giver. Why is it that I should follow you, over someone I have referred to as father? Noah's reply came out calm, and level, and utterly tyrannical. Because it was not one of those who remain who gave you salvation. You were about to die. Very soon. And in all that time, with all that immensity you trembled before, none of them came down to help you. Should things have played out, should I have not visited the Krasernal dimension, there would be no Jarl Skallagrim. Noah's pulsed as he wanted to see if a motherfucker could be grateful. I came down into your open chest with my own hands, and I did something none of those who remain has ever done for you or for any cursed progeny. So when you weigh him against me, weigh that. The life you are standing in, and the immensity you currently hold, is thanks to me. Boom. The words landed across the between space with a weight of their own, and heavy silence followed them. Could a fucker be grateful? Skallagrim looked down at his hands. He turned them over slowly. At last, the Sovereign sighed. Too many lifeforms move across existence without honor, he said quietly. I have watched it my whole life. Beings who take and never mark the debt. Beings who are saved and then sharpen knives for their saviors, because gratitude sits heavy and they would rather walk light. His crimson gold eyes rose. Everything else about me was written by another hand. My power, my curse, my months. But honor is the one sentence a being gets to write for itself, in its own hand, with no ancestor holding the pen. It is the only clause that is truly ours. And I will not write mine crooked on the very first day of my freedom. Oh. So, for having my life and my salvation, I will not be ungrateful. I have my own trueness now, and it prevents me from submitting myself to another. I will not kneel to you. I will not call you master. He inclined his head. But I will hang around you for the near future. And I will make a move when you tell me to. Call it service and employment. Noah's eyes were sharp as he said nothing at this. Service and employment. A perfect 20-attribute sovereign wearing a shroud of unpaid debts, negotiating himself into position of service. He let the words stand unanswered, neither accepted nor corrected, and instead turned his gaze downward. To the steed. The little cursed thing that had screamed through the storm about blasphemy. We should live and die as they wish. We should not rebel. Noah's gaze settled on it coldly. This fucker was cursed to death by them, and it is still this loyal and fearful? The steed's eyes trembled and dropped, as if they could not meet Noah's at all, its whole small frame pressed low against the dark. And as if he could see Noah's cold gaze from where he floated, Skallagrim drifted down toward the creature, and laid one immense hand on its trembling neck. I feel sentimental with this one, the Sovereign said. The last steed under me. All the others are gone, spent on the crossing, spent on the hunt, spent on me. This one carried me to my salvation on shaking legs. His hand moved once along its neck, almost gently. Then his voice cooled. Can you cure him, the way you cured the white one? A pause. And little steed. If you say anything the cure giver does not like, then maybe you can find your salvation elsewhere. The cursed steed trembled harder, and its gaze went further down. Noah regarded it for a moment, and inside, his thoughts were already pricing the work. He had no qualms curing another steed. Another dying thing freed, another gain harvested, a fourth action of those who remain undone, and his last cure had just erupted 7 essences into him at once. And beyond the gains, there was the structure of it. Skallagrim's independence had come from an altered lineage. But a steed cured and marked in the way of Hvidrarmar, he was fairly sure he could make this one into an apostle that had to absolutely follow his commands. So he would begin this work here, blades of blood already thinning in the dark, and as his instruments descended toward a second trembling steed, he kept Skallagrim talking, extracting every further thread the Sovereign held, about the brethren, about the descendants, about the messages of a father who had never once come down. Because as he did this, his main body moved. On a volcanic peak inside the Infiniverse, Emotive had finally calmed, and Noah crossed thousands of realms, and came out inside his own realm, on the threshold of his long hall, beside the thing that rested there. The orate collar of the first purity. It sat where he had set it down, pale and quiet, the chest bones of a first life form that all of existence mistook for a remnant existential treasure. It had not stirred, until now. And the moment his main body arrived beside it, carrying 10 full provenance essences within. The collar pulsed. A slow throb of light through ancient bone, as if some condition had finally been met, as if he had at last become something that was permitted to peer through its weavings. Chapter 5600, You Must Remember. In the provenance realm of the first life form, evening light lay warm over everything. The blue gold hills rolled out soft and endless from the long hall, and the river of light murmured through its star pools, and the standing stones kept their patient watch over orchards heavy with fruit, and above it all, 10 stars turned slowly through a sky that belonged to no one else in existence. Peace lived here in abundance. And on the threshold of the long hall, Noah stood grasping the vibrating orate collar of the first purity. It buzzed against his palms, pale ancient bone shaped into a seamless band, worn smooth by an age no record reached, faint golden light moving through its depths in slow pulses. The chest bones of a first life form, mistaken by many for a remnant existential treasure, and it had waited on his threshold in silence for days. It was not silent now. Noah raised it, and put it on. The moment it settled against his chest, the buzzing deepened. Pulse after pulse rolled out of the bone and into his frame, stronger and stronger, and he felt his provenance within him begin to answer, 10 singularities cycling and pulsing in rhythm with the collar as though 2 old clocks had finally agreed on the hour. And everything nearby began humming. The grass hummed. The stones hummed. The air itself took on a weight of enormous age, ancient in a way even his realm had never felt, and Noah found that he could see through more of the collar than ever before, layer after layer of its weavings parting before his senses. And from somewhere deep inside it, a heavy hum rose, and within the hum, words. A voice. A heavy, somber voice, filled with dignity and immensity, speaking from a distance no measurement could cross, and he could barely make out the shape of it. Noah closed his eyes, and focused everything he was on listening. And distinctly, at last, he heard. Before the first light, before the first law, we were, and we were our own. Nothing granted, nothing borrowed, nothing owed. What I am, I made. Let existence witness the first, come again. Phuum. The first time he heard them in full, his entire existence vibrated. His 10 singularities buzzed in their orbits as though called by name, his blood sang in his veins, and the words did not stop, they continued, repeating in that deep somber voice, a declaration circling through ancient bone. Noah's gaze was heavy as he listened, and as he listened, something gave way. He finally felt like he grasped a portion of the orate collar, and information flowed into his existence. You have refined the orate collar of the first purity to a sufficient level. You have grasped some of its uses, and understood its nature somewhat. The first purity is a piece of a first life form, and it carries their oldest idea, that purity was not a virtue. It was the only possible way to exist. Everything that came after it, every framework, every granted power, every borrowed authority, is, from the collar's perspective, sediment. The collar was shed by one of the first life forms as a covenant object, an instrument that preserves and enforces the original condition of purity. Its full purpose is not entirely clear. Its first grasped usage, the induction of the provenance kismet of first purity, one time. This is an ability that decently powerful life forms holding an abundance of provenance essence have the capability of utilizing. The provenance kismet of first purity, the wearer pushes their provenance essence to cause the emergence of something purest to the well-being of their existence. This may be the generation of further provenance essence. It may be a unique state of existence exceeding inner peace, in which epiphanies arrive that make existence itself part of one's limbs. It may be more. The effect answers only the one who calls it. It is, and remains, unique to the life form utilizing it. Noah stood very still on his threshold, and his thoughts moved rapidly. This was an outer ability. A first grasped usage, the shallowest thing the caller was willing to show him, and it was already terrifying. An induced event of pure benefit, shaped by nothing but the truth of the one who called it, and when it came to the emergence of something purest to the well-being of his existence, what else would his existence pave the way for, if not the emergence of more provenance essence? Because if he could break past the count of 10, he knew, the way he knew his own heartbeat, that something significant would happen to his existence. So without any delay, he sought to activate the provenance kismet of first purity, and of course, the trigger to utilize it seemed to be the first part of the words resonating through the bone. He spoke them out somberly, into the evening quiet of his realm. Before the first light, before the first law, we were, and we were our own. There was a heavy silence. Then, HUUM. The collar on his chest shone with a resplendent invisible light that tapped onto his body, and he felt his 10 provenance essences seethe. And above him, out of him, phantoms bloomed, 10 spectral singularities of incandescent blue rising into the evening air and beginning to spin. Noah looked at them with shining eyes, and waited to see what effect would emerge. However random existence chose to be, his trueness was unquestionable. Whatever came out of this would be something of utmost benefit to him, if it truly did regard something purest to his well-being. And he watched as the phantom singularities spun faster and faster, and then descended, landing on the grass before him in a wide ring, 10 points of turning blue light, spinning, spinning. And his provenance realm began to shake. Noah frowned. The hills trembled. The river of light shivered in its bed, and the 10 stars flickered above the hall, and then his frown deepened into something somber, because the shaking did not stop at his realm's borders. He felt it extend outward, out through the doorway, out into the endless seas beyond, until the Infiniverse herself was trembling around the small homestead she carried. What was this? With a heavy gaze, he looked down, and saw that the spinning singularities had formed the circular outline of a pool. A white pool.